Open ocean. An iceberg. Naruto cracked his neck slowly on both sides. IKUZ. Immediately, he and Kurabi leapt at one another and engaged in a sword fight in midair. Clang. Ahahahaha. Musou. Naruto jumped off the ice platform he had made beneath him. Senzhausen. He attempted to cut Kurabi across his back with a downward slash. However, Hachibi Jinchuriki anticipated this and, particularly in this circumstance, positioned one of his swords directly behind his back. Clang. With a mad grin, Naruto exclaimed, "Not bad for a geezer," as they both hit the ground. Kurabi hissed, "TCH. Whatever you do, don't use any Raiden jutsu, especially defensive ones. Bro paid for that mistake by almost losing his eye. He should have listened to me and simply get out of my damn way." Rewind. Kumogakure no Sato. Seeing Yugito's defeated form, Naruto remarked, "Well, I guess that's it. Next time let's have a simple sex, Neko-chan." From behind, a firm voice declared, "There won't be any next time." "Oh ho," the blonde said as he slowly turned around and rested his sword on his shoulder. "You certainly don't lack the confidence, calling me out instead of hitting me in the back, Nei-san." The Raikage gave him a fierce look. "Was it you who defeated my soldiers?" Jin hesitated. No, with his lightning armor activated," I remarked. "I thought so." Naruto rolled his eyes and let out a sigh. "Look pal. Let me put it for you this way. Do you consider me to be nothing but an insect, compared to you?" A man with dark skin said, "Exactly," the blonde said, "and there you have it. I'm weak, I'm useless, I'm insignificant. So maybe I'll just promise not to do this again, and you'll consider simply letting me go," he speculated. At this, the Raikage grinned. "Promise, huh? Do you think I'm stupid? You should never trust an enemy, even prospective one." Naruto chuckled. HMHMHM. HMHMHMHMHAHAHAHA. "Bravo. My hat is off to you," he cheered. "Well, if I ever have a hat, it will be off to you. Anyway, I'm happy to see that at least one of the cages is not a peace-loving imbecile." I grinned more broadly. "Oh, a high praise from a cage killer." This caused Naruto's brows to furrow. "How do you know that?" A man with dark skin said, "My information network is far better than the one that Jiraiya has." "How so?" inquired the blonde. "Because the main figure of this network is not a dumb peeping Tom who can't even get laid for free." Naruto gave a nod. "Indeed, that is a good reason, but a question, if you may. Why didn't you release the information about me into the bingo book?" I said, "Simple, I had no reason to do that. You haven't crossed Kumogakure's path until this very day. The biggest mistake of your life." Jin once more rolled his eyes. "Damn, I wanted to avoid fighting you." The Raikage gave a malevolent grin. "Of course, even I would have wanted to avoid fighting me." I's smile vanished when Naruto said sharply, "Not that, you moron. I don't need another cage corpse on my hands." I's mouth opened in surprise as their eyes locked once more. Sharingan. IKUZ. Naruto suddenly found himself facing the massive cage and swung his sword. The Raikage blocked it with his arm guards and hissed, "TCH. Naive. My armor is." Crack. When I noticed a crack line on one of his arm guards, his eyebrows nearly vanished into his hairline. "What? Impossible." Naruto smirked and put his sword back in its scabbard, asking, "Is it? You know, you're not as smart as I actually thought. One of your Jinchuriki lies defeated. Several of your best Junin are defeated as well. How do you think I did that, with luck?" I's eyes squinted. "Your sword," Naruto jeered. "Ding, ding, 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 ding. Good answer, pal. One of the legendary blades, Yukianisa. It can cut through almost anything, and your chakra armor is not an exception." The man with dark skin clenched his jaw. With lightning armor energized, he cried, "Well, then I'll just have to avoid getting hit." Jin grinned with laughter. "Very predictable. That was nearly too simple. What's difficult now? Avoiding a blow to the head," he thought. "I'm dead after one blow. I must wait for the appropriate time. This is my only chance at it." Gorochen Dorapu. "Whoa!" exclaimed Naruto, leaping sideways and narrowly escaping Raikage's heel drop. A crash. "Holy shit," he cried, observing the destruction caused by a single heel drop. "This guy is not pulling any punches." "No time to look around, boy," said I, rushing past him until Jin nearly lost his mind. The blonde watched his opponent blur a few more times before saying, "All right, let's go for the offensive." Hiransu. He pulled out his sword so quickly that it struck nothing but air. Rather, I materialized directly in front of him and grabbed his waist. As the dark-skinned man prepared to launch one of his most devastating blows, he exclaimed, "A shame, you had potential." Slyly, Naruto remarked, "I still have. Haha, what can you possibly do at this distance?" With a smile, Naruto took Reikage's hand. "Suijin heki." Before they were both submerged in water, I had barely time to open his eyes. The dark-skinned man screamed, "Ah," as his greatest weapon was used against him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Naruto approached a kneeling Reikage slowly and rested his elbow on his shoulder. "I guess that's my due to leave. See you around." He pushed himself off his opponent and began to move toward Kumo's entrance, only to discover I in his path 10 seconds later. That must have hurt, especially with the amount of chakra you poured into this thing. "Don't underestimate me," he yelled, punching out again. However, following such a shock, his speed was significantly diminished, enabling Naruto to swiftly dodge his blow and make an unmatched upward cut. Gah! I gripped his face's left side in agony. "A good warrior knows when to give up," Naruto said, kicking the Reikage in the chest and sending him through a building wall. After saying, "And he also knows when to run away." Yane. He swiftly made an ice platform and took off as fast as he could. Blast! When the building exploded, a furious-looking Reikage emerged. Jin Kasaragi, his face lit up with a sudden smile. "How fascinating. Perhaps there are good challengers beside that yellow motherfucker after all." Finish the flashback. Naruto shook his head and said, "Meh. Let's continue." Once more, he ran at Kurabi. Clang! Naruto shouted, "Sekijin," as he whirled his blade around himself at breakneck speed. "Ha ha 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 ha," he exclaimed, beginning to push Kurabi away in the process. "This child is incredible." The host of Hachibi pondered. "He can push me back even with my erratic sword style. It appears that bro was correct about him after all." "What's the matter? You stop looking so tough anymore," said Naruto. "Fubuki." Etta. Kurabi backflipped to avoid the lethal slash, but to his surprise, Naruto had already reached the landing spot. "He's fast." Ryu. Kurabi was able to block Jin's lightning-fast upward slash with one of his swords, but Hiransu. This attack caused both of Kurabi's arms to become partially frozen and knocked his blade out of his hand. Reikage's brother gritted his teeth and thought, damn him and his ice attacks." Musou. Naruto flew directly at his opponent after creating another ice platform. Impetuous, Kurabi stated, jumping over Jin, only for his eyes to widen. "Shit, he got it. Naruto wasn't aiming for him. Karui, be careful." "Hey." The dark-skinned Kunoichi was prepared to confront Naruto with her sword in her hands, but he flew directly at her. "Get moving, you jerk," but she yelled and swung her blade, destroying the ice platform entirely. Senshausen. Karui's head was about to be severed when Naruto leapt over it. Clang. Darui's sword abruptly stopped his slash. In relief, Karui sighed, "Darui, thank you. Bitch, that's a bit early. This is the last time you saved her life," Naruto said, pushing Darui away from him and kicking Karui in the back. Employed. Kaden. Kanushaki Inferno, Flamethrower Inferno. "Oh no." Jin frowned as he leapt to the side to avoid being hit by a great deal of bluish fire. "You finally came out to play, eh, Neko-chan?" Yugito simply gave him a glare before getting down on all fours and getting ready to use her Biju's full power on her adversary. Kasaragi. Naruto saw Karui charging at him when he looked over his shoulder. TCH, Hishoken. Karui froze in terror once more before being saved, this time by Kurabi. The eight-tailed Jinchuriki said, "Nice job with nailing me by that ice, motherfucker." Jin rolled his eyes and sighed, saying, "Well, I'll be damned. Why did you bring this girl along? I've already nearly killed her 4 times, is there anything you need she can do?" "Quiet. She is unable to. What a waste that is. Tell her not to come near this, please. She will only obstruct our battle." Fucking Sharingan. I never thought this guy would be so skilled with it, despite my bro warning me about it. Kurabi's brows furrowed. "Listen, everyone. He is better than I thought he would be. You're with me, Darui. We're going after him. You use long-range ninjutsu to cover us, Yugito. Karui and Samui, you remain in the background and only attack when I give the order. You understand?" Kurabi-sensei, hello, Well, let's take a look. At once, Kurabi and Darui launched a flanking attack on Naruto. Clang. Oh. The Avenger grunted and thought, even with my Sharingan, I won't be able to hold on if they keep at it, as he was deeply cut in the back. It came from Darui, which was surprising. Oh, Naruto collapsed to his knees as he gasped in agony. Well done, Darui, Samui said. The last sting. Kurabi lowered one of his swords, striking Naruto in the head. Crack. Only to have his body turn to ice. Hyojin Tuga. Disperse. As he and Darui leapt to separate sides and barely avoided a huge wave of ice, Kurabi yelled. Yes, he was able to avoid the last blow, but the one Darui delivered was genuine. Da. Naruto gasped once more and fell to one knee. You won't get away. While Darui was still in midair, Sharingan wielder was ready to launch another Tuga Hyojin at him, but Mugen Kassen, Kaden, everlasting fire arrow, he was repeatedly thrown backwards by another of Yugito's jutsu, this time in the shape of a huge stream of blue fire arrows that blasted from her mouth. Gosh darn it, Naruto grunted, outflying all the arrows with one more ice platform. You're a fucking nuisance. He flew directly toward Yugito. Tasugeki Muso, he yelled, thrusting his sword forward instead of lowering it this time. Yugito's eyes widened. Even with her tail, Jin was too fast for her, and she could only stare in disbelief as he came toward her, wielded his sword, and clang. How Darui's sword blocked it once more. Oh, you've gotten to me. Snapping his eyes shut and opening them again, Naruto let out a furious scream, Mangekyo Sharingan. The words, ah. Darui fell face first onto the ice, screaming in agony. Darui. Kurabi rushed to his subordinate, throwing one of his swords at Naruto on his way. Darui. He attempted, but was unsuccessful, to resuscitate the dark-skinned Junin. Naruto said, it's useless, Hachibi-chan. Kasaragi, what have you done to him? With Darui's lifeless body in his arms, Raikage's brother snarled. Oh, that? I just took him out of the picture, Jin said with a laugh. You took him out, huh? The man wearing sunglasses began to radiate red chakra. Yugito stammered, Kurabi-sensei, instead. Go with Darui. There won't be much more safety in this area. Hi. Yugito snatched up her teammate and leapt to her feet. Oh boy, happily, Naruto exclaimed, at last, some genuine action, but without a little power boost, I suppose I won't be able to face you in that form. His sword was raised before him. Dai Roku Kusoku Kikon Kaihao. Tenkai Kaisu Hujin Jigen Kanshu. Sol Brave Brew is the code. Kido. Kurabi said, rising from his knees in his six-tailed form, I don't know what you just did, but this won't help you. No one but my brother can avoid my attack in this form, he said, charging directly at his adversary and getting ready to punch out his lights. Indeed, Naruto caught Kurabi's fist instead of avoiding it. I can't. Jinchuriki, who had dark skin, cried out, no one can. Rehyu. A deep cut across Kurabi's chest caused his eyes to widen. No way. Who is this kid? He even sliced through my chakra cloak. Hey, get over it, or this amazing kid will chop off your damn head. Hachibi's voice reverberated in his mind. Bring out your swords. All right. Kurabi pulled out his blades and turned back to Naruto. TCH. Naruto frowned. A Kenjutsu battle against Kurabi was difficult, but a Kenjutsu battle against Kurabi in his Jinchuriki form was crazy. Fuck. Even with my Sharingan and BlazBlue I won't be able to. Clang. Clang. Oh no. Another cut pierced his defense, and Kurabi continued to quickly gain the upper hand. A few minutes later, Naruto's body was covered in shallow and deep cuts, and his clothes were now bloody and thorny. What a fucking jerk. Naruto fell to one knee and screamed. Kurabi said, I'll give you that you fought well, but this is the end. He continued, sprinting toward Naruto once more, I'm going to complete my mission. Fuck. I can't die now. What else do I have? Wait. His style is based solely on offense. How about, the blonde gritted his teeth in rage as he watched his enemy approach. Oh, have you made the decision to face death head-on? Great, but... Kurabi lowered his blade and... Kokujin. Naruto vanished when Kurabi's sword struck an odd energy shield. That motherfucker went where? Yukikaze. Just behind Hachibi Jinchuriki's back, Naruto yelled. Click. Dude. Kurabi gasped in pain, falling face first on the ice, as a fountain of blood erupted from his chest. Hachibi. Gosh. Do you need me to do everything? Kurabi's body abruptly began to change once more. Naruto muttered softly, son of a bitch, as he turned to face the Hachibi's actual form, a gigantic octopus. Kasaragi Jin. It let out a scream. Oh. This is the end for you. Naruto's eyes widened as a black sphere materialized in front of Hachibi's mouth. Jin released a seal on his hand and thought, oh, fuck me in the ass. If he nails me with this shit, I will be fucking obliterated, no choice. Perish. Blast. A huge beam of energy shot out of Hachibi's mouth, directly at Jin, and engulfed him. A few seconds later, both Jin and the beam vanished. He was good, very good, a shame he had to die so young. Hey, from a demon, that's a great compliment. Hachibi's eyes snapped up. What, not possible, you ought to be. However, Naruto jumped down from his floating platform and dove directly at Hachibi, placing a paper seal on its forehead, preventing him from finishing. Gra hhhh. The demon roared, destroying the iceberg's remnants while twitching in agony. Oppa! Naruto exclaimed, landing gracefully on top of water's surface, pocketing his three-pronged kunai. Thanks, Dad. Kurabi's body landed the next second as well, but not with much grace. He went into the water headfirst. Naruto rose slowly and said, huff, huff, well, that sure as hell was one of the toughest fights in my life, as he approached his defeated foe. Cease. The rest of the Kumo team unexpectedly found themselves sandwiched between him and their sensei. Naruto grinned and said, oh, there you are, and I was just about to go look for you. With trembling hands gripping her blade, Samui commanded, stand down, Kasaragi. We surrender, you have won. Now, please go. Hey. Jin's eyebrows went up. And why should I do that? Several minutes ago, you were adamant about killing me. Why should I give you a break? Yugito flashed her teeth at him, saying, Kasaragi, you must be exhausted now. In that state, do you think you can defeat 2 other shinobi and another Jinchuriki? Naruto laughed, HM, and began to move forward. Halt. We know we're probably no match for you, but we will fight if, Karui yelled. Naruto abruptly vanished from view and materialized directly between the 3 of them, preventing her from finishing. Jin merely kicked 3 girls away from him and said, idiots. Yugito got up again and grunted, GH, you won't touch a thing. Naruto put down his sword and interrupted, saying, oh, shut up. What? Confused, Yugito cried out, what are you doing? Hey, isn't that clear? Jin responded, I'm going to end our argument. Let me now examine those 2. Samui started to say, if you touch them, but Naruto held up his hand. If I were going to kill them, I would have just killed the 3 of you first, he said. And trust me, I'm capable of doing that right now. But why? Simple, Naruto snorted, I wasn't paid for this. Yugito was surprisingly the first to drop her stance. All right, what are you looking at them for? She inquired. Well, first of all, Jin approached Kurabi and tore the seal off his forehead, saying, you know, these aren't very easy to make. He'll be up in a few hours, so don't worry. It was one of the best fights I've ever had, so please give him my best wishes. Yugito nodded her head and said, all right, and Darui? Naruto went up to the unconscious Kumo Junin and put 2 fingers to his forehead. There. I used a powerful genjutsu to strike him, and he would have stayed there, forever if I hadn't done what I just did. With a hint of surprise, Yugito said, I see, what now? What, you want to fight once more? Jin inquired. No. At the same time, 3 girls yelled. All right, take them and leave. Oh, and mention to Raikage-chan that patience is a virtue. Today, he might lose both his brother and one of his best men. Tell him I'll think about his offer, but not today. Right now, my top priority is somewhere else. Okay, we will, said Samui. Naruto made another ice platform and jumped on top of it, saying, well, then I'm off. Oh, and Yugito. Yes. Unbelieving that he had simply addressed her by her name rather than his customary, Neko-chan, the girl replied. Please pop that cherry before our next meeting. You know, I'm not into virgins. He winked at her over his shoulder and took off. Son of a, alongside the Konoha team. No, we have to return for him, Tsubaki shouted. No, we won't, Kakashi said, for the 90th time, Tsubaki. He made the decision to battle 2 demon hosts. Furthermore, Kasaragi is already dead if my calculations are accurate. He can't be dead, no, with tears in her eyes, the red-haired girl cried out, he can't die. Nonsense, everyone can. Kakashi detested himself for what he was doing. In fact, he could have simply ignored Jin's suggestion and stayed, but now that he knew Minato-sensei had been trying to get rid of Jin for a while, he saw it as the ideal opportunity, and he even volunteered. Kakashi's hands were clean now. After saying, Tsubaki, Sasuke touched her shoulder. He said he would. He assured me he wouldn't abandon me, she sobbed. Could he? Sasuke's eyes brightened, thinking, look, Tsubaki, he might be gone now, but I will stay. This is my chance to show her how much he truly cares. Did you feel that? Hey? Anko interrupted Sasuke's confession with a sudden statement. How do you feel? Koyuki inquired. Kakashi said, something is coming, and it's coming really fast. Keep your guard up. Hello. All Genins and 2 Junins assumed their battle positions, but only Sasuke and Kakashi were able to gasp in surprise when a battered and bloody Jin Kasaragi landed face first on the ship's deck. He mumbled, struggling to get himself up, ouch, not my most subtle landing, damn, I should get an Oscar for this. Jin. Tsubaki yelled and hurried to his side at once. Well, damned if I do. You really pulled that off, kid, Anko said with pride. How did you make it through? With a narrowed gaze, Kakashi continued, yes, I would like to know that as well. However, they were both disregarded. My ribs, Tsubaki. Jin. Hold on, I'll look after you. Tsubaki hurriedly climbed over his shoulder and escorted him downstairs. Hold on. First, I'd like to know, Kakashi resumed, but Hokage's daughter's glare cut him off. You can inquire about that later, she said. Now he needs medical care, and they both vanished from view. The room of Naruto. Whoa, damn, please be careful. Tsubaki laid Jin on his bed and mumbled, oh, I'm sorry. Let's get rid of those clothes now. You are one perverted girl, my dear, I nearly died just now, and that's what you're forcing me to do, cried Naruto, grinning. You are well aware of what I meant when she said, stop that. You appear to have worked in a slaughterhouse for a number of years based on your attire. Shit, you're right, Naruto said, glancing down at himself. All right, let's dispose of these. Together, they were able to take off Naruto's clothing, and Tsubaki was now tending to his injuries. Whoa, that was painful. He gave a yelp. Oh, forget about it. What are you, a man? Obviously, I am. Men don't yelp, though, she said, tending to another wound. It hurts. Once more, Naruto yelled. Thank you very much. My ego recently suffered a serious blow, and I believe it is about to die. Tsubaki abruptly stopped. Oh, hurry up. All right, I'll keep quiet now. Nothing has changed. Turning around, Naruto said, what's the ma? When he saw her face, he could no longer speak. What happened? Why are you crying? Jin, how could you? She shouted in between sobs. You stayed to fight those Kumo ninjas even though you knew it was a suicide, even though you promised you would never leave me. Kakashi knocked me out, but I would have stayed too. Naruto cut in, it's good that he did. What, how are you able to say that? That fight was really nasty, and at one point I even believed it would be my last, so it was good. And it would have been okay if I had passed away by myself. I am a nobody with nothing. If I'm gone, nobody will cry and... You're not correct. Tsubaki yelled at him, you have me, and you're not a nobody. And I'm not sure what I would have done if you had passed away. Tsubaki. Naruto inquired warily. I was afraid that I would not have the chance to say that the young lady paused. Jin, I love you. Holy fucking shit. Now you've really done it, Uzumaki. Naruto swore at himself as his eyes grew wide. Jin. I must know, if your feelings are different. He swore once more and forced a big smile on his face, saying, fuck it all. Damn. I guess there is no helping it, I guess I do. I mean, I said I would never abandon you. You might as well settle in. Jin. Tsubaki gave him a tight hug, completely forgetting that. Oh, my ribs. Tsubaki, I'm just so happy that I have finally said it, the redhead said, letting go of her hold. You're a fucking bastard, Uzumaki Naruto. You're so bad that you yourself are disgusted with you. But I don't really care about that. When Nii-san is dead, I will gladly let her pierce my fucking heart. Naruto bit his tongue when he said, yeah, I'm glad you said it too. But after Tsubaki's confession, they both missed the presence of a man named Uchiha Sasuke, who stood outside their door the entire time and listened to everything that was said. Oh no. So that's what you have decided then? Alright. I guess I have nothing that holds me in that village after all. I'm coming after your head, Uzumaki Naruto. He snarled in rage and punched the wall across from him forcefully. Time travel. The land of snow. Damn, I forgot how cold it is over here, Naruto muttered as he followed Kakashi. Yes, walking. They had finally finished their sea cruise and were now on a caravan. So, Kasaragi, Kakashi started, will you at last explain to me how you made it through that battle? What do you mean by Kumo? Oh, well, I just lured them all out of the iceberg's surface, and while they were all standing on top of the water I used one of my special techniques to freeze them for a short amount of time, Kakashi replied, nodding in response to Naruto's question. And I made an ice platform and took off as quickly as I could while they were unable to move their legs. Easy mental labor. Kakashi said, you make it sound simple. Well, it wasn't. Because did you see how I looked when I got back? Well, that's true. He really looked like he went through the fleshing machine. Kakashi nodded his head and said, all right, Kasaragi, I believe you. It does not, however, imply that I trust you. You don't have to. Jin said, I don't think we'll ever hang out again. There is only one mission here. Additionally, I believe your team won't require any backup when they become Chunins. Well, I suppose you're correct. What the fuck? Why are we coming to a halt? Jin inquired. The masked Junin said, that's what I'd like to know. What's going on? A tunnel is located up ahead. The man said, someone should check it out. We have to make sure it won't collapse. Excellent. You're awake, Kasaragi. Why does Kasaragi always appear? As he entered the tunnel, Naruto muttered. Hold on, Tsubaki yelled, I'll accompany you. No, you won't. Kakashi gave the order. However, you do realize that 2 is better than 1? The red-headed person inquired. Indeed, Sakura. Kasaragi goes with you. Tsubaki frowned, tch. Kakashi-sensei. Hello. In the tunnel. Jin-kun. What are we searching for? Kunoichi with pink hair inquired. Rolling his eyes, Naruto said, the aliens. You know, they like to establish their bases here. Really? Yes, really. I apologize, but I just wanted to say that it was really brave of you to stay back then. Sakura bit her lover's lip. Thank you. The same would have been done by any other man. But Kakashi-sensei didn't. Well, this is your response. A typical man is not Kakashi-sensei. Instead of getting laid, he reads porn, which makes him a worthless pervert. Sakura looked down as he said that, blushing violently. Jin-kun? She said as she came to a halt. Yes, what is it? I believe we've got problems, you, me, or who? No, I also think that everyone else does. Look down. What the fuck is that? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow as he looked down. Sakura crouched to get a better look and said, it's a railroad. A chakra is flowing inside these rails. The ice is melting. Why would someone do that? It's strange. Maybe there is a train coming this way. What is a train? Hold on, did you hear? Sakura's eyes grew wide. I did, indeed. And it's definitely a train. Hurry. In a flash, she spun around and began running the other way. For a few moments, Naruto did not move until he finally caught sight of the train. Ho ho holy shit. We won't make it this way, he cried, running after Sakura. Musou. He created an ice platform and jumped on it. Sakura, take my hand. The kunoichi raised her right hand in the air after glancing over her shoulder and seeing Jin flying at her at breakneck speed. I got you, Naruto said, taking Sakura's hand and yanking her to her feet. Kaya, remain calm. We're almost out, yelled Naruto. We are not going to make it. Sakura clung desperately to him as she screamed. Yes, we will. Jin answered. Ha. Hey. As soon as they emerged from the tunnel, Jin seized Sakura and leapt to the right. His ice platform was crushed by the train the next second. Ha 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 ha. Naruto chuckled while sprawled on the snow. Sakura, do you need more adrenaline? The kunoichi knelt down and said, no way, I've had enough for the rest of the mission. Oh, a voice said abruptly, well, Rattlesnake himself, Jin Kasaragi. Dodo, I could say that I'm happy to see you, but that would have been the biggest lie in my entire life, Naruto said, turning to face a man who was staring at him from the train. And that's quite a statement. Oh, well done. Another one of your fucking sarcastic remarks, Dodo clapped. You know, I kind of liked them. And I'm still asking myself, why did you turn against me? You betrayed me, but why? Was there a problem with my payment? Or did you just fall in love with my young niece? Or perhaps both? Naruto laughed and said, neither actually, so what? You see, Jin started, I just follow my left testicle's instructions, it's all way too easy. That's the only reason I do anything. Dodo's eyes squinted. I understand, that implies that. All of a sudden. Dodo Kazuhana. Well? Snow Country Daimyo turned his head. Oh? That is an uncommon sight. Sandayu was one of a group of samurais that stood atop the hill. Dodo Kazuhana. The day of your judgment has come, finally. Sosetsu-sama's death will be avenged, the elderly man yelled. Dodo turned back to Naruto after rolling his eyes. Is that okay? Not at all, the blonde said, waving his hand. In any case, he was annoying me. We are being watched by Harem-sama. We are not entitled to failure. Charge, Sandayu went on. Aha. Other fighters hurried toward Dodo's train and yelled. Sakura wished she could dash back to the team, but Naruto called out abruptly, Sakura. Yes, Jin-kun? Don't move. What? However, want to survive? Why yes. Watching the area between the train and the charging soldiers, Naruto said. Then don't move. I have a good idea of what's going to happen, he said. Dodo said, waste them. Suddenly, a large number of kunais flew from the train directly at the assailants. When Sakura saw how proud men were transformed into human pincushions in a matter of seconds, her eyes widened in horror. Now see what I mean? Naruto smirked as he looked at her and asked. That's terrible, Jin-kun. That's awful. Well, of course. She wasn't living with Orochimaru. Jin thought as he walked over to Sandayu's dying body. So, happy now, old man? You've finally passed away like a samurai. Celebrate. Looking at Naruto, Sandayu said, Kei Koyuki H-Heim. I'm sorry to disappoint, but it's just me, Jin Kasaragi, Naruto snorted. For me, say hello to your Sosetsu-sama. Hashokan. Oh. When Naruto's ice blade pierced his stomach, the elderly man gasped. In fact, it was the last action he took before permanently closing his eyes. You did that, but why? Sakura rushed to him and yelled. Why not? Shrugged Jin. In any case, he was already dead, and I had wanted to do it ever since our mission began. Hee. I simply cannot stop admiring your ways, Rattlesnake, Dodo said, laughing and clapping his hands. When you die, you'll laugh at yourself. With a radiant smile, Naruto turned to face him and said, of course I will. In fact, I've already done it multiple times. It appears that people should be afraid of my smile because, for some reason, I always manage to survive. All of a sudden, Jin, Tsubaki landed beside him with a relieved look on her face, followed by the rest of their group. Thank God you're okay. Dodo, Kakashi said, squinting his only eye. If it's not Hitaki Kakashi, my Snow Daimyo cried out. No, he isn't. It's just a fake, Naruto said. Hey, Rattlesnake, I always enjoyed your jokes. I'm going to give you another chance, you know. Give Koyuki up, and I'll let you go. Well, Jin said, striking a contemplative pose, give me 2 seconds to think. No. Dodo snapped his fingers and sighed, a shame. 3 ninjas appeared at once. One of them said, long time no see, Kakashi. Glaring, the masked Junin said, Ryuga, Nader. These men, incredulous, Naruto said. Police. He used his left hand to call forth Yukianisa. Hee. Anko laughed, moving to his side. Meet, tonight, we're having a barbecue. Jin, I agree with you, Tsubaki said, following suit. HN. Sasuke also followed the line, despite his animosity. However, after that, Dodo said again, oh, looks like there has been a little misunderstanding. You see, Rattlesnake, they're not your opponents. Oh no, I knew I would need to hire more backup after learning that Jin Kasaragi was leaving for Snow Country. And I was surprised to find that my call was answered much more quickly than I had expected, so. Hello to an old friend, he said with an evil smile. What are you talking about? Naruto asked, cocking his head to the side. A deep male voice said, hello, Jin. With wide eyes, the blonde thought, I'll recognize this voice anywhere. Holy fucking shit. What on earth is the matter with this mission? Kumo guys first, then you, Kakuzu, don't you have better things to do? In a puff of smoke, a lone man wearing a cloak with red clouds said, HM, I'm happy to see you too. Hey, there will be another barbecue soon, Anko licked her lips and exclaimed. Naruto gritted his teeth and said, "No, he's strong, not like them." "Such a praise coming from you," Kakuzu responded. I'm flattered. "I swear I heard the name before, but I can't remember where," Kakashi muttered. Kakuzu. Kakashi Hatake. "You should know the name of Jin Kasaragi's biggest rival if you've ever heard of him," Kakuzu cried, adding that it hurts. This caused a number of people, including Sasuke, to widen their eyes. Looking at the newcomer with his Sharingan, he thought, this guy is Kasaragi's rival. His chakra is intense, and strong, very strong. How can Kasaragi even stand up to him? He asked. "I see the cloak, Kakuzu." Naruto snarled, "Is that to say you're now with them?" "It does." Kakuzu nodded. "I have to say, I'm grateful. I would have killed Yagura back then if you hadn't. Akatsuki would then have pursued me rather than you." Kakashi's brows knitted. "Yagura, hold on, Yagura? Like in Yagura Yondaime Mizukage?" Raising an eyebrow, Kakuzu said, "You were unaware. How modest of you, Jin." "Jin-kun. What is he talking about?" Tsubaki inquired. "The hero of Kirigakure," Kakuzu replied. "I'm talking about the person who is standing to your left, little girl. The tyrant's murderer. Jin Kasaragi, the murderer of Yondaime Mizukage." This caused a gasp of shock from everyone but Kakashi. Slowly, Anko turned to face him and said, "You killed a Kage?" Ignoring her, Naruto scowled at Kakuzu and said, "What do you want, old man?" "You fucked up, Jin, you made it personal?" The bounty hunter sighed. "Never knew Yagura was a member of your little group," the blonde said with a smile. Kakuzu shook his head, saying, "You're not understanding. This has nothing to do with Yagura." Naruto gazed bewilderedly. "So what, Kisame?" Jin's gaze expanded. "Oh, I see. Didn't you think they would send him?" Kakuzu grinned and said, "Good luck, friend." Jin snarled, "One more word, Kakuzu," the elderly man interrupted by holding up his hand, saying, "If you follow my instructions, I won't tell your other secret. Don't worry." Gritting his teeth, Naruto said, "What are you after?" "I want a fight, fantastic. Support me, Kakashi." "Oh no." Kakuzu shook his head, "Kakashi will just be in our way, to start. Second, Jin, I want to make amends with you. Settle. Means, one-on-one, with no restrictions or guidelines." Kakashi thought, bewildered, I will be in their way. Just how strong this Kakuzu is. And, he looked at Naruto, how weak he pretended to be. Naruto inhaled deeply and said, "Very well, I accept. All my plans will be fucked if he reveals it right now. No choice." "Jin-kun," the blonde said, "Don't worry, Tsubaki." He smiled as he glanced over his shoulder and said, "This time I will return for sure." Then he vanished. One more clearing, Drowning Pools, Cast Me Aside, is the opening song. Clang. TCH. Naruto frowned as Kakuzu's hand blocked his sword. Too sluggish. Kakuzu threw Jin off of him in response. Hishoken, before landing gracefully, the blonde threw an ice blade at his opponent. As he crushed the ice blade with his bare hand, the elderly bounty hunter sighed and said, "Oh please. I said no limits. Give up holding back." After a brief pause, Naruto smiled and loosened his posture. "You realize that you are a bitch's fucking son? Your little revelation has nearly ruined all of my plans," he cried. Kakuzu smirked back under his mask. "Oh, don't be such a pussy. I'm confident that you can pull yourself out of any situation, Naruto." Jin raised his eyebrows. "Are you taken aback?" "Well, you shouldn't be," the bounty hunter inquired. "I began gathering information about you following our most recent fight, which destroyed the entire town." The blonde laughed, HMHMHMHMHM. "How did you guess? I doubt I provided you with any leads." Kakuzu nodded and said, "You are right, it was not easy. Almost nobody knew anything specific about you. The only things I was able to gather were my exceptional fighting skills, nearly limitless stamina, and the fact that you killed Mizukage and Sharingan during our battle. I came to this conclusion after combining all of that. A Kage, and a Jinchuriki at that, is too strong for any ordinary person your age. I therefore discovered that you were also a Jinchuriki. Then there was another query. What do you host? That's where I thought of Sharingan. Given that you possess it, you are most likely related to Konoha in some way. Additionally, throughout their entire history, Konoha only owned one Biju. And what was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki? That's right. In addition, I looked it over. You showed up a few years after Uzumaki Naruto vanished." Head lowered, Naruto said, KH, KHH, kahahahahaha. He laughed hard and clapped his hands. Bravo! An absolute jackpot. I'm proud of you, friend. I must buy a hat, I swear. However, I have a question for you. What did it give you? As you stated, it gave me that you are far stronger than you pretended to be in our last fight, Kakuzu said, narrowing his eyes. And being undervalued is the one thing I cannot forgive. He threw off his cloak and yelled. Hey, so you want to fight me to the limit? Jin asked with a laugh. I do. Damn it. I battled Shodem Hokage until we were at a standstill, the bounty hunter grunted. I faced the entire hidden village by myself, and I will definitely not be taken lightly by a teenager. HM. Naruto grimly laughed. Want to engage in full-on combat with me? Watch what you wish for, he said, letting out a great deal of ki. For a moment, Bounty Hunter's eyes widened. His power is incredible. What's wrong? Do you have second thoughts? Naruto teasingly asked. Oh. Kakuzu snarled in anger and punched Naruto in the face. Clang. The blonde said, you really should stop being so reckless, as he used his sword to block the bounty hunter's hand. Stop talking. Kakuzu screamed, pushing Naruto back. You. Reikiri. Looking down in disbelief, Kakuzu saw that a hand covered in lightning was protruding from his chest. Naruto pulled his hand away from Kakuzu's chest and said, I told you to stop being reckless. 1 down, 4 to go. TCH. But how? Kakuzu spat angrily. When Naruto in front of him turned to ice, he was unable to speak. Anger clouds judgment, you know, Jin said with a perverse grin. Fuck you. Kakuzu yelled as 3 masked creatures surrounded Naruto after escaping from his body. Oh, so you decided to pull out the goodies? Well, then, you asked yourself that I fight you with my all, Naruto said, activating his Sharingan. Several hand seals were made by Kakuzu. Kaden. Zukoku, he yelled, and a creature on the left fired a great deal of fire at Jin. A fire? With a laugh, Jinchuriki said, Shay, let me demonstrate how to do this. Salutations. Kakuzu's jutsu was instantly absorbed by a stream of black fire, which then spread to the masked creature and absorbed it as well. The eyes of the bounty hunter grew wide. That's 3 to go, 2 down. With a flaming Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes, Naruto turned to Kakuzu and exclaimed joyfully, I suppose you did not do a very good job of gathering information about me, nay? Gion, Raiden. When another jutsu flew at Naruto, he only rolled his eyes. Blast. He took that hit head on, what is he playing at? Kakuzu's eyes narrowed once more. Abruptly, an ice arrow burst from the smoke cloud. Getsume Hyoku. The elderly man could only look on in disbelief as yet another of his hearts was broken. Naruto laughed from the smoke. Is that all you have? I preferred our earlier altercation. What on earth are you doing? Even Hashirama couldn't face that jutsu head on and make it out alive. Kakuzu cried out. Hey, I suppose Hashirama just didn't have this. The smoke was blown away by a gust of wind, revealing Naruto standing in his spot, completely unharmed and surrounded by a cloak of red chakra, with 6 tails waving behind his back. This is bad. I only have 2 hearts left, and if he will combine his Mangekyo with his demon cloak. Kakuzu's eyes widened. I underestimated him. Looks like a retreat is in order. He gritted his teeth. Oh, don't tell me you're giving up, Naruto cried as he witnessed the final heart re-enter Kakuzu's body. The bounty hunter said, I know where my limits lie, that's why I was able to live that long. Unfortunately I have too. With his demon cloak off, Naruto said, smart. But you do understand that I can't simply let you leave, he said. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone your secret, said Kakuzu, shaking his head. Think of it as a sign of deference. Naruto hesitated for a second. You know what? I will let you leave on one condition. What is it? Naruto squinted his eyes. Itachi, where is he? Kakuzu grinned. Oh, I have good news for you on that front. Itachi was assigned to capture the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. So he will surely come either after you or that Tsubaki girl. Naruto smiled malevolently. That is excellent news. In fact, they're excellent enough for me to get out of my way and really let you go. The elderly man's eyebrow went up. You weren't going to? Until you mentioned Itachi. No, I was going to kill you anyway. But now, The brunette laughed. Just remember one thing. If you disrupt my plans in some way. I will not, said Kakuzu. It is important for me that you survive as well. Oh. And why is that? Kakuzu grinned. Because I want to be the one who will claim the bounty on your head. Ha ha ha. Fair enough. Just be more prepared next time. Returning to the others. With a shout of, Omet Renge, Kakashi effectively broke Ryuga Nadare's neck by slamming his head into the ground. Done. What about you, Anko? Hee hee hee, Anko. With a bloodied kunai in her hand and a crazy smile on her face, Special Junin turned around and asked, what? Kakashi's face was criticized. I guess you're done as well. Naruto said, heads up, and landed in the middle of them. What did I miss? With a dangerous tone, the masked Junin said, Kasaragi. Just the person I wanted to talk to. Jin gave a shrug. He glanced around and said, well, I'll be happy to have a nice chat with you, but first, where is Tsubaki? Kakashi began, that is none of your, but Anko cut him off. She said, that dodo guy got our Harem. Tsubaki-chan and her cute little teammates went after him. Jin made an ice platform and jumped on top of it, saying, well shit, I'm going after them. You're not going anywhere, Kasaragi, until, Jin, however, had already taken off. The words, son of a, made Kakashi clench his jaw. Come on, Anko, we're following them. Sure, cried the kunoichi, but how about a quick sex first? Kakashi gave him a face slap. Thank you, sensei, for the mission, many thanks. Alongside Koyuki Snow Country Daimyo cried out in mild surprise, a generator? HMHM, HMHMHAHAHAHAHAHA, oh brother, you were always a useless imbecile, but I had no idea how much. Koyuki laughed. Poor uncle. Were you expecting a weapon of some sort? Dodo gave his niece a funny look. To tell the truth, yeah, I did. I hope the disappointment is not too much. Dodo grinned wearily. He knew it, Rattlesnake knew it. All of a sudden. Kazuhana Dodo, eh? The daimyo turned to see Tsubaki and her teammates in a rage. This ends now. Dodo cocked his head sideways. Ah, you're Kakashi's students, are you sure you want to face me? Rattlesnake won't be covering you this time. Screaming, we don't need him. Sasuke produced a katana he had taken from one of the samurai who had fallen. He adopted Jin's position and declared, we are more than enough to defeat you. Dodo let out a loud laugh. Trying to look like Rattlesnake, boy. Give up, you have no chance. Furiously, the Uchiha screamed, shut up, and sprang forward. Sasuke, no, Tsubaki yelled at him, but he ignored him. Hayaten. Kokuryu Bofusetsu. Sakura saw Dodo shooting a black ice dragon at her crush and yelled, Sasuke-kun, look out. Not enough, retorted Sasuke, evading the assault with his Sharingan. Take this, and with that he brought the newly acquired katana on his enemy's head, but... Clang. With his armor-covered hand deflecting the blow, Dodo questioned, not enough you say? You can't be more right, boy. You don't have enough strength, you don't have enough determination, you don't have enough purpose to become like Rattlesnake. This caused Sasuke's eyes to widen. Dodo saw, oh, a Sharingan? You're a Uchiha then, pathetic? What? Dodo said, I said you're pathetic. I never met a Uchiha in my entire life, but I always assumed that they are all unbeatable warriors. He stopped. But now that I look at you, I understand that I was sadly mistaken. What a disappointment. Sasuke screamed, shut up, as his cursed seal spread across his body. He pushed Dodo away, saying, I am stronger than him. Ho, the daimyo gazed bewildered. You think so? Really? Then let me tell you this, boy. There is no man I would like to evade battle with more than Jin Kasaragi. And it's not because he's strong. Oh no, I'd hate to face him because he's smart, slimy and cunning bastard. He always knows things before they even happen. Do you understand now why you can't be like him? No amount of training can get you this ability. Tsubaki cut in, don't listen to him. Sasuke. You don't need to be Jin, you are good as you are. Tsubaki, you're that girl from before who tried to prevent me from taking Koyuki. Tsubaki pulled out a Hiraishin kunai and said, yes, I am. Let's take him down together, Sasuke. The Uchiha said, hi, and nodded. Back us up, Sakura. Got it. Kaiten. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Hayaten. Kokuryu Bofusetsu. When two jutsus struck each other, blizzard swiftly outweighed fire. Sasuke frowned and leapt to the side to avoid the attack, saying, TCH. Now, Tsubaki. Hiraishin no Jutsu. Tsubaki cried as she materialized behind Dodo and used her kunai to stab him in the back. The daimyo turned around and punched Tsubaki in the stomach, saying, "Ga, you will pay for that." But he wasn't finished yet. "Hyuden. Kokuryu Bofusetsu." Tsubaki cried out, "Kaya," as an ice dragon struck her in the head. Sasuke yelled, "Tsubaki," and launched another sword attack. Dodo said, "Useless," and again deflected the blow with his hand. Sasuke remarked, "That was not intended to strike," from behind. "What?" Dodo abruptly spun around to get. Sasuke yelled, "Kairori," and struck Dodo in the chest with his lightning-covered hand, but Dodo threw Sasuke into an ice wall and exclaimed, "As if that level of jutsu will be enough to break my armor." Instead, the Uchiha spat some blood and exclaimed, "Ga, damn, damn." Sakura said, "Sasuke-kun," and hurried over to him. "Don't," was his response. "Help Tsubaki." Sakura rose despite her heartache. "Hi," she exclaimed, drawing a kunai. "Ahahaha," laughed Dodo. You look like a bunny, what can you possibly do to me?" A voice from behind said, "Ouch, a bunny, and here I thought you liked me." Dodo's gaze expanded. "Anywhere, I'll recognize that voice." He abruptly turned around. Rattle. Slash. Snake. Dodo gasped as he saw Naruto's katana blade hidden inside his chest. "So you won." Jin grinned. "What did you expect? I'm a rattlesnake after all." HMHMHM, made Dodo laugh. "Just one question, did you know?" Jin concluded for him. About the generator you mean? Naturally, why do you think I let Yukie to keep that crystal, knowing you were out for it?" Blood was spat out by the daimyo. But how, cough, even I didn't know, and cough, I researched it for years." Dismissively, Naruto remarked, "Nah, I simply guessed. From what Yukie has told me, your brother really was an idiot. Always blabbering about spring and all that crap. Think about it, you know him better than I did. What could he possibly invent?" "I see." Dodo turned his head down in surrender. "End it." Naruto gave a shrug. "As you wish, frozen requiem." Sakura and Sasuke were fascinated and in awe as they saw Dodo's body turn to ice and then vanish into dust. "Farewell, Dodo." Angrily, Sasuke clenched his fist. "I gave it my all, but he killed him as if it were inconsequential. You will never be as strong as him." His eyes narrowed and his face took on a determined expression. "We'll check on that. It's time for this charade to end." All of a sudden, Jin. When Sasuke looked up, he saw Tsubaki firmly embracing Jin. That infuriated him even more. "How could you have picked him instead of me?" I. Naruto reassured her, "It's okay, girl, everything is over." Tsubaki gave him a shoulder slap. "Ouch, what was that for?" "First those Kumo guys, then this Kakuzu, when will you stop scaring me like that, Jin?" Naruto grinned. "I guess when I retire, thank you, Jin." The blonde looked over and saw Koyuki grinning. The princess said, "You've saved my life again." "I guess," he said, getting to his feet. "So what now? You are the rightful ruler of this country, you know." "Yes, I know, but to tell the truth, I actually liked my actress job, so." Then, amazing, brilliant, fantastic. When they turned around, they saw a very content director. "That film will go down in history." Tsubaki's head cocked. "You recorded all of this?" To which the director answered, "Of course, how could I not?" He knelt before Naruto and said, "There is just one thing, please, sir, I beg you to play in the final scenes." "Eh?" said Naruto, bewildered, "but I'm not an actor." "Please, sir, I'll do anything and, oh, of course you will be paid greatly." Naruto gave a headshake. He glanced down at the director and said, "Well, I'm not really, what sum are we speaking about?" "The movie theater. Cough, cough, you will pay for that, Mao." "Ha ha ha," chuckled Mao. "Will I really? Look around you, Funheim. You are all alone. I on the other hand." The princess turned to see a large number of spirit soldiers rising. "See? You cannot win. Fun. Give up." Fun shut her eyes. She said, "No, I will never give up," as a chakra of 7 colors began to flare around her. "And I am not alone." "Is that so? All your servants are dead, now you have no one to protect your pretty little face?" She dropped to her knees, the princess. "The power of heaven and earth, please hear my plea. Help me save the world from this man's evil and bring peace to this land." Mao yelled, "No one will hear you, no one can stop me." Naruto remarked, "Me as a bringer of peace, ridiculous." Tsubaki snubbed him, staring at the screen. Be quiet, she said. Naruto gave a headshake. After all, she is a girl. Abruptly, there was a brilliant burst of light. Your call has been answered, Funheim. The princess gazed up at the sky, her eyes widening. Lord Susanoo. The newcomer said, descending slowly from the sky, indeed. I am Susanoo, the god of sea and storm. I have come to help you in your struggle. Then Mao let loose his power and yelled, I don't care if you're a god. I have become a god's equal. You will fall before my might. Susanoo's eyes narrowed, glowing white. Funheim, lend me your hand. We will take him down together. Hi, my lord! Exclaimed the princess as she rose, her chakra exploding once more. Susanoo made an ice arrow and yelled, Mao, for all your sins I sentence you to eternal oblivion. May you find peace there, Funheim. Fun replied, hi, and wrapped her 7-color chakra around the arrow. Farewell, Mao. Divine bolt. Gra. Mao cried out as Fun and Susanoo's combined attack swiftly destroyed his body. As she said, huff, huff, the princess dropped to her knees. It's over, it's finally over. In response, Susanoo said, not yet. Slowly, she raised her gaze. My lord? Susanoo lightly patted her cheek with his palm. There is one more thing left to do. We must go, beyond that rainbow. Fun grinned broadly. Hi, the end. Takeshiro Murakawa is the director. Yukie, also known as Fujikaze Princess Fun. Mao. Fukushima Makamura. The Jin Kasaragi Susanoo. Cheer. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Smiled Anko. You are great, you know that? To which Naruto answered, yeah, I know. Why would you say something like that though? That's because I would have never been able to say that crap about the rainbow with a straight face. Naruto gave a snort. Do you know how many tries it took for me to actually do that? Oh, but it looked so romantic, Tsubaki exclaimed, her eyes full of love. Will you say that to me too, Jin? Not if I can help it. Kakashi-sensei? Masked Junin answered, exactly. I hope you had your fun, because very soon you will have a very serious discussion with Hokage-sama. Naruto squinted his eyes. I can't wait. Yuhi Kurenai walked next to Naruto and uttered the words, damn, I'm going to hell for it. What for? Inquired the blonde. Kurenai yelled, you know damn well for what, I raped a teenager, only to discover that it was actually a busy street. Naruto repeated, really? Who was that lucky guy? You. He raised an eyebrow in response, saying, I don't remember you raping me. But when Jin cut in, no, that doesn't count. First of all, I wasn't really resisting. And second, I was barely able to hold myself when I saw you tied to a chair with no clothes on. But what about your virginity? Naruto gave a snort. What about it? I lost it years ago. But, stop bitching, Kurenai. Back then you were screaming, more, and, harder fuck, and, grab my ass. Shit, when you came that last time, windows broke from your scream. And now you feel bad about it? Come on. The woman's face turned the same shade as her eyes, and she bit her bottom lip. But I always thought you should only do this with someone you truly like. Naruto gave an eye roll. This was really beginning to irritate him. He said, then think about how much I like you. Now go home and get some rest. What about you? He let out a sigh. I still need to report to the Hokage. Oh, okay then, she uttered, frowning slightly. Jin said, you sound disappointed. Did you want to invite me for a coffee? Kurenai's gaze expanded. No, relax, I'm just fucking with you. Oh, don't do that. Sure, once you say you don't like it. Kurenai remained silent. Naruto said, I thought so. Anyway, I'll see you later. He then turned around and headed toward the Hokage's tower. What a week. Yes. It began when that piece of shit Kakashi gave Minato the information about Jin. It did a ton of good because Minato admitted that he already knew everything about Jin. Yes, relying on Jiraiya's silence was a mistake. Even though it wasn't a crime to withhold the information, especially one that wasn't particularly relevant to Konoha's security, Yondaime used it as justification to assign Jin and Anko more D-rank missions. Then the shit started again. The only bright spot was that Anko made the most of his free evenings, and so the first half of the week proceeded. Then, in the midst of it all, Jin woke up beside a very inebriated, incredibly happy, and extremely nude Anko. I mean drunk as shit when I say that. A bird swooped in through the open window just as he was getting up and dressing. After giving himself a slap, he realized that this bird was actually carrying a letter from the Hokage, and that the entire village had likely heard Anko's cries the previous evening. For some reason, it seems that good old Yondaime needed them. Naruto gave Anko a fleeting glance and saw right away that she was too sick to move. Thus, he came alone after deciding that this was the only option. He found out there at the tower that apparently some fuck ambushed Team 8. The capture of Kurenai was the worst. Naturally, Minato was unable to locate a more suitable person to send. Naruto inhaled deeply. Well, he thought, touching a sword hilt in his pocket, at least it was refreshing and useful. A flashback? A kid? They send a kid after me? Naruto winced. Stop shouting, damn it. My head is killing me. Insolent boy. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? I don't really give a damn about who you are as long as you don't scream. We'll see about that. A shinobi who wished to remain anonymous pulled out a sword handle. I am Rokuju Aoi, and I have the sword of Raijin in my possession. Naruto arched a doubtful eyebrow. So, I'm invincible with it, and... I told you not to scream. Hishoken, crack. When the yellow energy blade destroyed his ice blade, Naruto cocked his head. Ha ha ha! Exclaimed Aoi. The sword of Raijin can cut through anything and... Amaterasu! Aoi cried out like a maniac as black flames suddenly engulfed his body. Oh fuck! Naruto angrily gripped his head. He walked slowly forward, picked up Raijin's sword, and put it in his pocket, saying, "Stupid motherfucker." He walked away after saying, "I warned you. Oh, and call me later and say if you were able to cut through this." Finish the flashback. Recalling the moment he discovered Kurenai, Naruto thought, damn, I thought I was going to rape her when I found her. I wonder tough, but thank God that idiot gave her some aphrodisiac. Why were we having sex for 2 days in a row when it should have only acted for an hour or so? Well, whatever. The reception girl said, "Ah, Kasaragi-kun," to him. Hey there, Jin gave her a wink. Is the Hokage here? The girl hesitated. He's here, yes, but, thanks, I'll find my way. She called for him, but Naruto had already departed. No, wait, she said. He muttered to himself, fucking Konoha and fucking reports. At least with Orochimaru there were no reports. All of a sudden, you fool, the Hokage yelled from his workspace. Naruto opened the door a little and peered inside, saying, huh? What do you know now? The number of people inside was abnormally high. Kakashi, Ibiki, Iruka, Minato himself, and his fucking wife. Hold on, Iruka? What on earth is this idiot doing here? He appears completely out of place among these guys. Iruka apologized. Pardon me, Hokage-sama. How could I know? I'm just a chunin. That's why you should have waited for me to return. But it was a grave matter and you said, not to disturb you. At this, Kushina and Minato both flushed. Kakashi said, there's no point in talking about it right now. What happened. Now we must fix this. Naruto's brows were knitted. What are they discussing? Minato let out a deep sigh. I know, damn, you idiot. Why did you send Tsubaki after him? Tsubaki. Left. Fucking shit. I have to go there. Naruto's thoughts were abruptly cut off when. But Sasuke is just a genin. I thought it would be appropriate to send a team of genins after him. Naruto only needed to hear that. Without hesitation, he leapt out of the hallway window and began sprinting in the direction of the main gates. The main gates. Hello, Azumo, Kotetsu. Ah, welcome back, Hayate-san. Kotetsu smiled as he said hello. How is your health? The Junin gave a nod. Fine, thank you. In fact, I felt so good that I finally got the guts to. To do what? Hayate scratched the back of his head, saying, well, I kind of asked Yugo the question. Azumo cried out in shock, oh, really? And? Hayate smiled like $1 million. Yup, she said yes. Kotetsu cheered. Oh boy, looks like we're gonna get drunk soon. When's the wedding? Hayate answered, the sooner the better. Yugo said she has a bad feeling about something, so we shouldn't delay it. Well, you know how women are. I sure do, but, Kotetsu said, squinting his eyes, is that Jin Kasaragi? Hayate and Azumo looked around. Jin Kasaragi was indeed racing toward them. Azumo said, looks like that's him. Where is he going though? He just got back and was not cleared by Hokage-sama to leave. As he crossed the road directly in front of Naruto's path, Hayate's brows furrowed. He started gravely, Jin Kasaragi. You are not authorized to leave. If you want to leave you should speak this matter with Hokage-sama and Musou. Without pausing, Naruto made an ice platform, leapt on top of it and sped toward Hayate. The Junin pulled out his blade. I'm warning you, Kasaragi. Tetsugeki. Naruto said, drawing his blade more quickly than the human eye can perceive and in a single horizontal motion. Slash. The head of Hayate was quickly taken off his shoulders. Hayate! Exclaimed Katetsu. Get this bastard. As they both began to chase Jin, Azumo exclaimed, on it, but soon realized that was not feasible. Fuck, he's too fast, we must tell this to Hokage-sama. The office of the Hokage Minato said, we need to assemble a team. Kakashi, you will be the leader. We'll need more Junins. Ibiki said, I suggest Guy, Asuma, and Anko. Minato said, Anko is out of it, again. Then Kurenai. She as well, damn, we'll need another member. Kushina proposed, say, what if we send that boy, Jin Kasaragi? Ibiki and Kakashi both yelled, no, simultaneously. Why not? Inquired the woman. He cares for Tsubaki and Minato said, I agree with them this time, sweetheart. I don't trust him, and trust is crucial in this mission. If Akatsuki will attack. All of a sudden. A crash. With a shout of, what the hell, Minato pulled out a few of his kunais. Sensei? What is the meaning of this? The Toad Hermit said, Minato, I apologize for the broken window, but we have a situation. Minato answered, indeed we do. Tsubaki went out without a Junin and the Sannin cut in, it's not important, it is very unlikely for Akatsuki to attack her now. And why is that? Jiraiya said, they will need to catch all other Biju first. But we have another problem. Call Kasaragi in here now. Ibiki tightened his jaw. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sama, but what can you possibly want with him? The Sannin let out a sigh. My contact from Ricefield Country managed to dig out some very disturbing information. The information is about Kasaragi. He stopped. First I managed to learn that Kasaragi was Orochimaru's student. Minato gave a nod. That explains his strength. What else? Oh, it's getting better. Apparently his goal is to kill Uchiha, Jiraiya said. Sounds familiar? Kakashi's brows went up. He wants to kill Sasuke? But that's illogical. He had plenty of opportunities to do that. In a whisper, Minato said, that's strange indeed. Do you have something more? I do, Jiraiya said solemnly. He has Sharingan. Yondaimi's eyes protruded from his head. Red eyes. Back then when I was fighting Orochimaru I saw a pair of burning red eyes. That's what I saw, Sharingan. It was Kasaragi, he put me in that coma. Ibiki smiled malevolently. I'll have him arrested in no time. No, I suggest we call him here. Let's not raise havoc if it can be avoided, replied Kakashi. Ignoring Kakashi and Ibiki, Jiraiya questioned, aren't you forgetting something, Minato? Minato hesitated. I am, but what? Then he raised his eyebrows. A barrier. We were surrounded by a barrier. He could not possibly enter unless. Sensei? Kakashi inquired anxiously. Yondaime ignored him, went to his desk, and pulled out a file. Jin Kasaragi was printed on the cover. Minato thought, I need to check it. His heart skipped a beat when he pulled out a pencil and drew 6 lines on Jin's cheeks. With a whisper, Kushina said, what's wrong, Minato? Jiraiya questioned, realized it, haven't you? Yondaime's hand was trembling a little as he pressed a button on his desk. Seiko. Bring me Jin Kasaragi this instant. There was a brief pause before the response arrived. But he went upstairs 20 minutes ago, Hokage-sama, I thought he was with you. Hokage's eyes grew wider still, don't tell me. Jiraiya said, he heard everything. Minato clenched his fist and struck his desk, saying, Ibiki. The Anbu commander snapped his fingers and nodded. In a puff of smoke, a lone woman wearing a cat mask and Anbu gear immediately emerged. You called, Ibiki-sama? You go. Bring me 2 squads now, this is an emergency? It was, Hi, she said. What is the mission? Ibiki started to say, the mission, but abruptly stopped when the door opened. Hokage-sama, Katetsu and Flushed Azumo hurried inside. We have major news. Ibiki responded, it can't be more important than what we have right now. Now I'll ask you to leave. But it's Jin Kasaragi. Minato pricked her ears. What about Kasaragi? Katetsu exclaimed, he has betrayed us, Hokage-sama. What do you mean betrayed? He escaped the village and what? When Katetsu saw Yugo, he swallowed the lump in his throat. It's Hayate-san. It hurt Yugo's heart. What about Hayate? Katetsu paused. He tried to stop Kasaragi on his way and Kasaragi, he killed him. Yugo collapsed to her knees as her legs failed her. No. Minato had yelled. Damn it all to hell. You will be the last member of the team, sensei. Protect Tsubaki and bring Kasaragi back, alive. Ibiki's gaze expanded. But Hokage-sama, I gave you my orders, your mission starts now. Alongside Naruto. I'm a roller, babe, I'm a rider, babe. Ha 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 ha. Naruto exclaimed as he rode his ice platform through the forest of Fire Country. Well, here goes my fucking cover. Bah, who cares? I won't need it anymore. The only thing that matters is to catch up with little Sasuke. I wonder who good old Orochi sent to retrieve him. As he finished speaking, a massive Choji materialized nearby in midair. A crash. There was a huge impact as Choji's enormous body collapsed. Holy shit! Cried Naruto. I swear Konoha reminds me of circus. They consider transformation from one huge fat useless piece of trash to one enormous fat useless piece of trash a jutsu. Ridiculous. Still, let's check this out. Further on. I never expected to use level 2 against a loser like you. But now that I did, it's over. Smack. Choji collapsed onto his back and transformed back into his original shape. He thought, damn, this guy is too strong. There's only one pill left, but if I take it. All of a sudden. Looks like two pieces of trash have found each other. When Choji's opponent recognized the voice, they leapt. Rattlesnake. Smiling, Naruto said, long time no see, Hirobu. Did you miss me? Hirobu assumed a combat stance and said, not nearly so. Naruto said, that's what I always liked about you, the honesty. After all, only a dumb piece of shit will tell the truth to his enemy. What do you want, Rattlesnake? HM. Jen laughed. I want to get blowjobs every morning. But if you meant from you, tell me, did Orochimaru send you morons after the Uchiha? Yes. Kimimaro? No. That's good to know. Hirobu stiffened. I'll ask again. Why are you here, Rattlesnake? The blonde began with an evil smile. Oh, sorry. I just came to see your fight, and it was so pathetic that I decided to simply kill both of you. Hirobu tightened his jaw. Don't compare me with this piece of trash. Naruto chuckled enthusiastically. Why not? After all, you're completely the same. We're nothing alike. Oh really? Because if my memory serves me correctly, you were the weakest among the six. And this loser, Jin glanced at Choji. Well, I don't know who exactly came along with him, but I'm sure he was the weakest among them. Yeah, total loser. He was unaware that his words caused Choji more pain than anything Hirobu had ever caused him. I'm not going down without a fight, Rattlesnake. Naruto gave a snort. Fight? You? Don't bullshit me, you can't do that. Grr. Snarled Hirobu. I became much stronger, now you will see for yourself, ha. Naruto laughed as he saw the big teenager rush at him at his top speed. That's the key word. He appeared to move in slow motion from Naruto's perspective. Hirobu struck with his right hand, saying, take this, crushing palm, but... Slash. Afterward, it was cut off. Hirobu cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees. Naruto made fun of it, saying, stronger you say? I see no difference. Fuck you, Rattlesnake. You may kill me, but you won't catch up with others. They should be in Otogakure by now. At this, Naruto simply smiled malevolently and lifted Hirobu's head by his hair, staring him in the eye. Is that so? He asked with a laugh. He then dropped Hirobu's head and grabbed his sword by the handle, saying, well, I think that all your friends are already dead, Fubuki. Hirobu's head was abruptly and visibly taken off his shoulders. With his blade sheathed, Naruto said, one down. He turned to go when he heard, 3 to go. Cough, Jin. Choji was barely able to stand when the blonde looked over his shoulder. Oh, so you're still alive. A shame, Choji knitted his brows. You're not our reinforcements, are you? Naruto pretended to be surprised. Wow, did you guess it by yourself, or someone told you? Shoji said, you traitor. He pulled out the red pill and said, I will not let you reach the others. Then. I will. Hishokan. Shoji looked down in disbelief. What? A blade of ice protruded from his stomach. Naruto jumped away after saying, I have no time to waste on you, useless garbage. Shoji muttered, I'm sorry, Shikamaru, as the shadows engulfed him. Looks like, I was no good, after all. Naruto is back. As Naruto flew through the forest once more, he sang, so ease down, and wrap your legs around me babe. Wrap your legs around me babe. He looked down and remarked, I wonder who will be the next Oppa. Now that's unexpected. What was so surprising? Hinata was, in fact, seated beneath a tree. Although she was battered and bruised, Naruto could not see any serious injuries. Oh no, he wasn't surprised by that. What happened was that his former teammate Kitamura's body was lying 5 meters away from her. A dead body, to be exact. To be sure, Naruto even turned on his Sharingan. As he leapt off his ice platform and landed in front of Hinata, he thought, yep, dead as dead can be. Wah! The girl made a sharp attempt to stand up but was unsuccessful. She was too worn out to stand. Jin-kun. With a smile, Naruto said, hey there, girl. You did quite a number on that loser I see. Hinata nodded, hi. He was very strong, but He? Strong? Snapped Naruto. Don't be ridiculous. He was just a dumb piece of trash like the rest of his team. Well, it did not seem this way to me. I know better, believe me. And how is that? Why, I was his team leader after all, explained Naruto with a sly smile. Hinata's gaze expanded. Jin-kun, yup, me. Are you here to help us? He answered. Well, no, actually no. He held out his right hand and said, I betrayed Konoha and I'm trying to catch up with little Sasuke so I can kill him. As for you, Hisho. Hinata wasn't even making an effort to fight. Her large white eyes simply stared at him. Lowering his hand, Naruto said, then again, he gave her a wink before turning to leave, saying, it's not like you're in any condition to stop me. Consider this a token of respect for killing this moron. Oh, and when you see the Hokage, tell him I said, go fuck yourself. Further on. Tayuya prayed, damn, and hid behind a tree. Fucking bitch of sand, before she arrived. Everything was going so well. I'm going to give this jerk a serious beating for bringing me into this mess, I promise. Additionally. Kuchios. Kiri mai. Tayuya's eyes grew wide as she looked around the tree. She cried out, holy fucking shit, as she watched trees being cut to tiny pieces by the wind. I could really use some help. This is incredible, said Shikamaru. There is no way she can dodge that. Tamari grinned. You bet she can't, all of a sudden. Hyoku Getsume. When her summon was struck by an arrow of ice, the Sand Kunoichi cried out in shock, what? Daisuke Ishiwatari's Gluttony Fang is the opening song. Move over baby. Get on your knees. I'm gonna drive this little red love machine. Tayuya grinned and closed her eyes. I knew you would come, shithead. Naruto landed next to her and inquired, had you any doubts? Jin. Exclaimed Tamari. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes and said, what are you doing here, Kasaragi? With Tayuya in his arms, Naruto said, now that's an interesting question. Well, did you miss me, bitch? The girl gave a sly smile back. After saying, you bet I did, asshole, she put her arms around his head and gave him a passionate, long-lasting kiss. What? Tamari exclaimed, startled. Shikamaru said, just as I suspected. Tayuya and Naruto broke their lip lock in the meantime. Huff, you fucking piece of shit. Leaving me hanging for so long. What gentleman leaves his lady without a good fuck? Naruto smiled and asked, did I tell you that I like you more in this form? Besides, couldn't you find a suitable replacement while I was gone? She said, no fucking way. The only one who I could allow to touch me is Kimimaro, and we both know he's a fucking gay. Naruto sighed and said, yeah, sad but true, so tell me, where is our little Sasuke-kun? Tayuya nibbled on her bottom lip. Well, there were complications. Naruto stopped grinning. Continue. With a sigh, the red-haired girl returned to her level 2 form. Everything was going according to your plan, until Kimimaro came. Naruto gave him a face slap. I should have known. Is the Uchiha in the barrel? Tayuya nodded, yes, but you should hurry, he will break out soon. Alright, looks like I will have to finish my business with Kimimaro first, Jin said. Now you know what to do. Go you know where and prepare for the you know what. Tayuya nodded once more. Got it. She gestured to Temari and Shikamaru and asked, what about these two? I'll deal with them. Now go. After performing multiple hand seals, Tayuya vanished in a cloud of smoke. Naruto turned to Temari and Shikamaru and said, now then. Let's deal with you first. Shikamaru glared and said, I always knew you were a traitor, Kasaragi. Naruto gave a snort. Sure, for what good it did. I will not let you advance any further, Hishoken. Gah. Jin muttered. Damn, I missed, as he saw Shikamaru's shoulder pierced by his blade. He looked at Temari, who had been watching him expectantly the entire time, and said, I won't miss again. And she instantly knew what to do when he made a small head gesture in the direction of the alleged genius. Hishoken. Crack. Oh. Naruto pretended to be shocked when Temari used her fan to smash his ice blade. Do you really want to face me, girl? Remember what I did to your brother? Temari realized it was her turn to talk. As she assisted Shikamaru in standing up, she said, TCH. We can't win this battle. We have to retreat. Shikamaru answered, it's troublesome, but you're right. I will not forget this, Kasaragi. Jin remarked, sure, you do that, pal. Before they vanished in a cloud of smoke. Now then, time to settle the score. Alongside the Konoha team, Jiraiya asked Pakun, one of Kakashi's summons, what's our status? I can sense someone's presence nearby and we're catching up to Tsubaki-san's team but Jin Kasaragi is outrunning us. His scent is becoming weaker. Guy exclaimed, you mean he's actually moving faster than we do? Pakun stated, it's not just that. I can't smell him on the ground or trees. There is only a faint presence in the wind. It's like he's flying. Kakashi remarked, he's probably using that Musou technique of his. I saw him use it against Zabuza. And Jiraiya swore, damn it, number matter, we just need to get to Tsubaki-chan until he does anything. Hey, Yugo. Yugo. Huh. Enbu, wearing a cat mask, jolted out of her reverie. Yes, what is it, Kakashi-senpai? Junin in the mask sighed. Look, Yugo, I understand how you feel. I have no idea what motivated Minato-sensei to issue that capture live order, but he did, and it is our responsibility to obey him. Yugo balled her fists and said, you get what I'm saying? Not in my opinion. That bastard took away my team. He took away Hayate. He entered our village and threw our kindness in our face. She yelled at him. And until I see him die, I won't give up. Kakashi said, well, that is just, while briefly closing his eyes. Everyone, halt. Jiraiya gave the order, and the group stopped moving forward. Jiraiya-sama, what is it? Guy inquired. Pointing with his finger, the Toad Sannin said, look there. Asama's eyes grew wide. That's Choji, he yelled and hurried to his students' support. As they approached, Guy cried out, oh my god, everyone else remained silent, but their thoughts were the same. A blade of ice protruded from Akamichi Choji's stomach as he lay on his back in a pool of his own blood. Kasaragi. You son of a bitch, just wait, yelled Yugo angrily. Slow down, Yugo. You're not helping, Jiraiya said. What's his status? With a sigh of relief, Asuma checked his student's pulse and said, he's alive, but seriously injured. He must be admitted to the hospital right away. Very well, said the Toad Summoner, nodding. Asuma, I think you ought to handle it. He is, after all, your pupil. Asuma picked up Choji and said, hi. Make sure to kick Kasaragi's ass for me. I'm sure I will, Yugo said. All right, moving out. Naruto is back. Ryuusei Bakuryu. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Jumping out of the tree he was hiding behind, Naruto exclaimed, it appears that Tanuki-kun made the decision to wrap this up. He remarked as he observed how Gaara's jutsu altered the scenery below from his ice platform. Oh. As he was ensnared and buried beneath a great deal of sand, Kimimaro grunted. Hey. It appears that Kimi-chan was apprehended, Naruto made a humorous remark. Taiso Sabaku. It hurts, Naruto sighed, and here I actually thought that I'll have a chance to finish him up myself. And fucked. He winced. Nice knowing you, Kimi-chan. All of a sudden. Blast. Already in level 2 form, Kimimaro bounded out of the sand and charged directly at Gaara. When Naruto saw that, he truly grinned and said, dude, this guy is so obstinate. Despite the sand user's efforts to stop it, Kimimaro managed to get to Gaara and gave him a forceful punch to the face, knocking him down. Yeah. Gaara's body rolled on the floor, and he gasped. Is your sand defense limited to that? Kimimaro mocked, creating a sharp spike from his hand. Die. Gaara's only option was to widen his eyes at his approaching foe, but Konoha Senpu, smack. As he was struck in the face by Rock Lee, Kimimaro gave a menacing growl. Grr. You again. This is the last time you have obstructed me. He was about to rush at Lee and finish him off when sand started to swirl around Gaara madly. What the? I'm not going to give up my new dream just yet. I won't lose, the red-headed one yelled, even if I have to use its power once more. What power is he talking about? Kimimaro asked, cocking his head to the side. From his hiding spot, Naruto thought, Oppa. I think not. Gra. Gaara's right arm was already covered in sand when Tanuki-chan, don't move too quickly. Jin Kasaragi swiftly applied a tiny paper seal to Gaara's forehead after leaping over his head in a spinning somersault. Just before he passed out, the sand user's eyes slowly rolled into the back of his head as he gasped in shock. Be careful, happily, Naruto said. Kasaragi-kun. Lee said, bewildered, what are you doing? Naruto ignored him and turned to face Kimimaro, saying, hello, Kimi-chan, again. How do you feel? He made fun of it. Eyes narrowed, Kimimaro said, Jin, I'm glad you're here. How so? Said the blonde, raising an eyebrow. Because now I can die by your hand instead of dying like trash from illness. I see, Naruto assumed a fighting stance. Well, since it appears that neither of us has much free time, how about we get right to the point? With a similar response, Kimimaro said, I was about to suggest that. Hold on. Lee stepped forward and asked, what is? However, he was prevented from finishing because Hishoken. Hesendan. Kimimaro and Naruto both fired their favorite projectiles, but the problem is that they both shot at Lee. The green-clad genin narrowly avoided it, but it was a close call. The final Kaguya uttered, this is a duel between Jin and me. Get lost, trash. You heard the man, clown, Naruto smiled, scram now. Lee scowled at them, saying, I'm not going to give up, I'll demonstrate my superior ninja skills in. Lee's jaw dropped in disbelief as Jin glanced over his shoulder and said, I've had enough of you. Sharingan? However, that isn't possible. Shiranui, Genjutsu. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Lee was encircled by darkness and a number of blue flames that were gradually moving toward him. No, he cried in terror. No, retreat. Leave. Oh my goodness. After Lee hit the ground face first, Naruto laughed and said, fucking Konoha pests. Jin, before we begin, were you able to accomplish your goals in Konoha? Komamaro inquired. I did actually. I see, that's good. With furrowed brows, Naruto asked, why is that good? Because despite everything I still consider you my friend, Kimimaro said, closing his eyes. Even after I actually murdered you? After a moment, the albino said, yes, even after that. Now grant me the glorious end I seek. Naruto's lips curled into a tiny grin. Very well, old friend. Think of this as my farewell present. Two friends then charged at one another and swung their weapons at each other. Clang. The end of the valley. Sasuke. The final Uchiha halted his attack and slowly pivoted. Ah, so it is you, he said. I never expected you to come here and try to stop me. Sasuke. What in hell are you doing? Angrily, Tsubaki yelled, what made you leave the village? Sasuke merely cocked his head sideways. I have nothing in this worthless village. To defeat him, I need power. For that reason, I'm traveling to Orochimaru. TCH. Tsubaki flung her Hiraishin kunai over the river, and then she was hovering over Sasuke, ready to strike with her fist. You bastard. Smack. Sasuke was struck in the face by Tsubaki's punch. Are you finished? If so, then get off me, he said calmly. I still have to go. Stop talking. Tsubaki screamed and punched him once more. You want power? Smack. The ability to stop the person who murdered your family. Smack. You'll stop at nothing to obtain it? Smack. Even turn on those who love you. Sasuke caught her fist like it was nothing when she attempted to punch him again. Are you worried about me? With a low growl, he said, how dare you? Oh. When he threw her off of him so forcefully that she flew several feet backwards, Tsubaki gasped. Huff, huff. Sasuke did his best to control his rage. How dare. She never anticipated this response from him, and Tsubaki's eyes widened. Sasuke, what are you discussing? You are my, of course, and I love you. Friend? Yes, I did think so too, until the last mission, that is, he interrupted. You were heard? I heard it all. What are you discussing? You and Kasaragi were alone on the ship at that time. What you said was heard by me. With a startled expression, Tsubaki said, Sasuke, you're. That's behind us now, the Uchiha said, turning away from her. Leave me alone and return to your beloved Jin-kun. You know I can't do that, the girl said as she slowly got to her feet. You're still a Konoha ninja. Sasuke threw away his headband and declared, not anymore. I'm not going to come back, Tsubaki. I don't want to fight with you, so leave now. The girl assumed a combat stance and said, I don't want to fight you too, but if it means getting you home, I will. Sasuke closed his eyes and said, I see. His Sharingan was already activated when he opened them. Then you leave me no choice. Naruto is back. Clang clang clang. Hyojin Tuga. As he swung his sword, Naruto sent his opponent a searing wave of ice. Swiftly evading the assault, Kimimaro charged forward and delivered a double-edged blow. Mai Tsubaki no. Hiransu. Naruto retaliated by freezing both swords and then chopping them down. Kimimaro grunted and fashioned two new blades from his shoulders, saying, TCH. Jin, you're just as good as ever. He smiled and said, I'm honored to call you my friend. To his surprise, Naruto returned the smile, saying, same here, buddy. A shame, really, I wish we had met before you met Orochimaru, he said, scowling. Even on your deathbed, you fight like a lion. Yes, I do wish the same thing, but, cough. Naruto's eyebrows shot up when Kimimaro started coughing uncontrollably. Fuck it. My body is beginning to give out on me. Then I guess we should finish this quickly, Jin said, his smile fading. Kimimaro shakily got to his feet and said, that we do, but will you hear my final request? Naruto nodded, yes. What is it? I want you to use that move. Kimimaro replied. I want to try and overcome it one last time. Naruto assumed a fighting stance and said, very well, come. Thank you, old friend, and farewell, Kimimaro said with a sincere smile, ha. Naruto watched with some sadness as his opponent charged at him at full speed, struck him with his blades, and then. Kokujin, clang. Yukikaze. After a few moments of standing still side by side, Naruto and Kimimaro finally. Kimimaro muttered, how, fast, just before splash. His chest exploded with a stream of blood. Oh, he collapsed onto his back as the final Kaguya fell. Cough, cough, looks like, I couldn't beat it after all. Continuing to remain still, Naruto refused to look at his fallen comrade. The Uchiha escaped, cough, he will try to reach Orochimaru-sama on his own, cough. That red-haired girl went after him. Kimimaro went on, I thank you, Jin Kasaragi, for giving me this final battle. Kimimaro Kaguya exhaled his final breath after saying, find them, Jin. Fulfill your dream. And promise me that you will give me a rematch when we meet again. Naruto ran his hand through his hair and yelled, HN. No Kimimaro, you will never be able to make it to the lowest circle of hell, and we will never cross paths again. After all, you were never a traitor. Goodbye, old friend. The Valley of the End, Chidori, Rasengan. Blast. When their jutsu collided, Sasuke and Tsubaki were both flung backwards. Huff. Huff. Have you had enough? The girl, breathing heavily, asked. Tsubaki. Screw you. Why do you insist so much? Get out of here and let me go. Never, I will never abandon a friend, she retorted. Sasuke clenched his jaw and said, what a dumb girl. I'll just get away again, even if you beat me and bring me back. You have to kill me if you want to keep me from leaving. Are you able to accomplish that? Tsubaki stopped, glancing down, and said, no, I'm not. However, are you? What? Sasuke's eyes widened. What are you discussing? You spoke about your revenge and your hatred. She slowly got up. You said it was already too late to save you. It is. Then demonstrate it. Throwing a kunai at his feet, Tsubaki yelled, take this knife and stab it in my heart. At that point, I'll think you're not who I knew. Are you crazy? You want me to murder you? Tsubaki opened her arms and said, yes, I am. She invited him to comply, saying, you mentioned that you desired power. Tell me how much. Oh no. You fool. Picking up the kunai, Sasuke charged at Tsubaki, halting the blade just inches from her throat. Go ahead and do it. Tell me how much you can give up to get stronger. You will never be as strong as him. You can't beat him as you are. In his mind, he saw two Sharingan eyes, the same ones he had seen that day. Do it. I can't do it. I will never be able to do it, Sasuke said, dropping the kunai and backing away. Tsubaki's expression was dejected. Sasuke, he kept murmuring, damn you, Tsubaki. I will never get strong. I will never get my revenge. You did it, but why? Why did you cause me to feel this way? I promise you won't be alone again, Sasuke, Tsubaki said, taking a step toward him. I'll help you get stronger because you're my friend. And I swear to accompany you if you ever track down the person you want to exact revenge on. Sasuke gave her a startled look and asked, are you telling the truth? The redhead grinned and said, obviously, or, mister, are you accusing me of lying? HMHMHM ha ha ha. No, I am not. You sure know how to lighten the mood, Sasuke chuckled. Yes, are you prepared to return? Let's go, I suppose. Sasuke nodded. Sasuke's head turned abruptly as a shadow suddenly loomed over them. What is it? When he unexpectedly spotted Jin Kasaragi descending toward them while performing a stunning spinning somersault, his eyes widened. Take care of it, Naruto shouted, landing on one knee, drawing Yukianisa and stabbing it into the ground. Raitu. Oh. When Sasuke was suddenly covered in ice from his shoulders to his toes, leaving only his head, he gasped in agony. What are you doing, Jin? He already agreed to come back, shouted Tsubaki. At this, Naruto arched an eyebrow. Oh really? So you were able to convince him? My girl is that? She isn't your type, Sasuke growled. Jin looked over at Tsubaki and said, you're not? No, Jin I still, Tsubaki said, his eyes widening in surprise. The only one is you. He grinned as he said, well, it doesn't matter in one way or the other. What do you mean that it is irrelevant? Tsubaki inquired. HMHMHMHMHM, Naruto laughed. I mean, I'm really appreciative of you both. Your presence here will ultimately make my dream come true. Kasaragi, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? Sasuke yelled. Naruto shrugged and remarked, more like insane. You're frightening me, Jin, said Tsubaki, let him go. Release him? You see, my entire Konoha campaign was about this very moment, Naruto said with a smirk that turned to an evil grin. Sorry, sweetheart, but I can't do that. The eyes of Tsubaki grew wide. Konoha campaign? I hate myself for doing this, but it will be better for everyone, Naruto said, pausing, his smile growing. Yep, campaign. Konoha was too trusting, I always said. Oh, and by the way, thank you. You added a lot of entertainment value to my work, especially at night. Ha 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 ha. How come you're saying that? Horror began to seep into Tsubaki's soul, causing her to stammer. Jin's grin broke. Simple, I'm saying I don't need Konoha anymore, I don't need you anymore. Something broke in Tsubaki's chest. Why you're lying? You claim to love me, so it can't be. Well, I never really said that, Naruto shrugged. Additionally, you're simply too good for my taste. I'm not my type, but I'm always courteous and always apologize to everyone. Tsubaki lost it at that moment. You, bastard, she charged at him and punched him in the head. The blonde kicked her stomach in response, saying, not very smart. Oh. As air was forced out of her, Tsubaki let out a painful gasp. Tsubaki. Sasuke let out a furious scream, you motherfucker. Naruto corrected her, saying, son of a bitch, please. I could never bring myself to fuck that, well bitch. He then took Tsubaki by the hair and raised her head, saying, come to think of it, I had better options. Oh. When Naruto threw her away by her hair, Tsubaki yelled once more and shakily got to her feet, saying, cough. How could you do this to me? With a shrug, Naruto said, I'm a rattlesnake. Jin, damn you. Well, I really did love you, and this is how you betrayed me. Now, Naruto said, I'll even go so far as to say that I kind of like you despite your goodness. Actually, it's not so bad. They would have already died if it had been anyone else. He gestured toward Konoha and said, leave this place now. I don't want to kill you, so I'm giving you this one chance. I swear you won't see me ever again if you do that. With a scowl, Tsubaki pulled out a three-pronged kunai and said, I refuse. With a disappointed sigh, Naruto said, a shame, then don't blame me for what happens to you. Cease. Sasuke cried out, don't involve her. It's just between you and me. You want me, don't you? Funny, ha 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 ha. Naruto let out a loud laugh and said, you, ha ha. Do you really believe I'm here for you? Uchiha? Stop flattering yourself. I'll just get rid of you if the person I'm truly after doesn't show up. I'll not allow you to do that. Tsubaki hurled her kunai and yelled, Hiraishin no Jutsu. The only thing Naruto did was roll his eyes, grab the kunai that was coming at him, and launch it into the air. What? She appeared 15 feet above the ground, and Tsubaki asked in bewilderment. Naruto waved his hand and said, don't be so surprised. I know exactly how to counter this jutsu, Hishoken. Gosh. Tsubaki swore and sidestepped the attack by tossing her kunai. Hey, I'm actually out of time to play with you kids, but smart, the blonde said, clapping his hands. Konoha is already aware of my treachery, and I have no doubt that they have dispatched a team to either kill or capture me. Therefore, he swiftly pulled out his sword and laid its tip against Sasuke's neck. Stop. Tsubaki let out a scream. Stop talking. I know you're here, Nii-san. Naruto snapped at her. Sasuke will lose his head if you don't get your ass out here. Nothing. Are you intoxicated, Kasaragi? Sasuke shouted, no one is here. Nobody? Naruto pondered. Well, I suppose your head is cut off. He lifted his sword to attack, but then. A voice said, do not do this. Who is present? Tsubaki looked around anxiously before asking. Oh, with a crazy smile. Naruto pulled his sword away from Sasuke's throat and yelled, so you've finally emerged, Nii-san. According to Jiraiya, there they are. Check them for life signs. A number of Anbu moved forward to see how the bodies of Sabaku no Gaara and Rock Lee were doing. Regarding Lee, one Anbu member stated, he's alive. However, he is caught in a genjutsu, a pretty strong one at that. I won't be able to dispel it. I see, what about the other one? Another Anbu member said, same here. The only difference is that his forehead has an odd seal in place of genjutsu. You say a seal? Surprised, Jiraiya approached to examine. Well, a demon restriction seal, she said. Finding one of these lying around is not very common. Kasaragi's work, no doubt. Kakashi replied. I saw him use it on Gaara back during the finals of the Chunin exam. Jiraiya whispered, I wonder if he made it himself. Jiraiya-sama, another body has been discovered. Are you also unconscious? Not now, you should have a look. Who is this, I wonder? Jiraiya asked, seeing Kimamero's motionless body on the ground, with a happy smile on his face. Is he one of ours? Kakashi pointed and said, no, look at his chest. A cursed seal, huh? With all that blood on him, I missed it. Kakashi, what are your thoughts? How about? What might have caused him to smile so broadly in his final moments? Well, with a hint of rage in her voice, Yugo interrupted. I apologize for interrupting your philosophical discussion, but could we please go on? I will not allow Kasaragi to escape. With a sigh, Jiraiya said, all right, let's go. Naruto is back. Antares from the Tekken 5 soundtrack opens. In profound shock, Sasuke muttered, Itachi, why you're alive? Not for long, Nii-san, I've been waiting for this, Naruto said. Finally, my dream will come true. Hold on. It was you who attempted to kidnap me at that time, Tsubaki yelled. After giving her a fleeting glance, Itachi turned back to Naruto and said, let them go. It's just between you and me. Release them. As for Tsubaki-chan, she is free to go, Naruto said with a laugh. On the other hand, Sasuke-kun. He smiled malevolently and pressed the tip of his blade to Sasuke's throat once more, saying, no fucking way. I promise you won't get away like you did the last time because of him. If you do, Amaterasu's flames will swallow Sasuke alive, causing him to die a slow and agonizing death. Leave him, and I'll give you what you want, Uzumaki, Itachi said, his eyes narrowing. Uzumaki. Sasuke stumbled. Younger Uchiha's heart stopped beating as Naruto began to slowly turn his head and looked over his shoulder at Sasuke. Jin's two Sharingan eyes were fixed on him. HMMMMHMHMHMHM. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that expression of yours is priceless. Naruto laughed heartily. Why you? Sasuke let out a furious scream. Yes, I do. Me. The man you want to kill so badly. What do you know about me standing here in front of you? There is nothing you can do. Ah. Sasuke let out an even louder scream. Let me go, I'll murder you. Stop talking. With a backhand across Sasuke's face, Naruto retorted, "You should know your place because you are nothing more than bait. As for you, do you have even the faintest notion of what I want?" He glared at Itachi. Itachi said, "My head obviously. You fool, it always was and always will be," yelled Naruto back. "I don't give a damn about your dick, ass, or head. Since you promised to give me what I want, I'd like Makoto-san to return. Return her to me, and I'll free your worthless sibling." Itachi's brows went up. This was definitely not what he had anticipated. "You can't, can you? Well, dear Sasuke-kun will remain exactly where he is at this moment." Naruto smiled back. "Do you want him to be free? Then you must first murder me." "Naruto?" Itachi and Naruto both turned to face a wide-eyed Tsubaki. "You're Naruto, aren't you?" Yes, I am Naruto. Did you actually murder the Uchiha clan?" Naruto grinned broadly at this. "No, Uzumaki, don't do this," fearfully, Itachi yelled, "tell them nothing." "Oh, and it's a fantastic idea. In my opinion, it's time to expose the entire truth about that act," Naruto said. Itachi gritted his teeth and said, "If Sasuke learns." "No, I have to think of something fast. Damn, let's hope this works." "You know it was necessary, Naruto." The blonde's grin vanished instantly. Just what did you say?" he muttered. "You know that a civil war could break out," Itachi said. "Yosh, it worked. I have to bring up his full rage, it had to be done in order to prevent that from happening." Mangekyo replaced the typical Sharingan in Naruto's gaze. "Necessary? Essential? Do you think I was interested in your pitiful clan? You're even more of a fool than I imagined. I wished they would go away. I desired their removal. I would have been Makoto-san's only companion if they had all perished. However, no, instead of her, that piece of garbage was spared." Once more, he gave Sasuke a backhand across the face. Tsubaki pondered. "Makoto? Wasn't that Sasuke's mother's name?" With anger beginning to take over his thoughts, Naruto said, "And now, too much time has gone by. Additionally, Makoto-san is lonely and is eager to meet one of us, which she will do today. They say payback is a bitch, but your payback will come in the form of a monster," he said, adopting a combat stance. "A monster you made up, and as soon as I'm done with you, I'll send your beloved brother so that you can all be a happy, fucking family once more. Ni-san, it's time to die." Itachi's eyes widened as Naruto suddenly materialized directly in front of him. "He's quick." Clang. Itachi was able to use his own blade to block Naruto's blade, but all of a sudden. "Fuck." Naruto let out a grunt and threw himself back. Itachi said, "I see, I already realized it. Sword of Totsuka," Naruto said, glaring at the blade. Itachi nodded and said, "Yes, one of the fabled blades. You have one yourself, so I'm not shocked that you recognized it so fast." Naruto straightened up once more and said, "TCH. Do you really think it can save you? I will not spare you, not even the King of Hell." Itachi urged Naruto to reconsider, saying that one blow would end his life. "If you will listen, we can still stop this." "Never. This is preferable to having a persistent chest ache." As he rushed forward and clashed with Itachi once more, Naruto yelled, "But even if I die, I'll make sure that you die immediately after." Hospital Konohagakure no Sato. "Oh, good day, Hokage-sama. How may I be of assistance? What am I supposed to do?" "Now get me Tsunade," Minato yelled, frightening everyone in his path. Hi, immediately. Minato gritted his teeth and said, "TCH. Is it really possible that my troubled past has returned to haunt me?" "Minato? What do you think you're doing? Storming in here and calling me all of a sudden?" Tsunade asked bewilderedly. "Just now, I was in the middle of an operation." "Get rid of that." Angrily, Yondaime retorted, "We need to talk, alone." "But, now, all right," Tsunade sighed, "join me." The office of Tsunade. "All right. Why did you come here yourself and why is that so important? Do you possess a blood sample from Jin Kasaragi?" Minato cut him off. "What, Kasaragi?" Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. "Don't make me say it again." "Kasaragi's blood," the Hokage yelled. "Have you got it?" The medic waved her hand and said, Hi, but why would you need it?" "I need you to perform a quick DNA test." "A DNA test? With whom?" Minato held out his left hand and said, "With me." "You can't be serious," Tsunade said, raising her eyebrows. He merely gave her a scowl. "Yes, you are." "Oh no, why do you think that?" "Tsunade, just take the damn test." After taking a sample of Minato's blood with an empty syringe, the medic said, "TCH. There's better be a good damn reason for this, she said, looking at the blood under a microscope. There is, said Yondaime. Yeah, right, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes and substituting Naruto's blood for Minato's. Oh, my fucking god, she said, her face suddenly devoid of color. Just as I have feared, Minato said, closing his eyes in embarrassment. When Tsunade finally forced herself to look away from the microscope, she turned to Minato and said, I suggest you start explaining, and I suggest you start it now. It all began 14 years ago, when Kyuubi attacked, Yondaime said, inhaling deeply. The Valley of the End, oh. Itachi gasped as Naruto gave him a crushing kick to the ribs, sending him flying backwards, but he could strike in any circumstance, so. Kaden. Jutsu no Bukaku. Hey. Naruto drew his sword and laughed, saying, Tuga Hyojin. When a massive wave of ice split Itachi's fireball in two and kept moving in his direction, his eyes widened. Fuck it. He swore, but Itachi's body vanished and changed into a pack of crows just before ice struck him. HM. Naruto laughed, slowly turning to face a fatigued Itachi. Ni-san. You're losing it. I had higher expectations of you. After all, I spent the best part of my life training to kill you, and this is all you can do? Itachi clenched his teeth. He was losing to a child, so why, perhaps Naruto's Mangekyo was in use the entire time. Of course, Itachi didn't have that luxury, but still. If it keeps going this way, it looks like I won't be able to scratch him at all. The Uchiha genius got to his feet slowly, closed his eyes, and then opened them suddenly. Oh, it appears that you're finally beginning to take things seriously, Naruto said with an evil smile. Well, to get you to take this seriously, I was already considering amputating your brother's limb. I'm happy I can put that off for later. There was a narrowing of Itachi's eyes. I will not let you harm him. You must first murder me, Naruto yelled. Your brother's life is forfeit as long as I live. Looks like he's beyond reason. I must force him to withdraw, Itachi glared. Then he charged directly at his opponent and fought him in Kenjutsu once more, but this time they were surprisingly evenly matched. Sasuke watched the battle from the sidelines, his heart pounding rapidly, nearly completely covered in ice. I have to leave here and help him. This is Naruto. I have to kill him. I have to break the ice somehow. Brother. He's alive. He's fighting to save me, he thought. All of a sudden. Pissed, Sasuke. Looking over his shoulder, younger Uchiha said, Tsubaki? Yes, it's me. The young lady replied. I'll try to get you out of here, but you must promise that you will help me defeat Jin. Yes, I will. Sasuke answered right away. Defeat, but not kill. Tsubaki clarified himself. With wide eyes, Sasuke said, but Tsubaki, he's. I want to speak with him again, but the girl interrupted, saying, Naruto, I know. Once he's down, I'll let you go if you swear not to kill him. He hissed, TCH, fine. Come on, we have to assist my brother. Tsubaki pulled out a kunai and said, hi, but then. Be careful. The daughter of Hokage glanced over just in time to notice. Clang. Two swords slamming into each other directly in front of her face. The fact that Jin's sword was halted just inches from her neck, however, was what really caught her off guard. Jin. I told you to leave. Naruto said, frowning. I said that I don't want to kill you, and that's true. However, if you get in the way of my plans again, I will do that. He then swung his sword at Tsubaki once more after kicking Itachi away from him. But before the blade hit her, she recovered in time to vanish in a flash of red. As Tsubaki reappeared next to Itachi, Naruto calmly exclaimed, I see, so that's how it is. Tsubaki, her kunai poised to strike, said, you are not the person I knew, you are not the person I loved. You're forcing my hand, Jin. All Naruto did was cock his head to the side. Tsubaki went on, so now you left me with no choice but, the next words failed her because Naruto also pulled out a kunai. He said, silly girl. Let me demonstrate to you the pointlessness of your endeavors. Itachi said gravely, be careful, Tsubaki-san. Things are going to get much harder. However, my father owns that kunai no jutsu cage. Leap. Itachi yelled and followed suit. Useless in your case, Ni-san. Grinned Naruto. With a shout, he vanished in a burst of yellow. Dude. While performing emergency kawarimi with a rock, Itachi swore. Slash. After severing the rock in two, Naruto exclaimed, ah, I hoped that would be you, Ni-san. Itachi hissed, throwing away his Akatsuki cloak at once, tch. Naruto said, HMHMHM, clever, but useless. I spread these lovely little kunais throughout the region. How? That's not possible, Tsubaki exclaimed in surprise. This jutsu can only be performed by my father's blood relatives. Hehehehe. Naruto chuckled and said, Tsubaki-chan, why don't you ask your beloved parents this question? Gosh, Tsubaki-san, I need your assistance, Itachi dialed. Hi. What do I have to do? The girl inquired. I'll supply the diversion. Naruto's eyes widened as Itachi said, once I say, now, you must go and free Sasuke. Then, take him and run directly to Konoha. He won't follow you there, I'm sure. Itachi-san, I get it, but what about you? No, I have to stay, said the elder Uchiha, shaking his head. It's between Naruto and me, but this needs to be resolved. You two shouldn't be hurt in the crossfire, in my opinion. Ni-san, how honorable of you. Tisk, tisk, tisk. There is just one minor issue with your plan, Naruto sarcastically said. You won't get any help from her. No. Itachi's eyes widened. Everything happened in a flash. 2 yellow flashes, 1 red flash, and then... Slash. Tsubaki, Hospital Konohagakure no Sato. All right, let me clarify. In reality, Jin Kasaragi is your son Naruto, Tsunade remarked. Minato gave a nod. Who you cast aside because your wife was afraid for her daughter. Minato gave another nod, and now he is back. One more nod, and now he's after your head. No, Minato shook his head this time, saying, if he is indeed Naruto, then he is not pursuing me. So who? Have you heard about the Uchiha massacre? Yondaime sighed. The Valley of the End. Tsubaki. Sasuke's desperate scream echoed through the valley. No. Tsubaki herself stood staring at Naruto's expressionless face with wide eyes, slowly lowering her sights before her jaw dropped in disbelief. The blade of Yukianisa protruded from her abdomen. Why, Jin? I told you not to interfere again, Naruto said, stroking her chin with his left hand. Know that I despise myself for doing this, he said quietly before ruthlessly taking his blade away. No. Sasuke let out another scream. Hehehehe. Naruto chuckled and said, Ni-san, nobody is going to interrupt us again. We can now at last murder one another without repercussions. Itachi said, you really have fallen, Naruto. Fallen? Oh no, I was thrown down by you. You are solely to blame for this. All of a sudden, Naruto. Just as Naruto and Itachi turned to face Sasuke, he broke out with 2 enormous hands protruding from his back. What the devil? Ah, that's probably the second form of his cursed seal, the blonde inquired bewilderedly. I'll kill you, Chidori, screamed Sasuke once again. No, Sasuke. Itachi attempted to issue a warning, but Sasuke was unresponsive. D-I-E. Sasuke rammed his left hand through Naruto's chest, only for the blonde's body to crumble into ice. Shit. Naruto said, nice said. He kicked Sasuke hard in the back before he could turn around, sending the youngest Uchiha flying into the side of the mountain. They were starting to annoy me anyway. He began to turn back to Itachi, saying, now it's time to finish. His eyes widened, saying, no. Amaterasu. As he was fully engulfed in black flames, Naruto let out a painful scream. Damn, that really took its toll on me. Itachi collapsed to one knee, panting heavily. Gah. The next words escaped his throat, but at least now. Why? Well. Grahhhh. Naruto kept screaming as his body gradually covered in red chakra. Itachi mumbled in surprise, no, this is not possible. Naruto growled in concentration. His Jinchuriki cloak now completely separated black flames from his flesh. Ha! And with one last thrust, he pushed the chakra out of his way, extinguishing all of the flames inside of him. How? Ahahahahahaha. Did you truly believe it would suffice? Arrogantly, Naruto cried. Did I not tell you this earlier? You were the only one I was learning how to beat. I researched your skills. I researched your advantages and disadvantages. I am fully aware of you. He was once more covered in red chakra, and soon 4 tails were wildly swaying behind him. There's nothing you can do to stop me. Ni-san, it's time to die. When Kyuubified Naruto formed a black ball of concentrated chakra and swallowed it, Itachi could only watch in wonder and fascination. Amazing, he managed to subdue Kyuubi's power. Not even Madara could do that, not entirely. I'm shining. Naruto aimed a highly concentrated energy beam directly at his adversary. 3, 2, 1. Blast! A massive explosion rocked the valley's base, causing Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's statues to fall and crumble into tiny stones. I took his life. At last, I killed him. Not yet. Ah, of course, Naruto said, pausing to chuckle and gaze into the dust cloud. I ought to have known. Oh no. Itachi was standing calmly inside some chakra-made creature with a sword and a shield, untouched by a long shot. Susanoo, this is my most powerful weapon. I am right now. I am fully aware of what this is. In fact, this is the moment I've been waiting for, Naruto interrupted. I can now finally let my hair down. Subsequently, Susanoo gathered around Naruto as well. However, his demon was black, in contrast to Itachi's red, and he held a katana in his right hand with 2 horns on his head, but he lacked a shield, instead wearing an armguard around his left hand. The statement, "You are strong, Naruto," caused Itachi to frown. The Jinchuriki responded, "No, I am not strong. If I were, you would have died, and Mikoto-san would still be alive." "I did not kill my mother, Naruto," Itachi said after pausing. "Itachi, spare me your pitiful lies. Don't try to buy yourself some more time to spare because you will die here anyhow. I promised to fight you to the death, and I am," the Uchiha said, adding, "I was not intending to. Tell me, though, what you'll do after I'm gone." "A fine question. I guess there is at least one more person who I wish to see before I die." "I see, then let us not delay this any longer." Naruto grinned and said, "I completely agree with you. Hospital Konohagakure no Sato. I became afraid for the first time in my life. I'm afraid my secret will be discovered." Minato concluded, "Therefore, I allowed them to accuse Naruto of eradicating the Uchiha clan." With a sigh, Tsunade said, "Minato, you are a complete moron. Is all of this the result of a single mistake you made in the past? Are you really that frail? What you're saying is completely unintelligible. All citizens, children, youth, adults, shinobi of every class and skill, they are all looking up to me." Minato yelled at her as he abruptly stood up. "To all, I am a hero. If they found out that their hero threw away his own son, how would they respond?" The renowned physician shrugged and said, "The same thing I just said, that you are a fucking idiot." Minato remained silent at this point. "All right, what will you do at this point?" "I dispatched a good team. When they bring him back, I'll do it correctly." "Oh, what is Kushina's opinion on this matter?" Yondaime frowned and said, "TCH. She doesn't need to know just yet. When the time comes, I'll let her know. I must first bring him back." The Valley of the End clang. Fuck it, after 20 minutes of fighting in their Susanoo forms, Naruto cursed when his blade was parried by Itachi's shield once more. The battle was too hard, and both fighters were clearly tired. Cough, cough. Coughing uncontrollably, the Uchiha dropped to his knees. "Damn it, not now." Naruto chuckled. "Ahahaha, you seem exhausted, Ni-san. Chakra low? Or perhaps health issues?" "I still have more than enough to win this battle," Itachi said, wiping blood from his mouth. "Besides, Naruto, you're exhausted too. Even though Kyuubi has given you an endless chakra, you are still a human being like me, and your muscles wear out just like mine do." Naruto snarled, "Grr, that's absurd. I have many hours left to fight. My body." However, he stopped his rant when he tried to take a step forward and fell on one knee. What? HM, looks like you overestimated yourself, Otuto. "Oh." Naruto grunted in anger. Kyuubi's chakra was leaving him quickly due to the lack of control. Rage was clouding his judgment. "Get up," he smacked his own leg. "I said get up, bitch." "You made a mistake, little brother." Itachi was standing in front of Naruto, his Susanoo sword raised, when he slowly looked up. "You ought to have challenged me a few years ago, however, you were consistently too careless and rebellious." With a superior expression, Itachi said, "That will be your downfall." Itachi. Farewell, Otuto. When Naruto saw Itachi's blade fall, his eyes widened in surprise and rage. As rage began to consume his thoughts, he thought, "No, I won't accept defeat. I will win even if it means spending all my chakra." Unaware that Naruto's Susanoo also did the same, Itachi's eyebrows shot up when Naruto abruptly raised his sword in front of him, one hand on the blade and the other on the hilt. A huge error Ugi Kokujin. A Kametsu. Just as his blade struck an energy shield in front of Naruto's demon, Itachi glanced up sharply. It's over. Naruto slashed with his blade, and his Susanoo imitated, slamming Itachi's demon in the face. However, even though the blow struck the shield once more. Slash. Itachi's Susanoo's entire form was abruptly slashed, but the damage was not finished. Slash. Slash. Itachi's demon sustained more cuts over and over again until at last puff. His summoner was helpless as it vanished in a cloud of smoke. Itachi mumbled in amazement, cough, impossible. He overcame Mangekyo's total defense. I'm not finished. Itachi spun around, getting his sword ready again, as Naruto's voice yelled from behind. Naruto, where are you? Itachi called. The smoke from his Susanoo vanishing was still in place, so his vision was very limited. Show yourself. As you desire. His instincts naturally took over and he blocked the yellow energy blade that suddenly flew directly at him. Clang. Looking down at the fallen and deactivated blade, Itachi approached it slowly and said, "The Sword of Raijin." Where had he gone? However, a yellow flash flashed in front of him before he could finish speaking, and slash. Slowly looking down, Itachi saw that he was in the same predicament that Tsubaki had just been in. Oh, he spat some blood. I coughed. I see. This hilt is where you put your Hiraishin seal. The smoke obscured it from my vision. Clever. The only thing said Jinchuriki did was pick up Raijin's sword off the ground, draw it, and stab Uchiha in the chest. Oh, so, how does it feel? Naruto asked. How does it feel to know that you're about to die? I feel calm, Itachi said, closing his eyes. I long ago came to terms with my fate. Then grab it. In a fit of rage, Naruto tore the Raijin sword from Itachi's chest and then Requiem frozen. Itachi noticed his body beginning to solidify into ice as he looked down once more. Good job, sir. Uchiha Itachi's last words before his body completely froze and crumbled to dust were, "You have killed me, but don't let your hatred consume you, or you will lose everything, again." The Totsuka sword that Itachi was still wielding froze and fell apart, much to Naruto's surprise. After a few minutes of silence during which Naruto stood still and gradually realized what he had done, he finally collapsed to his knees. Huff, huff, hey, 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 ha 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 ha. He laughed madly despite his exhaustion and chakra depletion. I did it, Mikoto-san. I did it at last. He is dead because I killed him. I succeeded. He inhaled deeply and said, and now it's all over. Ni-san is dead and now. Crawling slowly to the river, the blonde peered down into the water. Naruto began to slowly remove Yukianisa's armor, saying, I'm coming, Mikoto-san. I will be by your side soon. I haven't seen you in such a long time. It hurts me so much. I can't wait any longer. However, a huge chakra explosion occurred even before he could take the sword out of its scabbard. What the fuck? Naruto's eyes widened as he turned his head. Red chakra swayed around a furious Tsubaki, who had a ferocious expression on her face. Tease Tsubaki. She gave him a fierce look and then Jin. The daughter of Hokage charged at her ex-lover and struck him in the face with a devastating blow. Oh. As he was hurled down the river, Naruto gasped and said, oh fuck. He staggered to his feet, but Tsubaki was already there. Smack. The blonde instantly sliced through the mountain after her foot made contact with his face. You're a jerk. Tsubaki pulled him out by the throat and started to punch him in the face repeatedly. I trusted you. Smack. And you turned on me. Smack. Everything was betrayed by you. Smack. How could you? Smack. How could? Tsubaki began sobbing aloud as he dropped Naruto's body. Why, Jin? Why? I would have gone to any lengths for you. But he did nothing but lie there. Jin? As fear began to seep into her very being, Tsubaki asked. However, Naruto continued to remain silent. What have I done? Oh no, she began massaging his heart after frantically shaking his body, saying, don't you dare leave me. Take a breath. Hurry up. Cough. Naruto regained consciousness. Jin, Tsubaki exhaled. I'm so glad you're still alive, I thought. Why? Quietly, he inquired. Why? Tsubaki retorted. What kept you from letting me die? The girl's eyes grew wide. What, however? Naruto said abruptly, I never wanted for this to happen. Jin, he opened his eyes slowly and turned to face her. I was so focused on getting my revenge that I wasn't going to get close to anyone. Then you came along. I kept wanting to send you away, but I was unable to do so. At first, I thought it would be amusing to have Hokage's daughter around, even if it was only to irritate him. I'm not sure how it happened, but you evolved into more than just a tool. I even started to think that there might be a place for me in this world when I was with you. You can find a place, Jin. Tsubaki grabbed his hand and yelled, for us both, simply accompany me. I'll convince your father not to discipline you, we're capable. With a sorrowful grin, Naruto shook his head, closed his eyes, and said, I can, but I don't want to. Why? My reason for living is gone. My reason for hatred is gone, now there is nothing for me. You're not correct. You still have me, shouted the girl. How about me? I'm not sure what I'll do now that you're gone. He pulled out the sword of Raijin and said, you will. But if you really care about me, even a little, please do one last favor for me. Take this blade and stab it in my heart. This ought to be sufficient to put a permanent end to my life. What? Tsubaki's eyes widened. I am unable to. Take action. I betrayed you, cried Naruto, thrusting the hilt of the sword into the girl's hand. Make me pay. I will make you pay. By not killing you, Tsubaki said, getting to his feet and glaring down at him. This caused Naruto's eyes to widen. And you will live a long life with me when I bring you back to Konoha. That's your penalty. After giving her a funny look, the blonde burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. HM. You're really set up on this, aren't you? Ouch. With a smile, Tsubaki said, you better believe it. Well, what's preventing me from ending my own life once I'm well again? Yes, I will. And I'll be here to make sure you don't do anything foolish ever again. Hee hee. That's going to be a difficult job, and Naruto's eyes grew wide. Watch out. He hurried to his feet and shoved Tsubaki aside just before. Katen. Jutsu no Gukakyu. He was struck in the chest by a massive fireball. Ah! Screaming, Naruto plunged into the water and began to float toward the second waterfall, which was heading underground. No! Tsubaki tried to reach him, but his hand was a mere inch too far. Jin! As he plunged into darkness, all she could do was scream. What a bitch of a son! Sasuke shouted, having every intention of jumping down as well. I won't rest until I see your dead body. However, a hand caught his shoulder before he could leap. Not so fast, Sasuke-kun. Glancing over his shoulder, the Uchiha said, Orochimaru. Snake Sanin clarified, you will definitely die if you fall because this waterfall is high enough that even a Junin can die if he falls. Are you implying that he has passed away? Sasuke's voice was a mixture of fear and hope as he asked. Orochimaru responded, that bastard will definitely survive. Then we have to go down there and get the job done. He has to pay, screamed Sasuke. The detour is going to be too lengthy. The Snake Sanin clarified, besides, we are taking a chance on running into Konoha's team. That bastard will be long gone by then. That is not what we would want, would it? I'm not interested. He has to be killed. Orochimaru sighed and said, now, Sasuke-kun, look here. Orochimaru. Tsubaki said perilously, you are solely to blame for this. Yes. Everything went exactly as I had planned, the Sanin admitted. Better yet, that traitor handled the majority of my work. It appears that even a rattlesnake can be deceived. You're a jerk. Tsubaki activated the sword of Raijin and tried to lash out at Orochimaru, but suddenly got stopped by Sasuke. What are you doing, Sasuke? In a flash, a memory of Sasuke regaining consciousness, just in time to witness Itachi's body disintegrating into ice, came into focus. Tsubaki, my decision is set. Orochimaru is going with me. Excellent. Sanin licked his lips. You're leaving, eh? You will also betray me, then? He clenched his jaw and said, come with me, Tsubaki. If that's what it takes to kill him then yes, but I will offer something that he didn't. She gave him a fierce look and said, no, I am not a traitor. And I thought you promised to face my foe with me. And I will, if you come with me, Tsubaki glared back, but if you go with that man, we might end up as enemies the next time. Sasuke frowned and lowered his hand. According to Tsubaki, go if you must, but I will find Jin and we will return to Konoha. And Orochimaru laughed, foolish girl. You actually believed what he just said? Don't be stupid, I know Rattlesnake far longer than you do. Believe me, that was just a pile of bullshit. The girl squinted her eyes. You can say whatever you wish, I have faith in him. Orochimaru put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder once more and said, idiot. Let's go, Sasuke-kun. I sense Konoha's team nearby. We must leave now. Sasuke glanced at Tsubaki once more. He and Orochimaru vanished in a cloud of smoke after saying, "I'm sorry." Tsubaki was left alone in the valley. The girl kneeled down. Tsubaki. The moment Hokage's daughter turned around, she saw Yugo, Jiraiya, Guy, and Kakashi land in front of her. Kakashi exclaimed, "Thank God you're alright. Where is Sasuke?" "Screw the Uchiha," yelled Yugo. "Where is Kasaragi? I'll kill him." Tsubaki cried out, "Quick, it's Jin. He fell down there, we must help him." Jiraiya questioned, "What about Sasuke?" Tsubaki, he paused, he left. "I see." The Sannin stood for a moment without saying anything. "Very well, let's go after Kasaragi." "Hi. Orochimaru's hiding place. Sasuke-kun, you are my chosen one," Orochimaru hissed. With a dangerous reply, the Uchiha said, "I don't care about any of that. Just hurry up and give me power." "Oi." A girl who was strolling next to Sasuke said at last, "Be more respectful to Orochimaru-sama." Sasuke gave her a quick glance. "Shut up." "What?" The girl attempted to punch him, but Orochimaru ordered, "Stand down, Gurren. You don't want to hurt our new guest in his first day, don't you?" Gurren dropped her stance but clenched her fists. "As you wish, Orochimaru-sama." HMHMHM. The snake Sannin gave a gloomy laugh. "Welcome to your new life, Sasuke-kun." "Z's. Oi, Z's. Hey, you. Z's?" Tayuya slapped Naruto on the head and yelled, "Get up, you lazy asshole," instead. "Yow." The blonde jerked to consciousness. "What the fuck was that for?" The redhead said, "For sleeping when I'm talking to you, shithead," and her request took a significant turn. "Are you alright? You were hurt pretty badly." Naruto arched an eyebrow, asking, "Really? Any permanent damage?" Tayuya gave an eye roll. She said, "Nothing's ever permanent with you. You had a couple of broken ribs when you fell, but they healed before I even had the chance to bandage them, so you're good to go." "Nice," Naruto exclaimed, extending his arms. "Everything went just as I have planned." "Ha ha ha," chuckled Tayuya. "You know, for some moments I really thought you were going to commit a suicide." Naruto gave a snort. "Are you kidding me? Life is too wonderful to give it up just like that. Besides, I can't throw away the life Makoto-san gave me." Tayuya gave her face a slap. "Here we go again. Makoto-san this, Makoto-san that. When will you?" When Naruto placed his hand beneath her chin, she abruptly stopped. He muttered, "Remember yourself, Tayuya. You can do anything, you can call me whatever you want, but if you ever disrespect Makoto-san, then I will fucking kill you." The girl took her head out of his grasp and said, "TCH. Alright, whatever. Oh, and by the way, I have found this letter in your pocket. I suggest you read it." Naruto's eyebrows shot up as he took a piece of paper from her. "Congratulations, Otuto." "Itachi?" Naruto spit out in rage and started to rip the letter to pieces when Tayuya squeezed his hand and said, "Don't. You can do this anytime. I suggest you read it first." Her hand was slapped away by Naruto. "I don't wish to hear what that bastard has to say." The flute player remarked, "Very stupid. You will find the contents most intriguing." Naruto squinted his eyes. He turned back to the letter and thought, "Well, I suppose reading it won't cost me anything. I'm dead, and you've defeated me, if you're reading this. You've grown really strong, stronger than I was when you were my age, stronger than I am now. That's why I think you have to know the whole truth." Naruto cried aloud, "What fucking truth?" "The truth about that day. I have probably told you that I did not kill my parents before you killed me, and I was telling the truth." "What?" Tayuya worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" But Naruto ignored her and kept reading. "You are not stupid, Naruto. You should realize that no matter how strong I am, no matter how advanced my Sharingan was, I couldn't destroy an entire shinobi clan. The truth is I was not alone that night. I had an ally by the name of Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara," shouted Naruto. "He was the founder of the Uchiha clan and the first ever to gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Naruto's gaze grew even wider. "His eyes are exactly like mine." "Yes, he has your eyes. In fact, that is why I could never defeat him. Even though he is weaker, he is still too powerful for me to destroy. On the other hand, if you kill me, I think you can accomplish this. Madara is the real Akatsuki leader. He will attempt to gather all the Biju and seal them into a huge statue. You have to stop him because if he is successful, it will be the end of the world as we know it. You know everything now, oh Tuto. Get it done and get even with our mother. Itachi, your brother. Naruto crumbled the letter in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Was he being truthful? If he knew he was going to die, why would he lie? He pondered. In order for me to complete his work for him, perhaps, but what if he was being honest? Itachi. Naruto's eyes abruptly flashed to a memory, a recollection of that day. Indeed I did, that look when he said it. I had never seen him display such an expression before, so I had no idea what it was. I've discovered what it was. It was necessary, the same that I received at that time. Know that I hate myself for doing this. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Uchiha Madara. Well, I guess I'll kill him just to be sure, since I'm at a crossroads and don't really have better things to do, he said with an evil smile. Tayuya said, oh, I know that grin. What's on your mind? HM, smiled the blonde. Say, have you ever wanted to wear a cloak? 10 minutes later, the same location. Gazing around the cave, Jiraiya said, he was here. But where is he now? Inquired Kakashi. The Sannin gave a shrug. No idea. He ought to be close by. We have to locate him. Tsubaki cried. He promised. Kakashi lamented, if I were you, Tsubaki-chan, I wouldn't believe his word. Why? Guy closed his eyes and said, Jin Kasaragi has committed a high treason. He killed one of our Junins, and also severely wounded one of your team members, Akamichi Choji. He was almost dead when we found him. Tsubaki's gaze expanded. And no, he couldn't. According to Jiraiya, yet he did. He would have probably been executed if he returned. He knew that, so it is naturally he has escaped. As her world began to crumble, Tsubaki said absently, it can't be. They're both gone, I couldn't stop both of them. Guy came to the conclusion, perhaps it is for the best that we didn't find him. The Sannin mumbled, indeed, there is nothing else we can do. Let's take Tsubaki-chan back to Konoha. No, cried Yugo. Where is Kasaragi? I want. Kakashi said perilously, you are a ninja, Yugo. Act like it. Yes, your loved one was killed, but there is nothing you can do at the moment. Now you must follow orders, or you will turn into a traitor like Kasaragi. The woman gritted her teeth and exclaimed, understood. Jiraiya said, all right, let's move out. This mission is a failure. No Sato Konohagakure. The hospital, where is she? Please, Hokage-sama, she needs rest and, she is my daughter, exclaimed Minato. Out of my way, he said, pushing the nurse aside as he walked into the room. Tsubaki. The girl with the red hair slowly turned her head to face him. Father. Minato hurried over and gave her a firm embrace. Thank God you're safe. I'm sorry I wasn't there. They should have never sent you after that Uchiha moron and. Tsubaki cut in. Father. Yes. Am I your only child? Minato felt her heart beat faster. You, he inhaled deeply. You are not. Tsubaki's eyes were closed. Naruto? Yes. Why? The girl gave him another glance. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell anyone? Yandaime hesitated. Your mother, she was afraid for your safety, so she. My safety? Yelled Tsubaki. What could he possibly do to me? Minato let out a sigh. No, you don't understand. It's not him we were scared of. What? He started by saying, at first it was the fear of Kyuubi. The ritual we used to seal it was supposed to split not only his chakra, but his personality as well. Shortly afterwards, however, I consulted with Jiraiya-sensei and we both concluded that it can't happen. Of course I was overjoyed and actually wanted to take Naruto back, until. What happened? Minato sighed. People of this village, too many of them have lost their loved ones in Kyuubi's attack. I thought they would understand, but after seeing how they treat Naruto I hesitated. So you? Minato admitted, so we decided to save at least one of our children, while in reality. It was sealed in both of us. Yes, who knew of it? The Hokage said, Jiraiya-sensei, Kushina, and myself. Sandaime-sama. No, he did not. I see, what happened with the Uchiha clan? Minato's eyes were closed. The council has framed Naruto for it. He disappeared after the massacre and there was nothing I could do to defend him. How so? Minato gave a headshake. The village is not buildings, not the council and not the Hokage. The village is its people, and people believe that Naruto was to blame. Only a select few knew the truth, and among this select few the majority hated him. Jin, Tsubaki muttered. holding Raiden's sword hilt in her hands. Minato said, "So, what are you going to do? I just want you to know that I will support any decision you make." Tsubaki gave a slow nod. "Thank you, father. I know what I must do, but I'm not strong enough for that, yet." Minato gave his daughter a smile. He snapped his fingers and declared, "I think I have a solution for this problem." Boom. Tsubaki's gaze shifted to the window. Jiraiya-sama. With a beaming smile, the Toad Hermit said, "Yo, kiddo. How are you doing?" "What are you doing here, Jiraiya-sama? Didn't you tell her yet?" Minato grinned. "I was just about to." "What are you talking about?" Tsubaki questioned, perplexed. "According to Jiraiya, we're talking about your apprenticeship under my guidance, with pride. For the next 3 years we are going on a training trip, and when you return, you will be more than ready to kick both Uchiha's and Kasaragi's asses." "I see, but why 3 years?" To which the Sannin replied, "Orochimaru. Have you heard of Orochimaru's immortality technique?" As Tsubaki recalled her conversation with Kimimaro, her eyes narrowed. "Yes, I know of it. Well, I have the information that he used it just recently, which means he has to wait 3 more years before he can use it again." Tsubaki gave another nod. "When are we leaving?" Jiraiya grinned. "As soon as you're healed, so get ready." "Hi," was Tsubaki's enthusiastic response. "Sasuke, wait for me, Naruto. It looks like Orochimaru has gained the Sharingan. Seems that way. Is it Itachi's little brother?" "Yes." "Hey, what about Itachi himself? He was killed." "What? That is true. I saw it with my own eyes." "Don't bullshit me, Zetsu. Who could possibly kill him, HN?" "Calm down, Deidara. It was Jin Kasaragi. Kasaragi, he has become quite a nuisance. I believe he must be eliminated before we start the next phase of our plan." Zetsu said, "Wait. I have uncovered some very interesting information about Jin Kasaragi. Apparently his real name is Uzumaki Naruto." "Naruto? As in Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto?" "Yes. That is fortunate. Now we don't have to capture Yondaimi's daughter. All we need is..." Boom. "Ha ha 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 ha. Found ya. And who might you be?" A figure emerged from the smoke and said, "Me? Well, people call me Jin Kasaragi, but I see that you already heard my real name." HM, laughed an unidentified voice. "How fortunate indeed. Not only have we learned about his status, he himself comes to us." Naruto questioned, "Oh, deciding on how to capture me already? How about I give you a better option?" Well, let's hear it." "Excellent," Naruto joyfully cried. He snapped his fingers, and Tayuya appeared beside him. "You see guys, I noticed that after I killed Itachi and Kisame, you were 2 members short. So I thought, what the hell, if I killed them, then I'm better than both of them, so," he said. "Why won't you let me and Tayuya here to join your ranks instead of them? Besides, we even have our rings, see?" Orochimaru and Itachi's rings were visible on Naruto and Tayuya's hands. "What about Kisami's ring?" Naruto just pulled it from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. Quiet. After some time, the same unidentified voice asked, "And what guarantee do I have that you won't betray me?" Naruto gave a shrug. "Simple, I have no reason to." "Then why kill Itachi and Kisame?" "With Itachi it was personal, and Kisame, well, he just got in my way at the wrong place at the wrong time." "I see, very well, I agree to accept you in our ranks, Uzumaki Naruto, but I know nothing about the girl." HN. First of all, Naruto died a long time ago. The name is Jin Kasaragi. Naruto laughed. "As for Tayuya, all you need to know is that she's strong, I trust her and we work really good as a team. You need the result, right? What does it matter which way it was achieved?" Very well, you have convinced me enough. Welcome to Akatsuki." Naruto smiled. "Nice to have business with you. Sensei." "Oi, sensei." Minato jolted out of his reverie, asking, Sorry, Kakashi. What were you saying?" Kakashi gave a sincere smile. "Nah, nothing important, just finished my report. Besides, it's obvious you're really not interested in all that boring crap, especially today." "Yeah," Yondaime observed the window with a sigh. His daughter was scheduled to return from her training trip today. Masked Junin questioned, 3 years came quickly, didn't they?" "Not really," said the Hokage. "I was counting every day." "Did you miss Tsubaki-chan that much?" Minato's eyes were closed. "No, I just knew this day would come, and I feared of it." Kakashi's brows went up. "But why, aren't you glad that your daughter is returning?" Yandaime gave his pupil a weary look. No, because I know exactly why she's returning. Kasaragi. Yes. Minato once more closed his eyes. If she's coming back, then she believes herself to be strong enough to take him on. Kakashi said, you think she's not? Minato gave a headshake. I'm afraid she never will be. Kakashi was now quite taken aback. Have you no confidence in your daughter, sensei? I do, but I also know my daughter well, and she has some traits that I admire greatly. The Hokage replied. He sighed once more. Open mind, honesty, kindness, honor. However, I also know that these traits are fatal for a shinobi. There is no place for honor and kindness in what we do. Kakashi concluded, and Kasaragi understands that well. Minato nodded, that he does. But there is a good thing in all this. We have absolutely no info on his whereabouts. Tsubaki won't be happy to hear that, but at least I can keep her out of trouble, at least for a while. No Sato Konohagakure. The main gates. So, are you ready for it, kid? You know it, Jiraiya-sensei. I've been waiting for this. As Tsubaki hurried up the wall and peered out into the village, Jiraiya proudly watched. The girl with the red hair smiled and said, it's good to be home, at last. Wait for me, Jin. Orochimaru's hiding place. HM. A faint laugh reverberated throughout the shadowy lair. You surely killed a lot of people, Sakuke-kun. Slowly, two Sharingan eyes opened. There was one time when he told me. A flashback. Listen here, Uchiha. You are nothing but a spoiled child. I'm a cold-blooded murderer. Nothing you say will be enough for a threat to me. Finish the flashback. When Sasuke said, that's why, his eyes narrowed. I'm not going to say anything. And if I must become as cold as he is, then so be it. I'll do anything to see him dead. Orochimaru remarked, vengeance, a good motive, however, do not forget that it was his motive as well. Sasuke's fist clenched. He said, I haven't forgotten, now, and got to his feet. Do you have anything more for me? The Sannin gave a headshake. No, that's it for today. Sasuke put his sword away. With that, he vanished into the night. Then I will be in my chambers. I'm not in the mood, so keep your lapdogs away, unless you want them disposed off, that is. HM. Orochimaru laughed once more after his pupil had left. HM. Oh. Sasuke-kun. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be like Rattlesnake. He grumbled. The snake summoner began to cough and abruptly collapsed to his knees. Foolish boy, I can read him like a book. How can someone so obvious even try to, bah, why'd I care? All I care about is, cough. Orochimaru-sama. Karen suddenly popped up. It's time for your medication, my lord. Cough. Sannin's face broke out in an evil smile despite the obvious pain. His smile was on the verge of tearing his face in two. Soon, very soon these eyes will be mine. And then they will pay. All of them. Konoha. Akatsuki. But most importantly, I'll show you that the viper still has its coils, Rattlesnake. Indeed, during his monologue, old Orochimaru failed to notice a slight twitch of Karen's hand because he was too excited about what was about to happen. The hideout of Akatsuki. Okay, pain started. Since everyone's here, he growled in exasperation and rolled his eyes. Where is Rattlesnake? According to Deidara, beats me, the guy is like a bird. What do you mean? Inquired the leader. The user of clay shrugged. He'll crap on your head and fly away. Pain closed his eyes for a few moments before opening them again, saying, TCH, that boy is starting to test my patience. No matter, he has already moved on his target. It's time for the rest of you to act. Hidan and Kakuzu, you are moving on to Nibi. For despite Kasaragi's lack of respect, I believe he will be done with his job quickly. Kakuzu said, wait a minute. You mean Jin has gone after Ichibi? But wasn't he assigned Hichibi? He was. Pain answered this. He, however, works with Tayuya. And Ichibi is her mission. So it is only naturally that he will be there as well. And Sasori grunted, Suna, I pity that village if Rattlesnake went there. Pain said, speaking of Rattlesnake, once more. Deidara and Sasori, you are to go to River Country and await his arrival with Ichibi. What for? The leader squinted. I don't trust him, so I will feel much more comfortably if you were there as well. After a brief silence, Sasori nodded. Very well, we will depart immediately. Unknown region, a young man murmured, still as peaceful as ever, as he gazed down at a lone man-made grave. I'm sorry it took me so long to visit again, Makoto-san, but you know how it is. He laughed. Naturally, you were a shinobi too. The young man closed his eyes and relished the sensation of a gentle wind blowing in his face. He said, feels nice. You know, I might sound crazy, or be crazy, for a while, alright, since the beginning. But I actually think this wind feels exactly like your touch, so soft and gentle. The young man knelt before the tomb. I miss your touch as much, your touch, your voice, your smile, your beautiful smile. Oh, what would I give to see that smile again? He paused. But I guess you won't smile at me again, Makoto-san. I did it, like I told you I would. I killed your son, I killed my brother. Itachi is no more. I guess you know that already, but I still had to tell you myself. The wind ceased, and he jolted to his feet. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he said, but I can't stop, I won't. Not now, not when I know the truth. Don't worry, Makoto-san. I finally know who took you away from me. And I promise you, he will face destiny worse than any death. Quiet. The young man looked down and said, you do not approve, I knew you wouldn't, such a kind person like you could never approve something like this. But I'm afraid I'll have to disobey you one last time, and then I'll be free. Oi, Jin. A scratchy female voice cut through his words. Naruto slowly swiveled his head to peer over his shoulder. How long are you going to continue this shit? Let's go already. Hishoken. Ga. Using a dangerous tone, Jin said, remember your place, Tayuya. You may be my partner, but if you interrupt my talk with Makoto-san again, it will be your ass. After it went dangerously close to her head, Tayuya muttered, TCH, whatever. She was removing an ice blade from a tree it had been stabbed into. I just wanted to say that you've got a message. Naruto questioned, oh. And who is it from? Tayuya grinned. Oh, you'll like it. It's from Kin. The blonde grinned, seemingly anticipating the message's content. And, she says, showtime. Naruto chuckled. HM, then I guess it's time to face the crowd. No Sato Konohagakure. The office of the Hokage. Hokage-sama, you have a visitor. Minato's face lit up with a warm, knowing smile. Send them in. Hi. The door opened a few seconds later and, Father. A beaming Tsubaki hurried forward, nearly smothering her father in an embrace. Minato turned his head and said, hey, I'm happy to see you too, Tsubaki. Jiraiya-sensei. Yo, Minato. The elderly pervert said, holding up his hand in greeting. How have you been? Yondaime let out a sigh. Nightmarish. Nothing else to do beside that damn paperwork. I almost wish someone invaded again. HM. Tsubaki laughed and let go. It's nice to see that at least some things never change. Looking up and down at his daughter, Minato said, yeah, speaking about changes, oh no. He looked over at Jiraiya. How did you? Jiraiya winced. Hard, very hard. Tsubaki tilted her head in perplexity, asking, what are you talking about? Minato gave an eye roll. I'm talking about ignorance. The mere fact that she hugged me nearly gave me a hard-on. Minato, get your act together. This is your daughter, however. He glanced at her once more. With just a glance, she leapt far above Kushina's head. Yondaime shook his head, saying, no matter. Better yet, tell me how your training went. Tsubaki grinned self-assuredly. You will be most surprised with my progress, father. Oh. Minato returned the smile. I see someone's confident. According to Tsubaki, I sure am. Jiraiya went on, and for a good reason. This girl has put me through hell. Minato's eyebrow went up. What do you mean? The Sannin let out a sigh. I mean that she didn't let me sleep until I evaluated everything she accomplished for a day, and she also didn't let me sleep until I teach her something new. Oh, yeah. But the worst part was that she did not want to return until, Jiraiya murmured, until she bested me in a fight. With that, Minato looked at his daughter. Does that mean? Yup. She said with a smile. I beat his sorry perverted ass all right. Minato asked in genuine surprise, really? And to what point did she push you? Jiraiya's gaze lowered. All out. Say what? Jiraiya inhaled deeply. It's true, Minato. Your little girl is on a whole different level now. I see. Well, if that's the case, you won't mind showing me what you learned, right? Sure thing, father, then meet me on a training ground in 2 hours. You can spend them as you like, but I suggest visiting your mother first. She missed you too. Nodding, Tsubaki said, all right. She said, I'll see you in 2 hours, and walked away. Minato said, damn. As soon as she was out of his line of sight, I know it's wrong for me to say that, but man, she's hot. Even Kushina has nothing on her. And I once believed Kushina to be the most beautiful woman to ever step foot on this planet. Just don't tell her I said that. Sitting opposite his pupil, Jiraiya said, don't worry, I won't. Besides, I can understand you completely. But if you thought that was hot, you sure as hell didn't want to know what I went through while she was doing her senjutsu training. Senjutsu training? You mean, yes, I taught her how to use natural energy. Nodding, Minato said, uh-huh, now I can see how she was able to beat you. But what I don't get is why were you? Jiraiya cut in, oil. Excuse me? Initial part with oil. Remember that? Minato grinned. Yeah, I remember myself being covered from head to toe with this damn oil. Sipping only in my boxers, whole day. Jiraiya grinned and said, understood, did you? Minato's head swelled with eyes. What? Inquired Jiraiya. Minato muttered, I think I just came. Don't tell me things like these, ahem. Better tell me about the you-know-what. Jiraiya pulled out a bottle of sake and said, okay. What's that for? Inquired Yondaime. Because you won't fucking believe this. The Cage Tower, Cage-sama. Slowly, Sabaku no Gaara turned around and said, what is it, Baki? The meeting is about to begin. After giving a slow nod, Gaara turned back to observe the sunset. Very well, I will be there shortly. Baki bowed respectfully and walked off the roof, saying, hi. Godem Kazakage gradually closed his eyes. Friends, Rewind. It was 3 years ago. In Konoha Hospital, Gaara was strapped to his bed and asked, why are you here? He wasn't even involved in the invasion, and it didn't go as his superiors had hoped. Oh no. Before it began, Rattlesnake beat him. Tsubaki calmly stated, I'm here to inform you that you've been released from custody. Gaara's gaze expanded. What? I spoke the truth, Gaara. In less than an hour you will be free to leave back to your home village. Gaara said, TCH, to his teeth. He spat, home. What home? No one's waiting for me there. And even if there was a reason to return there, it's useless, I have failed. Failed in what? Asked Tsubaki. Failed to prove my existence. After a moment of inaction, Tsubaki approached him slowly and took his hand tenderly. Even if you failed your mission, it doesn't mean you don't exist. Gaara let out a furious scream. What mission? He gritted his teeth and said, there was no mission. My purpose was to kill. Kill and prove that I'm the strongest and that I'm alive. But, if I can be defeated so easily, then what is the point? I don't see a reason to exist anymore. Tsubaki paused to reflect. Then how about I give you a reason? Gaara's gaze expanded. What? I understand what you're saying. You need a reason to keep going, but you don't have one. How about I give you one? Gaara began to tremble for no apparent reason. What is it? With a smile, Tsubaki held out her other hand. From this moment on we are friends. And your purpose will be to protect me, just like mine will be to protect you. Agreed? Gaara's brows lifted. Protect me? Sure, Tsubaki grinned broadly. I always protect my friends, that's a promise. A promise, finish the flashback. Gaara put on his cage hat and said, a promise I intend to keep. I will not fail again. The Hokage mansion Kushina mumbled, dinner, as she cut carrots with her kitchen knife. I could slice several shinobi squads with my sword. Instead, everything I do is making dinner. She exhaled deeply. Why did you have to become Hokage, Minato? All of a sudden. Hi, Mom. Oh, hi, Tsubaki. Kushina dropped her knife. Tsubaki. The woman exclaimed as she rushed over to embrace her daughter. Oh my god, I missed you so much. Tsubaki returned the embrace and said, I missed you too, Mom. I can't stay however. Father expects me to meet him at training grounds soon. Kushina grinned. Then let's not keep him waiting. Tsubaki's eyebrow went up. You want to go as well? Kushina answered, hey, I was once a shinobi too, you know. And I would like very much to see my only child's progress. Tsubaki's mood instantly soured. Kushina said, what's wrong, sweetie? Tsubaki turned around and headed for the door, saying, no, it's nothing. Let's not make father wait. Training grounds. As they approached their destination, Kushina persisted in pressing, saying, I can see that something is wrong. You'll feel better if you tell me. Tsubaki inhaled deeply. This was starting to become quite annoying. I told you it's nothing, mother. Please drop the subject. And she paused. What? The training area wasn't deserted. Oh no, there was a crowd of people I knew very well. Tsubaki. Sakura hurried to her teammate after noticing her first. Welcome back. The words, "Oh, you look so beautiful," were Ino's. Can you give me a few tips? Not the two of them alone. Their entire graduation team was present, in addition to Guy himself and his team. Tsubaki was quite taken aback to see one individual, though. I'm shocked and eager to see this person in a more private setting. As Tsubaki muttered, "You guys, what are you all doing here?" "We came to greet you, of course, Tsubaki-chan," Kiba exclaimed joyfully. "Man, you look hot." Tsubaki grinned broadly. "Thank you, Kiba. Say, I don't see Hinata." Shino answered, "And you probably won't for a while." "Huh? Why is that?" Kiba scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, she's not a part of our team anymore. In fact, there is no Team 8 anymore." Shino began, "After that mission 3 years ago, which I wasn't a part of." Kiba gave an eye roll. "Can you drop it at least now?" Choji went on, "Besides, you could end up like I did." Tsubaki's gaze expanded. "Choji, rewind. It was 3 years ago. Konoha Medical Center." "What happened to Choji?" Shikamaru's expression darkened. "He's in critical condition." Tsubaki put her hands over her mouth. "Are his wounds that bad?" The lazy genius inhaled deeply. "Yes. Medics spent last 3 hours to just remove that ice blade without injuring him even more." The girl's horrified eyes grew wide. "Ice blade?" Shikamaru gave her a curious glance. "Don't you know? Kasaragi tried to kill him on his way to you." Finish the flashback. Ignoring his coworkers, Shino went on, "As I was saying, after that mission Hinata changed even more. She started training more seriously and separated herself from us. 2 years ago she insisted on taking the tuning exam alone." "Alone?" inquired Tsubaki. "Wait, you mean like?" Shino muttered, "Yes, just like he did." "So, what happened?" "Nothing. Except that Hinata passed with flying colors, after killing all her opponents in every part that allowed killing." Kiba was somewhat furious. About a year ago she became a Junin and then took a NBU's proposal. She managed to prove her effectiveness very quickly and now she's second in command, next only to our new Anbu commander Azuki Yugo. So as you can see, Hinata's not hanging with us anymore." Tsubaki remarked, I see. By the way, what about you guys? What are your ranks?" "It was troublesome, but we're all Chunins." "Eh? You too, Sakura?" Sakura said, "Yup, and signed peace. I decided to train as a field medic and soon caught Tsunade-sama's eye. Now I'm her second apprentice." "Wow," grinned Tsubaki. "You must be pretty good then." Someone said, "Oh, and what about you?" from behind. Someone Tsubaki was very familiar with. Tsubaki turned around, grinning, and said, HM, you should know that already, pervert. After all, I suspect you already made Jiraiya-sensei sign all your books." "Ha ha ha," laughed Kakashi, "you know me too well." The girl with the red hair questioned, "So, am I right to assume that you all came to see my skill?" Guy exclaimed, "Yosh, that we did? Well, how is it gonna be?" With a flash of yellow, Minato said, "You should know that already." He was carrying one of his kunais while wearing his battle gear. With a battle stance, Yondaime said, "If you beat Jiraiya-sensei, then there is only one thing left." Tsubaki grinned and followed suit. "I was waiting for this." Sanagakure's periphery. "I'm a roller, babe. I'm a rider, babe. So ease down, and wrap your legs around me. Wrap your legs around me." Surprised, Tayuya said, "What, you want to do this right now?" Naruto gave an eye roll. "You know very well that it's just my favorite song, so unless you want to have a full ass of sand." The redhead answered, "I'd rather not, that's what I thought." Jin grinned. As Sanagakure appeared, Tayuya questioned, "So, what's the plan?" The blonde answered, "Easy and simple. You are going to go there and fight against the village, and while you do that, I'm gonna sneak in and get your Jinchuriki. Easy enough." Tayuya's gaze expanded. "Why, you can't be serious." "I can't." Naruto gave her a quick glance while grinning malevolently. He stopped and gave her a full face. "What too tough for you?" he asked. "Perhaps I was wrong when I took you as my partner." Tayuya gritted her teeth and said, "TCH. Fine, I'll do it." "Good." Jin walked forward after turning around. As she followed her partner, the girl muttered, "Asshole. Anyway, why'd it like this? I mean, Sasori said he had a spy in there somewhere, and perhaps we could." Naruto questioned incredulously. Sasori said, "Yeah," and Deidara said, "Art is a blast," and Hidan said, "All praise Jashin-sama," and Pain said, I am a god. And Conan said, oh yes. Fuck me harder, Oppa, did I say that out loud? Skeptically, Tayuya said, sure did. Ahee, no matter, did you get the point? As the red-headed man put it, sure, you fucked Conan. Exactly, Naruto's brows shot upwards. Wait, no, the point is that I don't give a rat's ass about what they said. We're doing it my way. Tayuya kept looking at him. Jin let out a sigh. Fine, you can add Conan to the list. With a quiet, horny bastard voice, Tayuya quietly wrote one name in a small notebook that she slowly pulled out. Naruto started, actually, you should be grateful, because I gently agreed to capture your Jinchuriki. If I was not so gentle, I would have said something like, go and do everything yourself while I sit here and masturbate. Tayuya inhaled deeply. Why did you take me with you, Jin? I know you could do everything yourself. HM, smiled the blonde. He rolled his eyes once more when he saw her dejected expression. I could, but I needed someone to suck my dick while I travel, he said. Jin pulled Tayuya closer by putting his arms around her waist and saying, oh, quit it, stop this bullshit, girl. I took you because I need you, and you know it. The girl scowled. Yeah, but sometimes you treat me like trash. He touched her chin and lifted her head with his hand, causing her eyes to whirl. And sometimes I do not, Naruto answered, planting a tender kiss on her lips. Tayuya instantly melted. What a bitch of a son. When he does that, he knows I can't resist. Naruto whispered, I need you, Tayuya, and I mean it, as they parted ways. You know I couldn't get where I am right now without you. And I also need you in order to move forward, never doubt that. The girl simply gazed in wonder at him. She was rude and harsh, yes, but sometimes a girl needs to feel like a girl. And Naruto succeeded in making Tayuya feel feminine. God's finest creation, delicate and lovely. In fact, that's what initially made her fall in love with him, because it wasn't easy to grow up in Otogakure. And growing up a lady in that hellhole was just not possible. Before she met him, everyone she encountered there was vicious and savage. Tayuya didn't care as long as she could have him, even though she was unaware of what he saw in her. Jin said, well, are you ready to continue? With a smile, Tayuya gave a slow nod. Naruto rubbed his palms together and said, all right, then, we're close enough, now. According to the red-headed person, what are you going to do? Naruto gave her a sly smile. He slammed his right hand into the floor and said, you didn't actually think that I will let you fight alone? Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Puff. When Tayuya realized what her partner had just called forth, the word, wa, died in her throat. Manda the giant purple serpent said, Orochimaru. Why did you summon me in a place like this? Where are you, Orochimaru? If this is some joke, you will. Yo, came out of nowhere. Long time no see, purple ass. What the? Manda yelled in anger as she looked down. Rattlesnake, I will eat you alive. After rolling his eyes and inhaling deeply, Naruto teleported directly onto Manda's nose. The blonde said, you should reconsider threatening me, worm. You know I have no problems in wasting your ugly ass, so there are two options really, buddy. 1. You do what I tell you. 2. I make you do what I tell you. Tayuya's gaze expanded. Is he being serious? The snake boss is being threatened by him. Manda gave a menacing hiss. He was abruptly interrupted when Naruto kicked his head. You broke the contract, rattlesnake. You didn't bring me sacrifices I required and, he said. Do I look like that trash Orochimaru to you? The blonde spit out. Unlike him, I can kill you without moving from my spot. You should be honored to have such a strong person as your summoner. TCH, fine, rattlesnake. What is your command? Naruto grinned. He gestured with his hand, now we're talking. See this village? Yes. I want you to go in there and eat anybody you want. A sacrifice? Manda questioned bewilderedly. Then why didn't you fucking say so? Naruto gave a shrug. You didn't give me a chance. Now see this pretty girl? She will help you make people of that village realize that they are in fact sacrifices for you. The Serpent King said, I like the sound of that. Hop on, little girl. With a nod, Tayuya leapt onto Manda's head. Any final tips? Naruto grinned. Sure, kick ass. Tayuya yelled. You bet, just before Manda stormed into the village. Kazecage's workspace. Hi, Gaara. Godem Kazekage pulled his eyes away from his book and said, what is it, Tamari? And the girl said, nothing. I just wanted to visit you. Gaara gave his sister a smile. Thank you, though there is nothing interesting here, Just me reading my book. Don't you want to sleep? Tamari scowled. Yeah, but I sometimes remember that you can't do that and it's not fair. Gaara shut his eyes. Many things in this life are not fair, especially the ones that we want to go our way. Yeah, the girl grinned once more, but sometimes we get lucky. Sometimes. But then, boom. The whole village trembled. Gaara asked without getting out of his chair, what is it? Quickly, Tamari went to the window. She yelled, we are under attack. A giant snake tore through the border wall. A snake? Gaara questioned, her eyes wide. Wait, you mean, Orochimaru? Tamari tried to get a better look and asked, is someone on that snake? I can't see from here, but that certainly is not Orochimaru. Why do you think that? Tamari gave a shrug. Orochimaru wouldn't attack alone. He would have brought an army and sent them first. Gaara nodded, true. So, what are our orders? The Zakage ordered, take Konkaru and mobilize the entire village. He looked over his shoulder abruptly and said, apprehend that invader. Take alive, if possible. I will join, and his face contorted in rage, even though there was nothing but the wall. Gee Gaara? Tamari inquired anxiously. You have your orders, go, I will join you shortly. Tamari yelled, H-high, and hurried away. Gaara tightened his jaw. Looks like you've lost the remains of your sanity. No Sato Konohagakure. Training grounds, Rasengan. Two related techniques collide. Blast. Wow. Looks like that girl is really going all out on Minato's ass. Master. Cried Sakura. When did you get here? Tsunade gestured with her hand. Jiraiya stopped by and said that the princess is back. I had to see it. The Toad Hermit questioned, is that the true reason? Nah, I just wanted to see Minato get his perverted ass kicked. Hey, said Kushina. That's my perverted ass. Too bad. Tsubaki turned to face her father gravely as she returned to the field. One Hiraishin kunai was in each person's left hand. Minato smiled and said, you became good, Tsubaki. The reply from Tsubaki was, and you did not. Start taking me seriously, father, or this fight will end very shortly. Hokage's grin faded. Very well then, he threw his kunai. Kage kunai no jutsu. HN. Tsubaki gracefully sidestepped each weapon. This old trick again, father? Minato's eyebrow went up. Old? The girl said, looks like Hokage's job has made your skills dull. She threw her kunai in the center of the field and said, it seems to me that you have lost your creator's nature. Reverse Hiraishin no jutsu. Oh my, said Jiraiya. She already went for that. Using his Sharingan to observe, Kakashi questioned, what is it? I can see nothing. And you won't, until it's too late, Jiraiya mumbled, grinning ruefully. Minato, meanwhile, cocked his head sideways. Reverse Hiraishin no jutsu. What is this technique? With a taijutsu stance, Tsubaki answered, you're about to find out, father. Come. Manao said, very well then, and vanished in a burst of yellow. However, when he came back from behind, Tsubaki remarked, too slow, father. Minato stopped. What? The girl gave a headshake. Techniques have the ability to grow old. And I was researching Hiraishin for a while. You are bound by those kunais you use constantly. Oh, then what about you? Tsubaki paused. Well, I guess I can tell you since you're my father. In order to use reverse Hiraishin no jutsu I need only one kunai. When I stab it into the ground, it creates a field in every part of which I can appear on a whim of mine. Minato made the decision to teleport himself out of the circumstance and take advantage of his daughter's speech as a diversion. Minato started to say, you shouldn't relax when, but his daughter was nowhere to be seen. Where? From above came the words, and you should let me finish. Wah, Minato asked, looking up just as Tsubaki's heel drop touched his shoulder. As she swept her father's legs from beneath him and delivered a forceful spinning kick to his ribcage before he fell, Tsubaki declared, I can teleport even in midair. When Minato's back struck the tree, he exclaimed, Gah! Holy shit! Cried Kiba. Tsubaki-chan is winning against Hokage-sama. For now yes, Guy answered. Hokage-sama is not that simple as well. Minato grinned back in the field. Exclaiming, well done, he pulled out another kunai. But I guess your field has a range and it doesn't reach here. When Tsubaki merely raised her left hand and her kunai appeared in it in a flash of red, words died in his throat. That's why it's called reverse Hiraishin no jutsu. Minato laughed, HMHM, HMHMHMHMHM, Very good, as expected from my daughter. Say, how about we take it up a notch? As soon as Tsubaki saw her father close his eyes, she realized what he was doing. She followed suit, saying, very well, father. Kurenai said, what are they doing? Jiraiya replied, they are gathering natural energy. Natural energy? Yes. Watch closely. Tsubaki and Minato both opened their eyes abruptly, and they were yellow. Minato exclaimed, here I come, Tsubaki, and hurried forward. The girl squinted her eyes. He's quick. She was about to parry her father's punch when he abruptly disappeared. Wah! Rasenrengen! Tsubaki exclaimed, damn, and teleported away in time. What did you just do? Yondaime chuckled, HM, you didn't think I gained my title just because of one single technique? Tsubaki pushed her hand forward and said, TCH. Kokoken. When a burst of concentrated energy sped directly at Minato, his eyes widened. It was still too slow for Konoha's yellow flash. That's far too slow to hit me. Tsubaki shot back, that was not meant to hit you. Minato saw Tsubaki's kick approaching his face and swore, shit. Although he was able to block it, Tsubaki was not finished. Tsubaki yelled, Josho Degeki, and struck her father's solar plexus with a powerful uppercut. Gah! Minato gasped as air was knocked out of him. Not yet, exclaimed the girl, turning around. Boshi Ryuti Ru. Smack. Minato was launched over the training ground once more after a single spinning roundhouse kick. Goo. Yondaime stood up slowly. I should start training again. Paperwork is really bad for health. With a hint of disappointment in her voice, Tsubaki questioned, so, is that all you've got, father? Minato inhaled deeply. His response was, it is not, but I'm not going to use that mode against my daughter. Stop it, shouted Tsubaki. Stop holding back and treating me like a child. I know you've been doing that since the beginning of the fight. My life will be in constant danger now. How can I be ready for this danger if my own father refuses to help me? That made Minato frown. Pulling out the Raijin sword, Tsubaki put her hand inside her robe and said, still going to hold back? Fine, after saying, then I will make you take me seriously. She swung the sword and hurled it at her father. What? Yondaime's eyes grew wide. However, Tsubaki flashed red, snatched up the sword, and swung it at her father before it could reach him. Ah! Minato exclaimed as his chest was lightly sliced by the sword slicing through his equipment. Are you not going to back down? Well, then, he opened his eyes sharply and did a one-handed seal. Kai. When her father's body began to glow yellow, Tsubaki's eyebrows shot upwards. Wah! However, Minato came up next to her and gave her a devastating kick to the back before she could even finish her question. Tsubaki. Jiraiya grabbed Kushina's shoulder as she screamed out of her position and prepared to run to her daughter's aid. He cautioned, you'd better stop. Jiraiya, let go, she needs me, the woman shouted. No, that's exactly what she doesn't need right now. The elderly hermit replied. Tsubaki is trying to prove something to herself, and she won't be able to do that if you interfere. However, stand down, Kushina, if you don't want your daughter to hate you. This was the only thing the woman looked down at. Whoa, is this the real power of Hokage-sama? Lee inquired. Yes. Guy gave a nod. That's what made him the feared shinobi he is. Tsubaki eventually located her father back in the field and Josho Degeki. She made another attempt, but Minato caught her fist as if it were nothing and threw the girl over his shoulder, saying, I'm sorry, Tsubaki. He pointed his kunai at her throat and declared, it's over. With her eyes closed, Tsubaki acknowledged, it is. It was the best fight I've had since Yondaime Reikage. Minato exhaled and halted his yellow flash mode. You sure went a long way with, he said, holding out his hand. The next word died in his throat when he looked at Tsubaki's face once more. A face with a furrowed brow. Oh, hurry up. You came this close to beating me and in a few years, Minato said, kneeling once more and giving his daughter a hug. Tsubaki muttered, no, you don't understand, father. I wasn't training to beat you. Tsubaki, you. Yondaime sighed, his eyes widening. I know you've been holding back as well. With a feeble smile, the girl said, Jiraiya-sensei told you? Minato nodded, that he did. Yes, I do possess that. She shook her head and said, but that is not the answer, because he has it too. And I probably would have beaten you if I used it. Naruto. Tsubaki gave a nod. I thought that if I could defeat you without unleashing it, then I probably stood a chance against him. Do you really think he's as strong as me now? Minato scowled. She shook her head and said, No, father, I think he's already stronger. Unexpected rooftop. Sanagakure no Sato. What a sight, too bad I missed my popcorn, Naruto said, watching as Manda destroyed Sanagakure's barriers while Tayuya was on his head. You wouldn't get the chance to eat it anyway. Naruto smiled contentedly. Damn it, finally. He turned abruptly around and said, Kazekage-sama. And here I thought you're going to ignore little old me. Gaara grimly remarked, it was pretty foolish of you to come here, Kasaragi. Why? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Are you truly insane enough to confront the Sandmaster in a desert? The blonde spread his hands and smiled, saying, yes. Gaara's eyes narrowed. He knew that this man was not to be taken lightly, even though he was territorially inferior. Rattlesnake, what are your objectives? My objective? Well, there's that pose in Kama Sutra that I always wanted to try, but the girl needs to stand upside down and spread her legs wide and then Naruto pondered for a moment. Stop playing around. Why did you come here? The sand began to whirl wildly around Gaara. Oh, that's what you were talking about. That's easy, the blonde answered. I'm here to give you two choices. What choices? Well, Naruto was scratching his head. The first option is that you quietly knock yourself out, place yourself on my shoulder, let me carry you back to Akatsuki base where we will extract Ichibi from you, most likely killing you in the process. Now, what is the second choice? Gaara's arms were folded. Jin sighed. Actually, it's not much different from the first one, but I wouldn't recommend that because, well, let's just say you will like it even less. Is that correct? I see that you have doubts, the blonde laughed. Old friend, hurry up. You are nothing, and we both know it. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Kasaragi. Gaara responded, I came a long way as well. All right, option 2 is it, Naruto said, rolling his eyes, Hashokan. When Naruto's ice blade was blocked by Gaara's sand, he grinned and said, you'll have to do better than that. Naruto hurried forward at breakneck speed and struck with his katana, saying, okay. Gaara frowned and leapt into the air, saying, TCH. As he prepared to grab Gaara when he landed, Naruto said, useless. But, what the? According to Gaara, who was flying with his sand, I learned your skills well, Kasaragi. Jin said, ho, not bad for a one-trick phony. Your insults mean nothing to me, Kasaragi. Kazekage scowled. Q Sabaku. Oppa. As sand began to envelop him from all sides, Naruto cried out, not good, better to run away in fear, I mean withdraw. He then ran farther into the village. You're not going anywhere. Following suit, Gaara said, sand is all over this village. The blonde swore as he saw sand blocking all of his routes. Damn. Okay, I'm not good at defense anyhow. He looked over at Gaara and said, Hyoku Getsume. Godem Kazekage remained calm as a big ice arrow swiftly came toward him and crack. When his sand destroyed it, he grinned with satisfaction. You really think a trick that's been around for 3 years will work again? With a laugh, Gaara inquired. Naruto sighed. Actually yes, I did. Damn, that was my strongest ranged attack. Stop trying, Rattlesnake. You've got nothing left, yelled Gaara. I assured my friend that I wouldn't murder you. Death me? You're thinking too highly of yourself, trash, Naruto said, looking up without his typical smirk. Gaara squinted his eyes and said, so be it. He waved his hand, and all of Jin's limbs were covered in sand. I never mentioned broken bones, but I vowed not to kill you. Final opportunity, Kasaragi. You still don't get it, the blonde said with a dark smile and his eyes closed. Nothing can be done by you. I'm sorry, Namikaze Tsubaki, Gaara said, clenching his fist. Sabaku Susu. Blast. Some invisible force abruptly blasted away Gaara's sand, preventing Naruto's limbs from being crushed. Gaara simply gazed in disbelief. How? You can't do that. Naruto opened his eyes slowly and said, not impossible. He cracked his neck and said, just too difficult for your limited mind to understand. The Kazekage saw those eyes and gasped in surprise, saying, it can't be. You? He formed a sphere of sand around himself and gritted his teeth, saying, you haven't won yet. This is my utmost defense. You cannot penetrate it with any of your ice techniques. Well, that's a shame, Naruto scowled at that. He lifted his left hand, and Yuki and Issa vanished within. Are you giving up? You really should have chosen option 1, now you made me use this power. Naruto shook his head, frowning. The power they gave me. You're not aware of how much I detest it. When Gaara noticed that Jin's hands began to radiate red chakra, she asked, "What is that? That energy, it's incredible." In the meantime, Naruto opened both of his hands wide and began to rotate them counterclockwise. "Makoto-san, I won't apologize." He put his arms together and said, "This is all for you." Crimson Rage. Dude. When Jin's hands directed a massive red light beam directly at Gaara, his eyes widened. One down. The words, "Ah." The pain was excruciating, and Gaara screamed at the top of his lungs as his armor and sand shield were nearly instantly destroyed. Gaara's still body dropped to the ground as Naruto separated his hands and said, "Enough." He started, approaching closely. Even his clothes burned. Yes, Gaara was nearly nude now, with numerous deep burns all over his body. Alive. Naruto picked up Godem Kazekage after he swiftly looked around Gaara for life signs. Sigh. They always take second option. The location of Tayuya in another section of the village. Weak. Tayuya stated, impaling yet another Suna shinobi on her kodachi. Oi, Manda. What? The enormous snake faced his companion. Throwing the shinobi up with her blade, the red-headed woman yelled, "Another meal for you." No. The unfortunate man let out a shriek right before Manda swallowed him whole. Good. Female, I like you, the Snake King said. Are you the mate of Rattlesnake? You could say that, said Tayuya with a sly smile. From the right, another team is closing in. You got it. Manda swung his enormous tail, bringing down a building on the squad that was approaching. With a cross slash with her twin swords, Tayuya declared, smart thinking. One man was cut in 4. Say, may I ask you a question? After giving it some thought, Manda said, very well, you may ask. I've always wondered why he's called Rattlesnake by everyone. I mean, I could understand humans, the girl said, but you? That's because this asshole is one cunning slimy traitorous son of a bitch, the great serpent said with a laugh. That's it? Tayuya asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, no, not at all. He is also uncontrollable. An ideal characteristic for a rattlesnake. Really? Additionally, I've heard of snake charmers who are capable of taming snakes. The rattlesnake is one of the snakes that cannot be tamed, according to Manda. If they want something, they might comply. Yeah, that clarifies it. Be careful. Tayuya's quick backward leap saved her life because the next second. Jutsu no Dai Kamaitachi. What the devil? Manda cried out as multiple wounds appeared on his body. Just stop there. You won't make it any further. Temari showed up with her fan poised to attack. Anger squinted Tayuya's eyes. You? For that time, I'll reimburse you, fucking bitch. Do you know this woman? Did Manda ask? Not for long, Tayuya snarled and drew her swords. Temari whispered, you, from back then. Jin, her eyes widened, you were with. Hey, how are you? Konkaru landed next to his sister and asked. Temari gave him a fierce look and said, you fool, we're being attacked, are you blind? I can, indeed. Thank you very much. I meant who is attacking us, Konkaru said. Temari scowled at Tayuya and said, they are. Tell me where he is. This is for me to know and for you to learn about it when it's too late. Keep other worms away from me. I'm going to take this bitch on. Tayuya yelled, leaping from Manda's head directly at Temari. Very well, I was intending to do that anyway, Manda answered, then proceeded to eat the good people of Sanagakure. It seems to me that you have forgotten what happened 3 years ago. Temari swung her fan, her eyes narrowing. Ninpo, Kamaitachi. Placing one sword behind her back and performing some hand seals with her free hand, Tayuya grinned and said, hey. Oh no, I remember exactly what happened. Kaden. No jutsu, Housenka. Fire. But. Temari's eyes widened. Go down, what's wrong with you? Konkaru yelled, abruptly shoving his sister away. Keep from freezing like that. I apologize, Temari said, shaking her head and getting to her feet. I've fought her before, and she didn't have such skills as fire jutsu. Konkaru responded, bringing forth his 3 puppets. Well, it looks like she was training. Let's take this bitch down, I'll back you up. Tayuya's eyebrows shot up in laughter in the meantime. Oh? A puppeteer? All right. How about it? Konkaru answered. Nothing. Tayuya ran her hand through her locks. It's just that I have an acquaintance that asked me to give a small present to a puppeteer if I ever run into one in this shithole. Who do you know? Perhaps you heard the name, Sasori? Tayuya grinned. The eyes of Konkaru grew wide. Sasori? Is Suna no Sasori? You're correct. As her body burned to dust, Tayuya said, and here's the gift. What? Where did she? Tamari exclaimed in disbelief. Ah. She turned around when she heard a sharp yelp of pain. Konkaru. The puppeteer hissed a dart out of his neck and said, TCH. What the hell is, fuck, poison, he muttered, collapsing on the ground as his vision became blurry and the next words died in his throat. Clown. Good guess. In a flash of fire, Tayuya emerged. You. In front of her brother, Tamari stood guardedly. What did you do to him? Shaking his head, Tayuya said, as I said, just a little gift. Konkaru muttered, cough, it was a poisonous dart, cough, Tamari, take caution. Oh, don't worry, I won't do that to her. Tayuya pulled out her blades once more, saying, because I want to feel the thrill of tearing her to pieces. TCH. Tamari scowled. You're not going to fool me once more. Tayuya grinned broadly and said, oh, I beg to differ. As her body vanished from view, she remarked, not all my skills have changed. Genjutsu. Tamari exclaimed. Kai, hee. Tayuya's laughter echoed from everywhere. Oh, please. Do you believe my presence in Akatsuki is in vain? Akatsuki. Then it means you're after Gaara. Tamari's eyes widened. Good luck. Now, please remain motionless while I chop you to pieces. Kazekage-sama will be my next target. No, you won't be allowed, Tamari shouted. Shinne. Tayuya came up behind me, already brandishing her sword. But all of a sudden, avoid, Tamari's life was saved once more when she immediately obeyed. Baki-sensei. Tayuya moaned, another freak. Oi, Manda. I told you that while I deal with this bitch, you should keep other trash away from me. Che. I apologize if I'm struggling to fight thousands of people by myself, the enormous serpent answered. Tayuya pushed against Baki's windblade and hissed, damn. Tamari, how are you? Baki asked, maintaining eye contact with Tayuya. Tamari nodded and said, I'm fine, thank you, fucking insects. Baki looked at her. Give up, girl, and maybe your life will be spared. Sorry, but giving up is not an option for me because, the red-headed man grinned once more. A loud noise abruptly interrupted her. Ah. What? Tamari turned around sharply just in time to see a fading beam of red light and, the falling body of her youngest brother, Gaara. To reach him, they diverted attention with this attack. Baki yelled. Tayuya broke the impasse by leaping backwards and saying, hey, I guess he's done. A shame, I really hoped to finish you off this time. Well, you can't have everything. She pulled out one kunai and sheathed her swords. Well, since it's already too late, the girl smirked and threw the kunai to the ground. There was an instantaneous flash of yellow. Hokage wa Yandaime? Baki stumbled. The newcomer chewed on a piece of fried meat and said, sorry to disappoint, but no, nice. Asshole, you took too long. I nearly had an entire hidden village on my ass. Reprimanded Tayuya. Then Naruto turned to face her after swallowing his meat and said, shut your mouth and be thankful that I did your job for you. Fuck you, Jin. Sure, once we get to bed. Jin. Turning to Tamari, Naruto said, Oppa. Hello, young lady, how is it going? With wide eyes, Tamari observed him. Jin, you. Then she saw that Gaara was unconscious on his shoulder and that he was also wearing an Akatsuki cloak. But you promised. First of all, never trust a rattlesnake, said Naruto, rolling his eyes. Second, I vowed not to murder him. And as you probably can see, he looked back to see that Tamari could only see Gaara's ass, with Gaara still resting on his shoulder. Well, I guess you can't, so I'll just tell you, he said. Right now, your brother is still alive. I'll simply transport him to Akatsuki base, where Biju will be extracted from him. What? No, I won't let you, Tamari said, getting her fan ready once more. Hee. It was good to see you, Tamari, Jin said, putting his free hand around Tayuya's waist. Hello, Manda. Playtime is over. The serpent said, damn, and it was just getting good, before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Kasaragi, you're not leaving, Baki said angrily, go back Kazekage-sama right now. Jin grinned, saying, let me think for 2 seconds. No ya ne. Then, in a burst of yellow, he and Tayuya vanished. Fuck it. Baki swore. Gaara, Baki-sensei, what will we do? Tamari inquired. We will need some help on this one, Wind Country border. You did that, but why? We could leave without it, Tayuya inquired. Stoically, Naruto replied, no, I want them to know. What? Everything, he said. Akatsuki's plans, our position and who exactly the attackers were. But why would you do that? You could always do that later, after all. Oh, I just want her to chase after me without thinking, Naruto grinned. After all, it's been, what, 3 years since I last saw my beloved sister. I suppose I'm simply missing her too much. That made Tayuya frown. Fucking asshole, no Sato Konohagakure. Akamichi's barbecue restaurant. The Tsubaki-chan was fantastic. Kiba informed everyone who didn't witness her and her father's show of strength. Naturally, those individuals were their parents, who were at work at the time, but they certainly weren't going to miss Tsubaki's welcome party. Yes, everyone was there, with the exception of Hyuga's. Thank you, Kiba, but could you please stop doing that? Tsubaki said with a smile to an excited Inuzuka. You've already told me I'm awesome about 30 times. Yeah, but, you're awesome. Kiba blushed. They all laughed at that. So, Tsubaki-chan, what are your plans? Are you prepared to return to Team 7? Kakashi inquired. Actually, Tsubaki said, her smile fading, turning to face her father, who was unusually quiet. What I'll hear from my father will determine how I proceed. To avoid that conversation, Minato bit his lip and said, well, if you're talking about Chunin exams. No, father. Tsubaki calmly replied, you understand exactly what I meant. You promised to have information. Tsubaki, let's at least save it for tomorrow, Yandaime sighed. Let's make the most of this happy day while it lasts. Slowly, the girl nodded. Very well. So, you all saw my skills, how about you tell me what you have learned? Sure thing. Kiba seized the opportunity to boast about his abilities. I improved my sense of smell, now it's even better than ninja dogs. Tsubaki was unsure of how to put it, but learning one thing in 3 years was, impressive. Kiba gave a broad smile and said, you bet. Her eyes narrowed as she turned to face Guy's team and asked, what about you, guys? Yosh! Shouted Lee. Tsubaki interrupted, saying, sorry, Lee. You can tell me later. Now I'd like to have a few words with you. Sure. Tsubaki got to his feet. Let's go outside. Outside. She and another person left the building, and Tsubaki started, I'm sorry for being rude, actually I don't even know what your name is. Another girl gave a shrug. It's Kin, Tsuchi Kin. Right. Tsubaki's expression darkened. I remember you being on Hidden Sound Team 3 years ago. What are you doing here? Kin smiled sheepishly. Well, I kind of defected before the invasion started, and later, after what happened to Hyuga Neji, I became good friends with Tenten, so Hokage-sama offered me a spot on Team Guy. The redhead said, I see, and how were you able to defect? I don't think father would take you in just because you asked. Kin hesitated. Well, Jin-kun helped me and, it was incorrect to say that. Gah! Exclaimed the girl with the raven hair as she was lifted by the throat and slammed into a wall. What do you know about him? Tsubaki posed a risky question. Cough, I don't know anything. Kin made a futile attempt to break free of Tsubaki's hold. Tsubaki closed her eyes and opened them again, saying, don't lie. However, they were yellow instead of her typical blue when she did. I have a pretty good sense in this mode, so I'll know if you lie. Now I'll ask again, what do you know about Jin Kasaragi? I don't know. Tsubaki clenched her fist more tightly and said, my patience is running thin. Cough, all right. I'll tell you, just, cough, put me down. Tsubaki let go, and Kin collapsed to her knees, coughing. Talk. Cough, cough, I heard rumors he joined an organization named Akatsuki. Tell me something I don't know. GH. Kin got to his feet slowly. I don't know much about him specifically, but I know he works with a partner. Tsubaki knitted his brows. Who is he? Kin clarified, she. A girl named Tayuya. Tsubaki's gaze expanded. The reports from Shikamaru were accurate, so, continue. Well, I once heard that this Tayuya is important for some reason and that she knows him better than anyone. Kin replied. If you want information about him, she is your person. That's all I know, I swear. Tsubaki relaxed and nodded, all right. I'm sorry I was rough before, but I sometimes lose control when it comes to him. It's all right, I understand. Peace? Peace. Okay. Let's go back inside, the barbecue restaurant in Akamichi. Jiraiya smiled mischievously and said, so, had a little girlish conversation? Tsubaki returned the smile. I'm sorry, sensei, but there was nothing to take your notes from. What? Kushina let out a frantic cry. He was taking notes from you. Tsubaki appeared surprised. Well yes. I saw Jiraiya-sensei writing madly in his notebook every time I was in my bikini suit. Or when I was training with water. Or with oil on the Toad Mountain. The expression on Kushina's face confirmed Jiraiya's death. He sometimes even asked if I could undress for him. What? Tsubaki gave a shrug. Well, it's not like he didn't see it before. Besides, why would I mind him looking at me? It's not a crime. Kiba lost consciousness due to a nosebleed that second. Both Lee and Choji were flushed. Shino's face was slightly flushed as well. It was only because it was his daughter that Minato remained conscious. Kakashi was also laughing to himself. Shikamaru, who described it as troublesome, and Guy, who was troublesome, were the only ones unaffected. Turning to the Sannin, Kushina said, you know, Jiraiya, killing you will be too easy, I will. Tsubaki interrupted, stop it, mother. Her mother yelled, but Tsubaki, he was looking at you as a sex tool. Tsubaki's eyebrow went up. So, he wasn't attempting to accomplish anything. Besides, do you really believe that he will reconsider if you beat him up? All the girls were completely taken aback by that. What? You really had that thought? Tsubaki questioned incredulously, that's absurd. When a man looks at a woman in that way, it indicates that he finds her attractive and beautiful. If I didn't get such looks, I would feel insulted. She was interrupted by someone saying, I'm sorry, are you Namikaze Tsubaki-san? Yes, I am, the girl said, slowly turning her head, and who could you be? Hyuga Hanabi is my name. I am Hinata Nei's younger sister, and she has sent you a message. Tonight, Nei-sama would like to meet you at the training grounds. Well, that's unexpected, Tsubaki said, cocking her head to the side. However, why at night? Would she not be able to come here? Hanabi paused before saying, I don't know, but I suggest you don't go. Why, huh? According to the younger girl, I don't think her intentions are friendly. Nei-sama is very angry at you for some reason. Tsubaki paused, then said, I see, well, you can tell Hinata that I will be there. For sure. Tsubaki's eyes narrowed. The hideout of Akatsuki. You ugly bastards, open up. Banging his foot against a huge boulder, Naruto yelled, I said, open up, you pieces of trash. The rock suddenly shifted. Aha, are you afraid? The blonde smirked as she spoke. Ahem. He noticed Tayuya making a hand seal as he glanced over his shoulder. I guess that works too, come on already, the girl said, rolling her eyes as she walked in. We're going to have 3 really exciting days, I promise. With a frown, Naruto said, yeah, I heard that. A silhouette then emerged from the shadows. That was quick. Did you expect us to have tea with them? Shrugged Naruto. Pain squinted and said, no, Deidara, Sasori. They're here, come out. Oh, they really are here, Well, what are you guys doing here? Tayuya asked, turning around. From his puppet, Sasori said, we were sent here in case you two screw up. Which is highly unlikely, just as I said. Naruto grinned and said, ho, thanks for the confidence. Enough small talk. You can put that off until later. We have to seal Ichibi right away, Pain said, calling forth a massive statue. Hi, hello, Jin? Tayuya murmured softly. Well, how are we going to proceed? If those two are here, she said, merely hoping he would hear. The blonde gave her a comforting smile and said, don't worry, I knew they'll be here. Tayuya's brows lifted. How? That was my plan, Naruto said, his smile expanding. No Sato, Sanagakure. Damn it, Konkaru, hold on, Tamari begged. The medic said, I'm sorry, Tamari-sama, but we have never met with this kind of poison before. Baki said, I guess we'll have to ask them. This is bad, I am going to go in. Tamari got up and said, no, I will ask them. Baki nodded, and Tamari left after recalling what she had seen. Very well. A flashback. Tamari found a scroll in her robe by accident and carefully unrolled it, reading, burn it if you're stupid. You know who it is, it began. If you're reading this, then I'm dead, ha ha ha, no it's your brother, not me. Tamari became enraged, but she chose to read through to the end before making a decision. I apologize, but it was unavoidable. Your brother must die for my plan to succeed, but that doesn't mean you will lose him. I promised you that you would get your brother back, so here's what you need to do. Inside the scroll you are reading now is another, sealed scroll. You need to bring that one scroll to an old hag named Shio. Do you know one? If not, ask someone else. If you do that, everything will work out perfectly. Oh, and by the way, nice ass. Finish the flashback. As she entered the large gate, Tamari whispered, let's see if your word means anything. Who is it? She heard an old voice. She approached a small pond and knelt down, saying, my name is Tamari. The Junin of Sanagakure no Sato. We need your assistance. Why should we do anything? The elderly woman said, we retired a long time ago. Chio Basama, huh? Tamari inquired, yes? I have a scroll for you. For myself? Chio appeared truly taken aback. So, where is it? Tamari handed the scroll over and said, here. Let's see. Unrolling the scroll, the elderly woman revealed. Hey, that's hilarious. I burst out laughing. What a cunning bitch. Hello, Nei-chan. What is that? Chio burned the scroll and tossed it aside, saying, nothing, Ebisu. But it looks like I will have one last mission. She got up and asked, what is required of me? Like that? Surprised, Tamari asked. Chio gave a snort. What were you expecting? My complaining? You know, you can still hear that. I'm not rushing. I'd rather not, Tamari shuddered. Konohagakure no Sato, training grounds. Standing in the middle of a deserted training field, Tsubaki thought, what a quiet night. Nights like these bring back memories. She slowly closed her eyes and smiled. Then, 3 seconds later, drop it. The red-headed woman, who had yet to open her eyes, said, I know you're here, Hinata. You can hide your presence very well, but I could feel your intent from a mile away. Now, impress everyone with your abilities. It's very similar to you, Namikaze. Slowly, Tsubaki opened her eyes and saw that, indeed, Hinata, or what she thought was Hinata, was standing there. In contrast, Hinata became quite the looker during these 3 years, much like Tsubaki herself, and her only clothing consisted of a tight pair of shorts and a black t-shirt. She was neither extremely ugly nor completely covered in clothing. What was different then? Tsubaki saw no signs of the Hinata she knew in the person she was now observing. The shy girl who always hid behind someone's back was no longer there, nor was there any more stuttering, covering, or uncertainty. Tsubaki's eyes narrowed at the thought, so the kitty is finally out of hiding. No, she didn't come out of hiding herself, he brought her out. Hinata remained silent and kept her eyes fixed on Tsubaki. All right. Will you stare at me all night, or will you at last explain why you brought me out here? The red-headed person inquired. Fascinating. Hinata paused, then cocked her head to the side. The prodigal daughter has come back. Oh, happiness. Everyone is thrilled, including Hokage-sama. This adorable little girl has outperformed Asanin. More narrowing of Tsubaki's eyes followed by the statement, news travel fast I see. Oh, indeed. Replied Hinata. I even took a break from missions in order not to miss your little performance. Tsubaki gave a mocking nod and said, thank you. You are welcome. Hinata grinned and nodded in return, but I couldn't help but notice how disappointed you looked after the fight was over. Maybe that wasn't what you wanted to happen. Tsubaki clenched her jaw and said, Hinata, what do you want? I want to know just one thing. What did he ever see in you? Hinata said, shedding her smile. What? What were you saying? She chose to ask even though she had a brilliant idea. I said exactly what you heard. I was always staring at you back then. Fuck, I looked up to you. Yelled Hinata angrily. The Hokage's daughter, the most talented pupil since Uchiha Itachi, the good-hearted person at the center of every business, just a pretty face. We were both very similar and very different at the same time, but you had it all. A caring family, friends, and the support of all living things. If I had at least one of those, I would have been ecstatic. What are you discussing? Tsubaki pondered, are you blaming me for your life's struggles? For that? No, not for that. I never had any problem with you, Hinata replied, shaking her head. I realize that I am solely responsible for all of the negative aspects of my life. However, then he arrived. Are we thinking about the same person right now? Tsubaki asked, raising his eyebrows. He arrived and ruined my entire world. He broke everything I held dear as easily as you can break a match, yelled Hinata. By being so strong and resolute, by doing what he wanted, by disobeying authority. Tsubaki gave a mental nod, saying, yeah, definitely the same person. The Hyuga heiress concluded, and no wonder he got his sights on you. It didn't surprise me at all, she said. However, I didn't experience jealousy. It was right to see you two together. The moment you two were born, it seemed as though the heavens had made a decision. Just looking at you captivated me. Naturally, I didn't think someone like him could ever come my way. And I was proven wrong again, she said, pausing. When he arrived, I changed. I evolved into the person I enjoy seeing every morning in the mirror. And he is solely responsible for that. She held another pause, taking her time to glare right in Tsubaki's eyes, and then he left. As rage began to creep into her mind, Tsubaki thought, she'd better not mean what I think she does. Hinata went on, at first, I couldn't believe it. He just went and betrayed the village. I wanted you to know that I was giving this a lot of thought. How about? Tsubaki inquired. With such power at his age, he could have become the greatest shinobi in this village's history. Hinata asked, about what reason he could have for leaving. He was respected by all shinobi, from Genins to Anbu. And he had you, too. Tsubaki balled his fists. And I began searching for the cause. Was the village involved? No, I looked through the documents. He had a good salary. Then, what were the people doing? No, that incident from years ago didn't even make Anbu angry. Say, what's left? Nada asked, smirking arrogantly. You are. At a startling rate, Tsubaki was losing her temper. Slow down, child. The last thing you want is to lose it in the village. The red-headed woman remained silent, merely attempting to pierce Hinata's head with her intense gaze. The Hyuga heiress grinned broadly and said, harsh truth, it hurts, isn't it? Ah, you don't like what I'm saying it seems. How does it feel to know that you caused him to leave? Stop talking. Tsubaki yelled, you have no idea. Oh, do I? And I think I know quite enough, hinted Hinata. You have the audacity to declare your love for him one moment and then exchange him for that Uchiha piece of garbage the next. What? Astonished. Yes, I am aware of such things, Hinata yelled, losing all of her humor. You chased him away. You did it. And now that you're back, you're claiming to bring them both back. Just to pick Uchiha over him once more. Bring them back. I refuse to have it. You're not going after him, she said, adopting a combat stance. It will be me who will bring him back, and I'll keep you away from him forever. For a few seconds, Tsubaki just stood there in silence, stunned, and then she slowly lowered her head. You, she muttered, turning back to Hinata with all the rage she could muster. You'll be sorry you said this. Hokage's daughter vanished in a burst of yellow with that, but Kaikesho Kaden. Oh, the well-known Hyuga technique threw Tsubaki back. HM. Hinata laughed as she approached the fallen Tsubaki slowly. Teleporting behind your enemy, how predictable. She scoffed, glaring down at an enraged Tsubaki. But in my case, it's useless. I can see everything around me thanks to Byakugan, so I'll know exactly where you'll be before you do. Then I'll just have to take you down the old-fashioned way. TCH. Tsubaki spat some blood and got to his feet. She then brandished the Raijin sword and launched a direct assault on Hinata. HN. The girl with the raven hair retreated, dodging multiple sword slashes, and attempted to sidestep another blow to grab Tsubaki from behind, but was struck hard in the ribs instead. Oh, you will pay for that, Hinata said, lowering herself to her back and gripping her chest. You. She got to her feet slowly and gave her opponent a fierce look. Tsubaki just squinted her eyes. Ha! Hinata collected chakra in her hands and exclaimed. Hake Kusho. She pushed her right hand forward and yelled. Tsubaki had no idea what that was, but her instincts told her to run from the attack, so she did, teleporting away from the attack line. She had never been more shocked in her life. Hinata was there already. Rokujuyanshu Hake. Attacking all of Tsubaki's major body parts, she screamed. Ah! The redhead let out a painful scream. After hitting the final spot and letting Tsubaki collapse on the ground, Hinata declared, game over. Huff. Huff. HM. She laughed, way too easy. She looked down at her opponent triumphantly and said, it's unbelievable that Jiraiya is so weak. Or maybe he just gave you a pass because you're a girl, or Hokage's daughter, or maybe both. In any case, I don't care. The fact that you wanted to pursue him is what matters. Ah! When Hinata's foot struck Tsubaki's abdomen, she let out another scream. With this strength, you can't, the Hyuga heiress said, you've lost your opportunity, for him. I am the only one left, I'm going to have Jin-kun. Tsubaki became red-eyed. Avoid it, you must keep it inside. Restrain yourself. Don't let her words consume your thoughts. Cease. What? When Tsubaki's hand unexpectedly grabbed Hinata's ankle, she yelled, "Are you still attempting to struggle? You. What the?" She glanced at that arm, but instead of nails, she saw claws. Tsubaki hissed softly from below, "So you think I lack strength? Well, congrats, because you will be the first Konoha resident to truly see my true strength right now." The only time Hinata could open her eyes was before she was flung across the training field. Ah! Impossible! How could she do that from her position? Hinata yelled as her back struck the tree. Hinata's heart skipped a beat when she heard, "Not impossible." Tsubaki's response, just before she struck Hinata in the face, was, "Just too difficult for your limited mind to understand." Oh. Raven-haired girl's body rolled on the ground. Cough, you. She looked at Tsubaki again, noticing the change in girl's body, voice, chakra system, and the look on her face. "What are you? Who am I?" As he approached the defeated Hinata, Tsubaki questioned with a laugh, "Something that you will never understand." She grabbed Hinata by the throat and screamed, something that only he can comprehend. Oh. Hinata attempted to resist, but Tsubaki's hold tightened. "Damn it, I can't breathe. Useless idiot. Jin used you up and threw you away." Tsubaki spat. "He didn't kill you just because he felt like it, and I'm willing to wager that he didn't even look back when he abandoned you in that forest. Fool." With great force, she flung Hinata to the ground. "Oh, he's too strong for you." With her murderous intent released, Tsubaki yelled, "I am the only one who truly knows what he's capable of. And if you believe that he will ever be yours," with a cunning grin, she made Rasengan with her right hand. "You're in for another surprise." "No." Hinata screamed when Tsubaki took a step forward and fell down on her face. What? Looks like we made it. Thank heavens. Minato, take care of your daughter. I'll talk to this one." Yondaime took his daughter and vanished in a burst of yellow, saying, "Hi, sensei." Jiraiya-san. Hinata stumbled. "Young lady, you did something really foolish, and it nearly led to this village's devastation," the Sannin said. What are you talking about?" Hinata asked, her eyes widening. Jiraiya exhaled. "I'm saying that if Tsubaki-chan would have released her full power, it would have taken all of my and Minato's strength to stop her." "Is she really that strong?" "She is," Jiraiya replied. "And I would really appreciate if you don't try to anger her again." Hinata said, looking down. "I won't. In reality, I thought she was too weak to accomplish what she intends to do. Knowing that he's back will be good enough for me, at least enough for me to continue moving forward," she said with a sorrowful smile. "I thought I could do better, but with this kind of strength she will have no problem bringing him back." "I hope you are right," Jiraiya said, scowling at the girl. "But I doubt it, really doubt it." Mansion of the Hokage. Tsubaki's chamber. So, Minato started, gazing down at his daughter who was sleeping soundly. "Will I have to deal with this every time someone challenges her?" Jiraiya shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Not many things can anger your daughter so much now, Minato. Perhaps this Hinata girl said something really out of place. Otherwise it wouldn't have come to this." Yondaime inhaled deeply. "Okay, I'll talk to Hinata about this. He stopped. Just tell me one thing. How could this happen? What purpose did he pursue?" "Well, you have to understand that I haven't been there in person, but," Jiraiya replied. "From Tsubaki-chan's words it happened like this." Rewind. "It was 3 years ago." "Huh?" the red-haired girl asked, bewildered. "Where the hell am I?" In fact, Tsubaki is now in a totally different situation than when she first went to bed. The last time she can recall, she was in a forest with Jiraiya. Additionally, this location appeared to be a sever. "Come," echoed abruptly. "Come to my voice. Find me." Tsubaki stood up and asked, "Who are you? Where am I?" "Find me and I'll explain everything." Tsubaki took a moment to reflect. Who might this be? After giving it some thought, she moved forward a step. Then one after another. "It doesn't matter. I don't know how to get out of here by myself, and this guy said he would explain something." When Tsubaki followed the voice's instructions, she found herself standing in front of a sizable cell. "Turn now." "What is?" she started, but as soon as 2 blazing red eyes emerged behind that cell, her words stopped. "So my jailer has finally decided to pay me a visit." Tsubaki's gaze grew strained. "Ah, I see, so you must be the Kyuubi no Yoko." The 9-tailed fox replied, "Indeed I am. I assume you have many questions for me." The girl said, "You are right to assume that. First of all, why did you attack my village all those years ago?" Kyuubi muttered, "How fascinating," in lieu of a response. I do not see any hint of fear in your eyes, stance or words. You are truly a worthy specimen to be my jailer. I'm not even mentioning your beauty. With harsh interruption, Tsubaki said, you haven't answered my question. The fox smiled. Indeed, I did not. Very well. That was not the question I'd like to answer, but if you wish to know the truth then so be it. Remember when your father told you that you hold me inside? I do. Tsubaki's scowl grew more intense, but if this is some kind of attempt to turn me against my father then. The demon interrupted, it is not. I was just going to say that your father forgot to mention about the person who held me before you. The girl's brows lifted. Before me? The woman you call your mother. What? According to Kyubi, it's true. Uzumaki Kashina was my jailer before you. She was pretty good at it too. However, there is one moment when the seal weakens greatly. The moment of childbirth. And someone used it to his advantage. Tsubaki inquired, what do you mean by that? One man came when Kashina was giving birth, and he used his cursed power to set me free. I see, so this man is responsible for the destruction of my village. Yes. Who is this man? To Tsubaki's surprise, Kyubi yelled, that is not important. What do you mean not important? Of course it is. Don't you want vengeance on that person for using you? The redhead yelled. The demon said, I do. Right now, however, that is really irrelevant. Tsubaki probed. How is it irrelevant? It is irrelevant because I'm more interested in survival than vengeance. This caused Tsubaki's eyes to widen. Survival? But father and Jiraiya-san said you are immortal. What can possibly threaten you? Kyubi grimly remarked, your brother. Whispering, Naruto, Tsubaki said. And the fox said, indeed. The one who contains my other part, the one you fell in love with, the one who left you. The girl clenched her jaw. With a dangerous tone, she said, that's none of your business. Kyubi said, you are wrong, it is. For his actions have led to the point where without your help I'm particularly doomed. But how? What you do not know, Tsubaki, is that when Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kashina performed the sealing, the latter was very low on chakra. So my power was not divided equally. One of the two holds much bigger part of me. Who? Tsubaki chose to ask even though he already knew the answer. Naruto. But that is only half of the problem. How so? I don't know how it happened, or what was my other half thinking, the demon started. But for some reason Uzumaki Naruto gained those cursed eyes. You mean Sharingan? Inquired Tsubaki. Yes, and not just any Sharingan, but its ultimate version. Ultimate version? Is it some advanced stage? How can one get it? He took someone else's eyes and replaced his own with them. Tsubaki let out a startled gasp. You mean, he actually took another person's eyes? Correct. But we're not here to discuss that. What's important is that with these eyes he could control my other part. He took my power for his own and in the end, he completely destroyed my other consciousness. Destroyed in which way? Tsubaki questioningly inquired. According to Kyubi, in every way. It simply ceased to exist. The analog would be a living human with a dead brain. It happens sometimes. I understand. Tsubaki forced herself to say, but you still have consciousness. The demon replied, yes, I do. However, that won't be enough. Remember when I said that I am weaker than my other part? The truth is I'm about 3 times weaker. Tsubaki whispered, so Naruto is 3 times stronger than me. Indeed. But what's important for me is that 1/4 of power is not enough for resurrection. The fox replied. I will explain. It does not matter how many times I am sealed, in the end I can still break free. But the thing is that the weaker part is always absorbed by the stronger one. So it doesn't actually matter which one of you two dies first, I will still be absorbed by my other half. According to the girl, and its brain is dead. Exactly. The moment both parts are out of the seal I will vanquish forever, and I prefer for that not to happen. So I am proposing a deal. A deal? Kyubi said, yes. I help you and you help me. Simple. You want to return him, right? But you assume he won't come voluntarily, and you don't have enough power to bring him back by force. Besides, he can control my power in him perfectly. What's your point? Raised Tsubaki's eyebrows. The point is that you need my power and I am willing to grant it. I will give you a full access to my power in exchange for one thing. Grill's gaze grew strained. And what is that thing? Kyubi hesitated. You must promise me that when you do bring Uzumaki Naruto back, you will convince Namikaze Minato and his mentor Jiraiya to transfer my other half in you so I can be complete. Tsubaki's head cocked. Are you sure that's even possible? Kyubi paused once more. I am not, however, if there is someone who can possibly manage that, it's these two. Also, if that will prove to be not possible, then I will settle for another solution. Which is? The demon said, seal my other part completely. Imprison it within Naruto forever so when his death comes, my other part dies with him. Unlike option 1, I am sure that this is possible. Tsubaki questioned, and you will seal away your own power? Yes, if it means my survival. Very well. I need your power, so I'll do what I can as long as no harm will come to me or Naruto. Good. Said Kyuubi. Now I must warn you that my power will be very hard to control. I am giving you full access, so it does not matter how much you use, there will be no harm for you. However, there is a downside. There always is, Tsubaki said. Oh, indeed. Your downside is that your emotions will be much more difficult to control. Especially strong ones like hatred, passion and despair. You will have to learn to control them perfectly. I'll help you in training, but in battle you will have to depend only on yourself. I understand. What must I do? Nothing, I will do everything. Expect yourself to be feeling differently in the morning. Kyuubi responded, that was all I had to say, but before you go, there is one more thing you should know. It's about your brother. Finish the flashback. Jiraiya clarified, that is why I had to teach her to control natural energy. It gives her far better control of her emotions. I see, Minato muttered as he tried to process what he had just been told. Tell me, sensei, did she use it during our fight today? Jiraiya's eyes were closed. She did not. Yondaime grinned. Then his smirk vanished. So that's how it is, huh? I guess I should not be the Hokage anymore, eh? What will happen when she learns that we have no information on him? Nothing. Said the Sannin. I said she can control herself pretty well, but we shouldn't delay this for long. I will start gathering info right away, but when I find him. What then? A man with gray hair sighed. I know you will try to stop your daughter from going, but I must insist that you won't. Minato squinted her eyes. And why not? Because she won't be able to control herself then. Yondaime's brows went up. You mean you tried? Jiraiya said, many times. And she always got angry once I started, but if you try, I'm afraid she will snap. The blonde man nodded and said, I understand. However, you have yet to find anything. In the meantime, I will give Tsubaki some missions to get her back in shape for teamwork and maybe ease her mind on this case. The following morning. Tsubaki opened her eyes slowly and looked around. She sat up and concentrated on her memory, asking, I'm home. But how? I was fighting Hinata on the training field when. Kyuubi finished for her, saying, you lost control. The girl's mouth tightened. Again, don't be too hard on yourself, you were justified this time. Tsubaki slapped her head with both hands and yelled, no, I was not, damn it all. Calm down, Tsubaki. This girl did nothing, exclaimed the red-headed one. She just said a few words and here I go throwing your chakra around. The demon let out a sigh. True, but pitying yourself will give you nothing. Learn from your failure and become stronger. Tsubaki cast a downward glance. She grinned and said, well, I guess you're right. Besides, I wouldn't call it a failure. I did kick her ass pretty bad. Kyuubi laughed. That you did. Now get up and let's see what information your father has. Right. Tsubaki got ready right away and headed for the door. However, when she opened it. Huh? Hinata? The red-haired girl asked, staring into a lavender pair of eyes with bewilderment. She appears shocked. I believe she was having trouble deciding whether or not to come to my door. According to Kyuubi, I think you're right. Her heart rate intensified drastically when she saw you. Tsubaki's gaze grew strained. So, what do I owe? Hinata averted her gaze. I came to apologize. Tsubaki cocked her head sideways. Apologize? Yes. Hinata inhaled deeply. Look, I know I can't just say I'm sorry and we become good friends just like that. Damn right. Hinata looked down and said, but I just wanted to apologize for what I said yesterday. I know you cared for him too. Then Tsubaki interrupted, I still do. Hinata's voice grew quiet as she said, of course. So what I said yesterday it was, I'm sorry. But I just want you to understand. I couldn't just move on like nothing happened. I had to believe in something. I had to believe I can do something. So I just had to blame someone. And, shit, I know how that sounds, but I guess I'm sorry it had to be you, she said with a sad face. Tsubaki smiled back at Hinata. Lucky you, I had to blame myself. Hinata's grin dimmed. Look, Tsubaki, I know, the redhead put up her hand to interrupt. But we won't get anywhere by apologizing the whole day, so how about we just forget about it? Hinata's gaze expanded. Just like that? Tsubaki grinned broadly. Yeah, I see you're sorry, and since we both really want to bring him back, she said, holding out her hand. Then how about we simply stop bitching, find his sorry ass, kick it as hard as we can and bring it back together. HM. Hinata laughed and closed her eyes. She took Tsubaki's hand and grinned back, saying, there you go again with your attitude. But, I guess I can do that. Great. Now I'll just have to see father and, oh, Hinata interrupted, by the way. He asked me to bring you to him. Then what are we waiting for? The office of the Hokage. The village was filled with the echo of Tsubaki's yell, what do you mean you have no information? Minato simply smiled sheepishly and raised his hands apologetically. I'm sorry, but he is a very difficult person to track. And that's not surprising if he can use the you-know-what. Tsubaki's gaze grew strained. Hiraishin, he can use what? Inquired Hinata. In response, Tsubaki said, I'll explain later, so what do you suggest I do in the meantime? Minato grinned broadly. The thing you were training for. I have several missions for a person with your skills. Some really dangerous ones, he continued suggestively. Tsubaki gave a sorrowful sigh. I wasn't training for that. According to Jiraiya, look, kiddo, I know what you were training for, but currently we have no leads on his whereabouts. And that doesn't cancel the fact that you are still an active shinobi of Konohagakure. Which means you have to follow your father's orders. Tsubaki cast a downward glance. I guess. Jiraiya said, Oi, cheer up, you hear? Doing some missions will prove useful in the long run. With all that training you surely forgot how to work on a team. And you'll need a good team to bring him down. Yeah, you're right, so, what is the mission? Minato grinned. Well, at first we'll have to wait for. The door opened abruptly. Hokage-sama? Sakura asked as she walked into the space. I brought Kakashi-sensei. Ah, excellent. Good thing I called for him 2 hours earlier. Minato gave a wink. So while you still don't have the fourth member, your cell will be accompanied by Hinata here. Me? Said the girl. Yondaime said, yes. You are a professional in infiltration and assassination, and this mission requires such skills. Hi. Minato went on, so, this is an A-rank mission in the Land of Lightning, and assassination. The only eye Kakashi had on display narrowed. Lightning, that makes it double dangerous. The relationship between Konoha and Kumo has always been shaky at best. Minato nodded, indeed. But that's not the hardest part. You must make sure that Kumo gets blamed for this assassination. Tsubaki mumbled, interesting. Kakashi added, very. Alright, we'll take it. I know a couple of Kumo shinobi that we can blame for this. After all, I copied their skills pretty well. Good. So Team 7, your first mission starts now, go in. Puff. Minato got out of his chair and said, what the? A cloud of smoke revealed a single Anbu. With a deadly serious expression on her face, Wanazuki Yugo said, Hokage-sama, we have a situation. The sound of this bothers me. Yondaime's eyes narrowed. What is it? Suna sent us an urgent message, Yugo said, setting one scroll on the desk. And I'm requesting to be placed on the team. At this, Tsubaki's brows lifted. 10-1 it's about him. The redhead answered, I'd say 100-1. Minato took the scroll while gritting his teeth. Fuck it, why wasn't she able to wait a minute or more? As he started reading, he thought, oh no. Tsubaki said warily, what is it, father? It's nothing, Tsubaki. Just a simple request from Kazekage. Anyway, you have your mission so. The girl answered, it saddens me that you are lying to me, father. Yondaime balled her fist. Look, Tsubaki. I am your father and... What's in the letter? Minato's eyes were closed. Kazekage has been kidnapped by Akatsuki. This caused everyone's eyes to widen. You mean they actually kidnapped him from his village? Kakashi responded. Yes. Who was it? Inquired Tsubaki. Minato averted her gaze. Look, Tsubaki. Who, father? Jin Kasaragi. A beat skipped in Tsubaki's heart. A flashback. Protect me? Sure, Tsubaki grinned broadly. I always protect my friends. That's a promise. A promise. Finish the flashback. They're going to take it from him, right? They're going to kill him. Minato let out a sigh. Most likely. Tsubaki's gaze grew strained. I'm going. Yondaime gave his daughter a stern look. He was about to say, you shouldn't, when he felt a hand touch his shoulder. Jiraiya remarked, we talked about this, Minato, remember? After struggling with himself for a while, Minato closed his eyes and let out another sigh. He replied, very well. You are on the team, all of you. Toad Hermit. What do you mean all of us? Exactly what it sounds, said the Hokage. The mission is to report to Tsunagicure's command and if possible find any traces of Kazekage or his kidnappers. Leave immediately. It's a 3-day trip, so. Suddenly, Tsubaki interrupted, it is not. I need you all to join hands. Minato yelled, you can't be serious, Tsubaki. Even I can't teleport so far, you will. Jiraiya cut in, she can do it, Minato. You would be amazed at the real amount of power your daughter holds now. All of you take Tsubaki-chan's hand. Direct contact is necessary. Sakura said, what's going on? Tsubaki-chan is going to use Sensei's Hiraishin no Jutsu to transport us to Suna instantly. Yes, however it will be on foot from there since I don't know where they were heading, and even if I knew, I would have needed a beacon. Minato inquired anxiously, are you sure she can do that, Sensei? Tsubaki gave him a smile. Have some faith in me, father. Still, said Jiraiya. It will be much harder than last time. It's 6 people now instead of just 2. Can you handle it, kid? With firmness, Tsubaki said, I'll do it. Expect us back soon, father. Hiraishin no Jutsu. Minato sighed again as he sank back in his chair after 6 individuals vanished in a flash of red. That won't end well, no Sato, Tsunagicure. The room in Konkuru's hospital. Chiyo looked down at the medical file and said, I'll have to disappoint you here, girl. I never had an experience with this kind of poison. But even if I had, I haven't practiced my medical skills in a very long time. So I doubt I could be of any help. Tamari scowled. I understand, sorry for bothering you, Chiyo-sama. The elderly woman gestured with her hand. She turned toward Baki and said, it's nothing, girl. Was it my grandson's work? The Junin said, it was. He asked for it to be used especially on a puppeteer. Chiyo smiled. HM, insolent as always. Then all of a sudden the door opened. Once Suna Chunin said, over here, please. A number of ninjas wearing Konoha headbands hurried into the room. Among them was. Chiyo screamed angrily, Konoha's White Fang? I will kill you? Wait. Chiyo-sama. A girl with red hair obstructed her path. Shaking her head, Chiyo said, oh, Tsubaki-chan. How have you been? Wait a second. Where was I? Oh yes. Konoha's White Fang, I'll kill. Tsubaki said, that's not Konoha's White Fang, Chiyo-sama. That's his son. The elderly woman's brows lifted. Really? Oh yes, I mean I knew that of course. Ahihihi. You guys, Tamari said as she approached the group. How did you get here so fast? Jiraiya clarified. Tsubaki-chan used her jutsu to teleport us here. Better tell us what happened. Baki nodded and said, of course. However Konkuru. Tamari begged, please save my brother, Sakura. Said Kakashi. I believe it's your turn. Hi. Said the girl with the pink hair. I'll do my best. Chiyo cocked her head laughingly. Do you actually think she can neutralize a poison even I had no experience with? Jiraiya said, of course. She's Tsunade's student after all. Ah, that explains it, Hinata abruptly said. What's wrong, Tsubaki? You look tired. Why yeah, the girl said, leaning against the wall for balance. That jutsu took a lot out of me. It would have been easier if there were not so many people to transport. Jiraiya turned to Baki and said, it's okay, kid. Go take a rest for a few hours. Can you arrange a room for her? The Junin gave a head nod. Right away, Jiraiya-sama. No. Tsubaki made an effort to sound more rested than she actually appeared. I'm ready to go, just. Jiraiya cut in, just go and do what I say. We still need to find their location first. And even if we get there in time, do you think that Akatsuki will give up their prey that easily? No, you will need to be 100% if we are to face them, especially if one of them is Jin. The final word was effective. The girl bowed her head resignedly and said, very well. Takaru. Please escort Tsubaki-san to one of our spare rooms, Baki said. Right away, Baki-sama. This way, Tsubaki-san. Baki observed Tsubaki's retreating back and remarked, this one sure is stubborn. There is something you must know though, Jiraiya-sama. Can I speak with you privately? The Sanin nodded and moved away from the others, saying, yes. What do you want to speak about? There was a pause from the Suna Junin. Jin Kasaragi, he used Yondaime Hokage's jutsu to escape. Jiraiya inhaled deeply. Yes, I know. Baki's gaze expanded. You know? The hermit mumbled, I know he can use it. I never expected him to be so daring though. To use that in front of the entire village. Well, he used a pretty good distraction, so I doubt many people actually saw how he escaped. But Tamari and I saw him perfectly. We stood right in front of him. Jiraiya rubbed his chin and said, interesting, and what was the distraction? Oh, he dispelled his summon, creating a large smokescreen. Jiraiya raised her eyebrows. A summon. Now that is interesting indeed. I never knew he possessed a contract. What was the summon? Baki said, it was a snake, Jiraiya-sama. Sanin's brows were on the verge of falling off his forehead. What the foo, sorry, how big was the summon? Did he call its name? I believe he said, Manda. The words, son of a, made Jiraiya clench his jaw. I ought to have known. He was, after all, Orochimaru's apprentice. Jiraiya-sama. The Sanin shook his head and said, it's nothing. Look, Baki. Tell no one about the jutsu. Minato wants Kasaragi alive, for now at least. We will discuss the matter once we get him into our custody. The Junin questioned, are you sure you can do that? Jiraiya grinned self-assuredly. You bet, returning with others. You go. You go. Huh? The woman asked, waking from her reverie. I'm sorry, Kakashi-senpai. Did you say something? He rolled his eyes, the man in the mask. I promise that I will never say this line again, he thought. Yes, I did say something. You were silent since the mission started. What's on your mind? Yugo's gaze grew strained. You know exactly what's on my mind. Kakashi's face became stern. Indeed I do, and that is why I started this discussion. What's your point, senpai? Kakashi asked directly, are you going to stay professional through the course of the mission? Or will you become a liability? The woman with purple hair clenched her fists. She said sternly, you will not take this opportunity from me, Kakashi. Or have you forgotten that I'm the Anbu commander now? I outrank you on the field. Kakashi shut the one eye he could see. That you do, but tell me, do you outrank Jiraiya as well? Yugo hissed, TCH. Exactly. And right now he is in charge of our squad, so I'm going to ask again. Will you stay professional, or should I ask Jiraiya to send you back to Konoha? The commander of Anbu clenched her jaw. Fine, Kakashi. You have my word. Very well then. I hope you'll stay true to it. Done. Sakura joyfully cried. The poison is not out of his body entirely, but his life in no immediate danger anymore. Thank God, Tamari exclaimed with happiness. As the girl with the pink hair went on, I'll need to make an antidote though. Do you have herbs here? Of course, right this way, Sakura-san. Chio said, that girl sure is handy. Kakashi nodded his head and said, that she is. As he and Baki entered the room again, Jiraiya asked, so, did we miss something? Kakashi answered, Sakura has stabilized Kankuru. Baki said, that's good to know. The masked Junin went on, now we can start looking for the enemy. Can you show me the battle site? I may not look like it, but I'm a professional tracker. Baki went a little pale at this. Jiraiya clarified, there might be a problem with that, Kakashi. They didn't leave by normal means. What do you mean by that? Well, for the first time, Kankuru raised his voice, saying, there's no need for that. Have you recovered my puppets? Yes, Kankuru Dono. Check Karasu's left arm. Baki took out a small piece of cloth and did so. What is it? Kankuru said, it's a piece of that girl's cloak. I retrieved it while she thought I was incapacitated. Suna Junin grinned. He got up and presented the piece to Kakashi, saying, well done, Kankuru. Will this do? The shinobi with gray hair nodded. Yes, that will do perfectly. Kuchios no jutsu. Puff. Of the 8 dogs that appeared, one said, what do you want, Kakashi? Kakashi gave the dogs a piece of cloth. Pakun, I want you to find this person as quick as possible. After sniffing the cloth, Pakun remarked, won't be easy, but we're the best. I will report once we have something. Kakashi nodded and said, good. Remember, Pakun, as soon as possible. This is a critical matter. Very well. Expect an update in 6 hours. Tsubaki's chamber. I told you not to stand in my way. No. Tsubaki sat up abruptly on her bed. Damn it. That dream again? Inquired Kyubi. Yes. The girl rubbed her eyes and sighed. Come to think of it, I don't even have a scar, is that because of you? The demon said, it is. I concluded that scars shouldn't touch such beauty. Beauty, huh, boasted Tsubaki. You know, it's not the first time I hear you mention my looks. Or you know, male? I am as a matter of fact. Why? She glanced out the window and said, nothing, just wanted to check. The sun is starting to rise. Is it morning already? Yes. You have slept through the night. The girl's eyes grew wide. What, why didn't you wake me up? You were still tired. Besides, Tsubaki thought Kyubi was smiling at the particular moment. I just enjoy the look on your face when you're asleep. The girl flushed. Screw you. You can't, you're too small. She got up and headed for the door, saying, TCH. That's it, I'm out of here. Let's see if they have found anything. Outside. What do you mean I'm not going? Tamari yelled angrily before leaving. Baki said, exactly what it sounds. You are going on patrol. Now? When my brother is about to die? Oh, everybody is ready to go, I see? Tsubaki-chan. Jiraiya joyfully cried, excellent that you're here. Now we can finally depart. Tsubaki's brows went up. You actually got the location? The Toad Sanin inquired. What, you had any doubts? The red-haired woman cocked her head doubtfully. Do you want an honest answer? Jiraiya scowled. No, I'd rather hear a lie. Tamari gave a headshake. Anyway, that's not a question. I'm going and that's that. They'll need a Suna shinobi to guide them anyway. If that's the case, a voice said abruptly, then I'm sure I will be more than enough. Tamari looked around. Chiyo-sama? The elderly woman inquired, were you expecting someone else? Tamari looked at her knowingly. No, I was not. Well, I'm fine if Chiyo-sama is going with them. Jiraiya questioned, are you sure you're up for it? I mean your age is? Chiyo said, I know my age perfectly, boy. Tsubaki laughed, and I know my limits pretty well too. Believe me when I say that I can still give many youngsters a time of their life. Quiet. Maybe you wanted to say, a run for their money, Chiyo-sama? Tamari responded. In response, the elderly woman said, yes, wasn't that what I said? The blushing Tsubaki said, no, you said about giving youngsters a time of their life. Oh, Chiyo appeared surprised. Well, I still got that too, ahihihi. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and said, sure you do, come on, let's move. The Akatsuki base, I'm a roller babe, I'm a rider babe. Pain said, his face displaying annoyance, stop that, Kasaragi. You've been singing that for the last 3 hours. Oh yeah? Well, I've also been standing in the same spot for the last 2 days. Jin responded. Besides, why the fuck must we all do that? Can't you do it by yourself since you're, a god? Pain snarled. You're testing my patience, Kasaragi. Be silent, or you'll do what? Sarcastically, Naruto inquired. You know we can't move for the rest of the day. And even if we could I can always run away. Tayuya said, how brave of you. Oh, shut it, yelled the blonde. Must we all be present for this damn extraction? I mean, can't we just assign it like we did with Jinchuriki? No, if all of us are not present then it will take even longer to extract the Biju, Pain replied. The frown on Naruto's face said, oh, fuck it, well, can't we at least move? I mean my ass is itching in. Without warning, Zetsu said, we've got intruders. Pain questioned, what? Do you know any of them? I do. Plantman replied. In fact all of you know them. One is Jiraiya of the Sanin, and the other is the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Quiet. It's too soon. We cannot allow them to interrupt the extraction. Pain replied. We will use that jutsu, and since you wanted to move so much, Kasaragi. Tayuya yelled abruptly, wait a second, can I go instead? Pain's eyebrows went up. Why would you volunteer? The girl grinned. I have my reasons. Very well, but you know what awaits you if you fail. Yeah, I do. Country forest by the river. Kakashi asked his summon, how long? In response, Pakun said, not much. We'll be there soon. Surprisingly the trail was easy to trace. According to Yugo, what do you mean? I can't believe he slipped up like that. Jiraiya went on to say, and I don't either. Are you trying to say that? The little dog said, yes, someone deliberately left a fine trail for us to follow, and I think, wait. What is it? Inquired Kakashi. Pakun said, there is a presence up ahead. One human, a girl. Jiraiya gave the order, all right, everybody down, and the whole squad landed on the ground directly in front of the unidentified individual. Glancing through her long red hair, the girl exclaimed, "Ah, at last you're here." With a sinister grin. "You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this." Glancing through her long red hair, the girl exclaimed, "Ah, at last you're here." With a sinister grin. "You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this." Tsubaki's gaze grew strained. "I take it you're Tayuya." "Ho," said the girl, cocking her head slightly to one side. "And how do you know that?" Tsubaki drew a Hiraishin kunai and remarked, "I have my ways. Do not kill her, she knows where Jin is." Tayuya chimed, "Ha ha ha." At that. "I know that being underestimated is good and all, but that's just insulting. Or do you actually think that I'm just stupid enough to come here alone, knowing what the opposition will be?" Hinata moved to stand next to Hokage's daughter, saying, "Do not be reckless, Tsubaki. Remember, she uses sound-based genjutsu." Tayuya's eyebrow went up. Her two swords were drawn from her back as she exclaimed, "Genjutsu? Your information is way outdated. Now I prefer close combat." Jiraiya said, "Do not be stupid, girl. It's 1 against 7, you have no chance to win." HM. Tayuya laughed and assumed a combat position. "Who said I'm aiming to win? I just need to distract you morons long enough for them to finally extract Ichibi from that red-haired piece of trash." Gaara. Tsubaki's eyes widened as he thought. She pulled out the Raijin sword at once, and after a quick burst of speed, she had already clashed it with Tayuya's blades. Smiling, Tayuya said, that was easy. Having some anger issues?" Yugo, who appeared behind Tayuya and tried to slit her in two, remarked, "You're way too careless." The girl merely snorted before swiftly launching herself backward over the head of the Anbu commander. Still in midair, she yelled, "Kaiten! Okibi Jumanji, blazing fire cross!" before bringing both of her swords together and swinging them at once. Tsubaki hissed, evading 2 lethal blazing shockwaves with Hiraishin. TCH. Tayuya said as she landed gracefully, "Ah, Hiraishin. Never thought I'll see it so fast from you, Namikaze. I see you know who I am as well." Tayuya smirked and said, "Of course. We all know who you are, Namikaze. Especially me." Tsubaki knitted his brows. "What do you mean by that?" Tayuya pulled out a small notebook in lieu of a response. "See this? This is my tough bitches to kill list. And your name is proudly holding the second place." "Second?" asked Jiraiya. "Who's the first then?" This made Tayuya smile. "The biggest bitch in the world. I once tried to take her down but failed. In fact, our fight slowly turned into sex, and she beat me there as well." She exhaled. "I need more training." "Oh my," angrily, Tsubaki turned around. "Jiraiya-sensei." The Sannin hurriedly tucked his own notebook behind his back and asked, What? The girl yelled, "We're on a mission, damn it. Do that on your free time." Jiraiya waved his hand and said, Fine, okay, here's what we'll do. Tsubaki-chan and Yugo will attack her head-on with swords. Kakashi and I will cover you with ninjutsu. Hinata, once you see an opening, finish it with your jukin." "Hi." Tayuya gave an eye roll. "You do know that I've heard everything, right?" "You talk too much." Yugo yelled as he hurried ahead with incredible speed. Clang. Tayuya exclaimed with joy, "Now we're talking," as she used one of her blades to block the Anbu commander's blow. She pushed Yugo away and yelled, "Bring it," because she was getting bored. From the right, Kakashi yelled, "Kaiten! Gukakyu no Jutsu," and hurled a huge ball of fire in Tayuya's direction. "Fire," said the red-haired man with a laugh, "how stupid." Wah! Jiraiya even halted his work when Tayuya abruptly lifted her arm and used it to put out the fireball. With confidence, Tayuya compressed the fireball to the size of an orange and said, "Using fire against me is the dumbest thing you can possibly do." She raised her hand once more and hurled the fireball at Hinata, who was approaching silently from behind, saying, "Weak, try mine." A tiny ball of fire was hurled at Hyuga, and her eyes grew wide. Why should she be so surprised? No, it's the speed of the fireball, not just the fact that she was found. Even worse, she was unable to dodge in time because she was traveling quickly herself. But Hakesho Kaiten. Hinata swung around in a flash, using her chakra to deflect Tayuya's projectile. However, after that, "Look out!" Clang. Hinata stopped just as 2 swords clashed directly in front of her. Glancing at Tsubaki, Tayuya smirked and said, "HN, not bad bitch, but still useless." When Tayuya's body abruptly burned to a crisp, Tsubaki's eyes widened. Shunshin. With a hard kick to the spine, Tayuya confirmed, cutting Hinata's back and sending her face first into a nearby tree. Nice guess. The Hyuga heiress exclaimed, "Gah," in agony. One down, 6-2. Reikiri. Whoa. Tayuya screamed, barely avoiding Kakashi's trademark skills. That was way too close, dipshit. Didn't your mother teach you not to hit a fucking lady? Kakashi opened both eyes and turned to face her. No, she never mentioned a fucking lady. Well, that's too sad because, Rasengan. Shit. Tayuya instantly leapt to great heights, but... Boshi Ryuti Ru. Tayuya exclaimed. Ah. As Tsubaki kicked her, sending her to the ground. Fuck. She sat up as fast as she could and looked down on herself in fear. Where the fuck is it? Crescent Moon Dance. When Tayuya abruptly turned around, she saw Yugo leaping at her, sending a few afterimages in her wake. Sheathing one of her swords, Tayuya gritted her teeth and said, "TCH." Yugo lowered her sword and yelled, "Die." But pushing Yugo's sword aside, Tayuya screamed, "Back to you, bitch," and swung her free right hand out in a slash. Free right hand that is burning. Inferno Renden. Kakashi yelled, "Yugo," as his former subordinate was launched into the air. GH. The woman grunted in agony as she attempted to extinguish the fire from her clothing, but... I'm not done yet, bitch. Yugo's eyes went wide as 5 Tayuyas materialized in a blaze of flames all around her, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at her from every direction. Jiraiya tightened his jaw. I can't take her down, I will harm Yugo as well. Tsubaki said, vanishing in a burst of red, don't worry, I'm on it. All of the Tayuyas shouted, die, simultaneously, Daruda. However, 5 red flashes surrounded her before she could finish. Tayuya's only response before all of her copies were destroyed was, wah, on her left hand. She even sustained a nasty cut. Grr. With assurance, Jiraiya declared, it's over. Hari Jizo. Fuck. Tayuya swore as Jiraiya's long gray hair ensnared her body. After about 10 seconds of struggling, she smirked. Well shit. The Sannin gave a nod. Sakura, get Hinata and Yugo back on their feet quickly, we have very little time to spare. The pink-haired girl said, hi, and got right to work. Now you. Jiraiya drew Tayuya at his side. Where is the cage? Tayuya gave a snort. Jin was right, you are an idiot. Sannin's gaze grew strained. You're not so strong for Kasaragi's partner. Tayuya gave a shrug. Then she was abruptly interrupted when a red chakra hand encircled her entire body. Well, at least I'm better at giving head than certain someone who... Ah! Jiraiya exclaimed, swiftly pulling his hair back. His attempt to yell, Tsubaki-chan, wait, was unsuccessful. Splash. Tayuya's bones were likely crushed as the massive red fist clenched. Tsubaki retracted her hand ominously and remarked, we have wasted enough time as it is. Everyone's eyes widened, though, when she did that. An unidentified man collapsed limply on the ground in place of Tayuya. Tsubaki hurried forward in disbelief, asking, what? Who is it? Jiraiya looked down and muttered, no idea. Chio walked next to them and said, I know him. It's Captain Yura, a Junin of our village. Jiraiya calmly said, oh, I see, but then abruptly turned to Chio in a fit of rage. Where the hell have you been during the fight? The elderly woman dismissively waved her hand, this was not my fight. What? Then why the hell did you come at all? Tsubaki interrupted Hermit's tirade with the dangerous words, Jiraiya-sensei. Enough. I don't care why she came, but what I do care is finding Jin and Gaara. And right now I'm trying really hard to calm myself. So either you help Sakura or be quiet. Jiraiya's brows lifted in surprise. Damn, when did you become so forceful? Jiraiya-sensei. Hi, I'm shutting up. The hiding place of Akatsuki with a low voice, Pain inquired, so? How was the fight? Tayuya opened her eyes slowly. Meh, I was expecting more. And the Jinchuriki? The red-haired girl hesitated. Apparently she already knows how to use her Biju. Oh, and one more thing. During the fight she planted one of her Hiraishin seals on me and I couldn't find it. I recommend not getting close to her. I see, and what about Jiraiya? Tayuya remarked, now that one was strange. It looked like he was not even trying. I think he was trying to stay out of Jinchuriki's way. Pain's eyes narrowed and he grunted, interesting, but all their efforts were in vain. Thud. There were no signs of chakra or life inside Gaara's body when it fell to the ground. The leader declared, "The sealing is complete." He vanished along with every other silhouette after saying, "Deidara, Sasori, Tayuya, and Kasaragi. You will deal with our guests. The rest of you, dismissed." Naruto jumped down and sat on a rock and said, "Fucking finally. I can't wait to stretch my dick." Grr. He turned around slowly and saw Tayuya frowning. "My legs. I meant my legs." Tayuya spat, "TCH. I'm fine with you stretching your dick if it is with me." Naruto smiled. "Of course, babe. Who else I could be stretching it with, these two?" Deidara yelled angrily, "Hey, are you implying that I'm not pretty enough, un?" Naruto's eyebrow went up. "No, I'm implying that you're a man." "Oh, well yeah, of course." Incredulously, Tayuya questioned, "Are you sure he is a man?" Jin said, "I wonder," and got to his feet. He turned around and looked at everyone in the cave, his eyes blazing with Mangekyo Sharingan, saying, "However, there is one thing I want to make clear to all of you. The Jinchuriki is mine, understood?" High, outside. Jiraiya muttered, "Looks like a five-way barrier," as she peered at the massive boulder obstructing their entrance to the cave. "The first seal is here, which means 4 others must be 500 meters away in 4 different directions. North, west, east and south most likely." He gave it careful consideration. "Seems like all 5 must be removed simultaneously. Then the boulder must be broken quickly because—" "Wait." Tsubaki cut on abruptly. "You're wrong, sensei. It's a trap." Jiraiya looked at her, perplexed. "What makes you think that?" The red-haired girl pointed to the center of the seal and said, "There. It's a double-layer seal." Pretty clever. The entire trap is based on a thought that we'll try to look for an advanced barrier when it only takes a combination of hand seals to open it. And the hand seals are—" She stopped. "There, I've got it." Kakashi questioned, "Are you sure about it?" The girl gave him a smile. "Please, you forgot who my sensei was?" Point taken. Tsubaki turned to the group and said, "Now, before I open the entrance there is something I must ask. If Jin really is inside I must ask you to not attack him no matter what the circumstances are." "Say what?" exclaimed Yugo. "I came on this mission for the sole purpose to see that bastard dead, and if you think for 1 second that—" Tsubaki's eyes briefly turned red before she said, "Yugo-san. In a dangerous way. This is for your safety. No one in this group can attack him and possibly survive except for me and maybe Jiraiya-sensei." The insult caused Sennin's mouth to open. "What do you mean maybe?" "Please, sensei, fine, but we'll have a discussion about this later." Tsubaki let out a sigh. "Let me make one thing perfectly clear. No one will attack Jin until I'm done speaking with him, understood?" Yugo spat, "TCH. I've been waiting for 3 years for this. I can wait 10 more minutes." The redhead nodded, "Good." She gave a few hand seals and the boulder did indeed move from its position as she said, "Now stand back, I will open the barrier." Jiraiya ordered, "Inside, quick," and the others hurried inside. A voice in the shadows exclaimed, "Ha! Look at this, Donna. They actually got inside without breaking the barrier." "Who's there?" inquired Kakashi. That same voice said, "What? No one's here, Another voice, unidentified, said, "I doubt they're this stupid, Deidara." "I wouldn't be surprised." That voice was now recognizable. Hissing, Tsubaki said, "Tayuya. Where is Gaara? Where is Jin?" Thud. Suddenly, between Akatsuki and Konoha's group, something dropped to the ground. Additionally, the object just so happened to be a body. The first body landed gracefully, followed by another that said, "There is no need to yell. Here we both are." "Jin," murmured Tsubaki. With his hands up a little, the blonde said, "In the flesh." He was taller and wearing Akatsuki's trademark cloak, but otherwise he looked exactly like before. "Did you miss me?" "Slow down." The girl tried to steady her heart rate by telling herself to just relax. What did you do to Gaara?" Naruto grinned. He kicked Gaara in the side and said, "Take a good damn guess." Tsubaki's fists clenched, "GH." With harshness, Jiraiya said, "Suppress it, Tsubaki. You can't let it slip now." The girl inhaled deeply before responding, "Yeah, I know." Tayuya added fuel to the fire by asking, "Oh? Anger issues again?" She was surprised to hear Jin say, "Enough. Go. You know what to do." Tayuya's brows went up. "Now? But I haven't even." Naruto glanced over his shoulder at her. "Shut up and do what I say." TCH. The girl slowly got to her feet. She said, "Hi, slave driver," before vanishing in a flash of fire. Deidara said, "Hey, where did you send her, Naruto snapped, "None of your damn business, before turning back to face the Konoha group. He turned to Yugo and said, "Now I think all of you have business with me except for. Who the hell are you?" The woman's mouth dropped. You don't even remember me?" Naruto's eyebrow went up. "Should I?" With her sword drawn, Yugo yelled, You bastard! You ruined my life, you traitorous fuck. And you don't even remember my name." Yeah. Yugo, no," exclaimed Kakashi, "but." Ultimate Dance of the Crescent Moon. All of a sudden, the purple-haired Kunoichi broke into 4 pieces and attacked Naruto from 4 different directions. Die. Somber swords were lowered collectively and clang. With a sheathed sword in his left hand, Naruto stood calmly behind Yugo, who was already single, and said, "Kokujin Yukikaze. Please take note that I hate killing women." Splash. Yugo cried out, "Ah," as a stream of blood spurted from her chest. Naruto said, I actually remembered her. She still needed to work on her left side." All of a sudden, Jin. When the blonde turned around, she saw Tsubaki looking very irate. Oh he was unable to complete his sentence before they both vanished in a blaze of red. And Jiraiya swore, "Damn it. I must find her, you'll have to take the rest, Kakashi." The idea certainly did not sit well with the Junin. "Wait, Jiraiya-sama, you're needed here most. Besides, Tsubaki-chan is tough, she won't go down that easily." "No, you don't get it, Kakashi. It's not her physical well-being that I'm concerned about, but you're right. Let's finish this quickly." A field close by. Naruto shouted, "Oppa!" and flipped back onto his feet. He smirked and said, "Missed me that much? Couldn't wait to be alone with me?" Tsubaki pulled out the Raijin sword and swung it, saying, "No, I couldn't." "Ho ho. So you've kept it." He started to grin broadly, "as a reminder of me, no doubt." The girl squinted her eyes. "You're flattering yourself." Naruto gave a shrug. His smile faded as he said, "Of course. If I won't, then no one will. Judging by the expression on your face, you have a lot of questions for me." She cut in, "No, I've got only one. Why? Why what? Why did you leave me? Why didn't you return?" Naruto chuckled and said, "Huh? But that's 2 different questions entirely. Besides, return where? To Konoha? Please. Why would I go there? I have no more reasons to remain in that garbage dump you call your home." "No reasons?" exclaimed Tsubaki. "What about me?" Dismissively, Naruto waved his hand. "You're better off without me anyway." What? Did you speak to your father?" Tsubaki's gaze grew strained. "You mean to our father?" HMHMHMHAHAHAHA, chuckled Naruto. "So he actually told you, and, what do you think?" She answered, "What they did to you was wrong. But that is not a reason to wish vengeance on the entire village, you." "Village?" Naruto popped in. "Ha ha 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 ha. When did you reach that conclusion?" "What? But you killed a Junin." Once more, Naruto waved his hand. "He was just standing in my way." "And what about joining Akatsuki?" Jin grinned broadly and said, "A means to an end, just like it was with Konoha. Besides, that was not even what I was asking about." Tsubaki cocked her head sideways. Naruto gave an eye roll. "I meant about us being brother and sister." Tsubaki paused, then said, That. You knew, right?" "Sure. And why didn't you stop it?" The blonde gave a shrug. "What could I say? Sorry we can't because I'm kind of your brother." He laughed. "Besides, you're just too beautiful to resist and, considering other things I've done in my life, sleeping with my sister doesn't sound so horrible." "I see." Naruto's eyebrow went up. Not the reaction I expected. Tsubaki smiled and said, "Oh, you wanted me to throw a fit?" "Actually, no, I really didn't. Hold on. What are you up to?" "You know I can't tell you that." One more pause. "Fine then. Why does Akatsuki want the Biju?" "Doesn't matter." Tsubaki's brows went up. "And what is that supposed to mean?" Naruto grinned. "That means that whatever they wanted to do with Biju, let's just say they won't be in any condition to do anything." A mile away. As he emerged from the earth, Light Zetsu questioned, "And what do you think he meant by that?" In response, Dark Zetsu asked, "Are you stupid, or what? It was obvious as day, he's going to betray us. The only thing I'm wondering about." "He knew that he was going to be watched," said Light Zetsu. Why would he reveal his intentions? Zetsu, dark, rolled his eye. Yes, that. He hesitated. Jin Kasaragi is the most cunning bastard I have ever seen. There is no way he can screw up like that. He's up to something, but what? Wait, did you hear that? What? Zetsu's both paused to listen. Sounds like music. Zetsu's dark eye grew wide. Genjutsu. Good guess, shithead. Tayuya, exclaimed Light Zetsu. What is the meaning of this? Release us this instant. Tayuya walked in front of Zetsu and gave him a funny look. Release you? Now why would I do something like this? Dark Zetsu abruptly said, makes sense. You joined together with Kasaragi. No, wrong. You joined because of him. Obviously Akatsuki never had your loyalty to begin with. And if Kasaragi actually is a traitor. He laughed. Then you're here to end me. The girl cocked her head sideways. Do you actually have two brains or something? Zetsu's grin grew as he said, as a matter of fact, yes I do. However, there is a tiny little detail you have forgotten about. I am not alone. There are thousands more of me, and all of them. Tayuya concluded for him, will be useless with you dead. Don't worry, we thought about that too. And even if Madara somehow make them work with his Sharingan, well, don't worry, we'll take care of it too. Zetsu's gaze expanded. Wait, how do you know about? Tayuya grabbed Zetsu by the throat and threw him up in the air, interrupting, goodbye, Zetsu. Daruda Endo. Naruto is back. Blast. Oppa. Grinned Naruto. He turned around and felt Raiden's sword near his neck. That was my due to leave. So with your excuse, he said. With a firm tone, Tsubaki stated, I cannot allow it. You are a criminal now, Jin. And as a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato I'm placing you under arrest. Jin laughed quietly. You actually think you can do that? Tsubaki's gaze grew strained. I know I can, she said, and you know you can't escape from me, Naruto. Naruto Shippuden OST2's, Kawan, is the opening song. Naruto's grin faded. After yelling, Naruto is dead. I am Jin Kasaragi. He turned around and engaged Tsubaki in a sword fight. With a grunt, the girl attempted to push Jin away with both hands. Naruto laughed once more as he observed her difficulty. Pushing her away, he exclaimed, come now. You've been training for this and here I am. All you have to do is defeat me, Hishoken. Kokoken. A crash. When two projectiles collided in midair, they were neutralized. Ho? Raised Naruto's eyebrows. Picking up words from my book? Tsubaki pulled out a single Hiraishin kunai and said, yes, I do. That and more. Reverse Hiraishin no jutsu. Blocking Tsubaki's sword slash from behind, Naruto questioned, reverse? The girl smiled and said, indeed. Now within kunai's range I can travel anywhere. The blonde gave a nod. I see. Well that's good and all, but, he vanished in a flash of yellow after saying that. Jin whispered in her ear, I don't need them at all. The girl hissed and teleported 5 feet away from him, saying, TCH. Stop playing with me, Jin. Ha 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 ha, chuckled Naruto, and what do you want me to do, kill you? Tsubaki raised her sword and screamed, take me seriously. Well, if you say so. Tuga Hyojin. The redhead dodged a huge wave of ice and leapt to the side. Such old tricks won't work against me, Jin. Ho! As she brought her arms together, Tsubaki yelled, Hajutsu. Dendu K's, electric wind? Naruto asked bewilderedly as he found himself inside a tiny tornado. Wa. Atomic energy discharge, or Hajutsu. Genshiryoku Menken, is it? Ah. Jin screamed in agony as hundreds of tiny lightning bolts from the wind electrocuted him. Not just yet. Going through another set of hand seals, Tsubaki yelled, Futen. Kato Nagale, stream cutting. Naruto exclaimed, Gua, as a tremendous gust of wind threw him back. Trying to catch her breath, Tsubaki said, Huff, huff, had enough yet? It came from behind. What do you think? Tsubaki exclaimed, Wa, before discovering that she was pinned to a tree. Genjutsu. Naruto grinned and looked down at her, saying, indeed. So you want to be taken seriously then? Very well, I'll give you what you want. Mangekyo Sharingan. The world went red and black, and Tsubaki's eyes widened. Where are we? Naruto appeared out of nowhere and said, welcome, Dear sister, in the world of Tsukiyomi. In this world I control everything. So I can actually make all kinds of things happen. He said to her. But for you, oh, I have a perfect thing to show to you. The world around them abruptly changed. For the next 24 hours you will live the life of one Uzumaki Naruto. Demon spawn. You took away my family, die. No, Tsubaki muttered for fear, have fun. No. Blast. Naruto swore, fuck, as a tremendous energy burst threw him back. What the hell? Naruto. The blonde could only exclaim, whoa, before being violently grabbed by the throat. Tease Tsubaki? Tsubaki smiled malevolently. She slammed Naruto's back against the wall and remarked, not exactly. I thank you for creating this world, human. Out there you may be stronger than me, but here, oh, you don't have my powers here. Gua, Naruto exclaimed as he was deprived of his breath. I on the other hand do, Tsubaki said, striking Naruto across the face. Cough, Jin slowly stood up again. Well, say goodbye to your temporary advantage, Kai. Nothing. What the hell? Tsubaki laughed, HMHMHMHMHM. You won't be able to leave this world, Naruto. Not until your own designated time ends. Naruto's brows went up. Oh shit, nice said. Tsubaki clapped her hands. Now allow me to show you what happens when you fuck with demons. Shit. Returning to reality. Naruto let out a loud gasp and collapsed to his knees from exhaustion. What happened? Tsubaki, still resting her back against a tree, asked bewilderedly. In her mind, Kyuubi uttered the words, I used my power to weaken him. Did you do it? Yes, but he was too strong. I used too much of my energy. You will have to finish this fight without my help. Tsubaki gave a nod. She grinned and said, all right, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. So how was it, having your own jutsu backfiring? Naruto smirked and spat some blood, saying, cough. So, little girl thinks she can play with big boys. Tsubaki's gaze grew strained. She then raised the Raijin sword in front of her and said, if you think that this is just a game for me, then you're terribly wrong, Jin. Dai Roku 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 Kusoku Kikan Kaihao. Jigen Kanshu Kaiasu Hujin Tenkai. Naruto's brow lifted. What the, Beret Brew Kido? Tsubaki's body erupted in a massive energy surge, and when Naruto turned back to face her, well, not much had changed. The only thing that had changed from glowing yellow to blue was Raijin's sword. Am I big enough now? HMHMHMHMHM. Naruto laughed and slowly got to his feet. My, BlazBlue. I wonder where you got that. The girl explained, Jiraiya-sensei and I happened upon one of Orochimaru's abandoned hideouts. Fortunately we were able to recover some information. Just enough to recreate the device. Oh really? Jin asked with a malevolent grin. And I guess you know what it is, right? Yes. Tsubaki nodded. It breaks the boundary between Kyuubi and me. Fascinating. Said Naruto. And I assume you also know how it does that. Naruto's smile spread across Tsubaki's eyes. The blonde said, holding his sword vertically in front of him, yes, I thought so. Allow me to show you then. How was it? Oh yeah. Dai Roku 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 Kusoku Kikan Kaihao. Jigen Kanshu Kaiasu Hujin Tenkai. Gah. Tsubaki's stomach clenched as she gasped. What is going on? HMHMHMHMHM. It happens when you're trying to stick your nose in what you don't understand. Code SOL Beret Brew Kido. Tsubaki looked down at her sword, which was no longer glowing blue, and whispered in shock, how? Actually, it wasn't glowing at all. They turned off the blade. Naruto, his fatigue long forgotten, cracked his neck and said, well, I suppose I can tell you that. I am the one who created BlazBlue. Tsubaki's brows went up. But I saw, the blonde shook his head and said, you saw Orochimaru's journals, foolish girl. And how would he know if it actually works? Only I could use it, and only I know exactly how it works. His eyes widened. He unsheathed his blade and remarked, but to use that against me? I guess I wasn't harsh enough 3 years ago at the valley. I told you not to stand in my way. The girl's eyes grew wide. I told you not to stand in my way. Slash. She sat there frozen in terror as the flashbacks of her dream played in her eyes. Am I going to? Fubuki. Clang. Gazing at the peculiar cloud of smoke that obstructed his strike, Naruto questioned bewilderedly, what the fuck? However, he quickly pulled his blade away as soon as the smoke cleared. Ew. You could say you'll summon one of these disgusting creatures right there, Jiraiya. I wouldn't have attacked then. Jiraiya landed behind Jin, followed by Kakashi and Hinata, and exclaimed, strange hearing the word disgusting from a snake summoner. The blonde gave a shrug. Orochimaru always uses his coming out of mouth trick, so at least I'm not like you, idiots. I'm willing to wager that you do the same. Jiraiya knitted her brows. Hey, you do. I knew, Jin said with joy. Tsubaki-chan, are you alright? Kakashi inquired worriedly. Why yeah, I guess, the girl finally composed herself to say. Naruto, meanwhile, turned his back on her entirely and said, so, if you're here, then I guess these two clowns got what they deserved. Very irresponsible of you to turn your back on your opponent, Tsubaki said, glaring at his back. With a smile, the blonde said, not reckless. I'm merely offering you a chance. Are you going to hit me in the back? In a flash of red, the girl hissed, TCH, and teleported to her teammates. Jin chuckled, HMHM hahaha. I knew you wouldn't. I suppose you are truly unsuited for life as a shinobi, but I have yet to receive a response to my query. I actually retract it. A blondie is the only person that interests me. How did he end up? Jiraiya grinned and said, are you worried about your friend? Nah, I actually hope he died, Jin grinned back. What? Kakashi exclaimed. Why? Naruto waved his hand and said, Shay, he was just too loud. In addition, his arguments about art always made me laugh so hard and... Wait. Tsubaki cut in abruptly, why don't you want to see the other one? Oh, that's because he will die anyway, Naruto said, his grin widening. Alongside Sakura, Sasori, and Shio. How foolish. Sasori shook his head disapprovingly, saying, there is no way you'll survive now that you wasted the serum on that girl. Gazing down at Sakura's unconscious body, Shio gasped, huff, huff, hey, hee, stupid. Not in my opinion. After all, I was aware of my impending death before embarking on that mission. With narrowed eyes, Sasori said, so why would you? What? The puppet master stared down at his pierced chest in shock. Slowly he turned his head to look over his shoulder. Titayuya, I should have known. With a sly smile, the redhead withdrew her blade from Sasori's chest. That's right, shithead. You ought to have, but you haven't, which is to my advantage. Sasori quickly lost his energy and remarked, there is no way Akatsuki will let that slide. I know you're acting on Kasaragi's behalf. Tayuya grinned broadly and said, oh, they wouldn't, if they learn about it that is. The puppet master said, hey, no way around that. Zetsu is. Tayuya interrupted, already taken care of. Thanks to you, I may add. You provided a great diversion with your exploding friend. The words, TCH, began to fade from Sasori's eyes, and I so wanted to make a puppet out of him, a shame, he then collapsed, lifeless and broken. Well, Tayuya said, surveying the puppet cemetery, I suppose Jin was correct after all. In reality, he was a huge piece of garbage. You're Tayuya, aren't you? Cough, Shio inquired. Bingo. By the way, Jin sends his regards. She looked at Sasori's shattered puppet body and said, and since our part of the deal is done, we expect you to do the same. Don't worry, I've lived far too long in this world. Good. Shio stopped Tayuya as she turned to go. Hold on. Tell me what he's planning, please. At this, Tayuya burst out laughing. Fuck me if I know, she said, vanishing in a flash of fire. Putting her hand on Sakura's forehead, Shio said with a sorrowful smile, poor girl, no matter. Time to wake up, Sakura. Naruto is back. With an angry look at her brother, Tsubaki remarked, so, you're killing off your allies now. Blonde shrugged and declared, I'm a rattlesnake. That's your excuse for everything. Obviously, apart from that, it works constantly. Hinata interrupted abruptly, saying, Jin-kun. Hokage-sama sincerely wishes for your return. If you come voluntarily, he promised to give you a fair trial and possibly reinstate you. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto said, hello, Hinata. Admittedly, I nearly forgot you were there. You did a great job. It appears that your speech has actually improved. Hinata's brows knitted. Yes, I followed your instructions exactly. Really? Did you really tell Yondaime to go fuck himself like I asked? Jin asked, laughing. No, I didn't. I guess the improvement can only go so far, the blonde said, shaking his head. I guess I should inform you that I belong in Anbu now. You say Anbu? You mean second in command to the woman I just killed? Naruto asked, stroking his hair. Hinata's eyes grew wide. How are you aware of that? The information is top secret and only accessible by. Tsubaki raised her hand and said, enough, he's a rattlesnake. Naruto grinned and said, you remembered at last, it's about damn time. Remember our promise, Hinata? The girl with the raven hair nodded and said, of course. She assumed a Juken position. After that, let's kick his ass and call it quits. Tsubaki removed 4 kunais and tossed them in 4 different directions after saying that. Fuinjutsu. Jigen Cha-Cha. Disruption in dimensions. Was that supposed to do anything? Asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow. Rather than answer, Tsubaki pulled out 2 kunais and put her still unusable sword back in her pouch. Everyone, be careful. The ability to use instant transportation has just been taken away from everyone. This implies that you won't be able to use Kawarimi at this time. Both of Kakashi's eyes grew wide. What did you do? You just put us in a very bad position. No, she did the right thing. Jiraiya responded, without that the fight would have ended without even starting. Well done. But guess what? You can't take away my speed, Naruto clapped. After saying that, he charged forward at breakneck speed and struck Kakashi with his katana. The copy ninja was only spared because he had made the sensible decision to reveal his second eye earlier. By dodging the slash, he was able to throw a pair of kunais at Jin's head as well. Damn. With a sideways head tilt, the blonde said, avoiding both knives, naive. Disperse. Jiraiya ordered, attack him from every angle. The best Rasengan. From the left, Tsubaki hurried toward her brother. OSHT. That was a big one, Naruto cried, leaping backward. Kaikesho Kaden. What? Oh fuck, Naruto said, glancing down. He was going to touch down on one of Hyuga's famous jutsus when he actually did. Oh, as he was flung into a tree, Jin gasped and said, damn, that was painful, before slowly rising from his knees. Kaden. Jutsu no Gukakyu. Kaden. Enden Karyu. Jiraiya and Kakashi launched frontal and rear assaults. TCH. Forget about defense. Tuga Hyojin. Yelled Naruto, charging directly at Jiraiya. Oh no. Jiraiya exclaimed as a huge wave of ice pierced his stream of fire in 2 and continued to approach him. Hari Jizo. His hair effectively blocked the ice by wrapping around his entire body, but Getsume Hyoku. A massive ice arrow came next. Stop that, you jerk. Tsubaki knew it wouldn't happen, but Jiraiya held his ground, thinking his shield would shield him once more. Kinjutsu. Tate Enma. Hey. I guess you are skilled enough to play with big boys, Jin said, watching with no amusement as his ice arrow crashed into a red energy shield. When I defeat you, tell me that. Futen. Kamikaze no Tsurugi, yelled Tsubaki. What the fuck? Naruto exclaimed in confusion when several wind blades appeared around him. Oh damn. Combat. Naruto's hand was glowing red as he said, TCH. Shoheki Kosho. Barrier break. Naruto waved his hand to the side, creating a shockwave in all directions and efficiently obliterating all of Tsubaki's swords. Hey, too bad girl. He smiled at Tsubaki, who said, that was not meant to hit you. What? Rokuju Yanshu Hake. OSHT. Naruto abruptly spun around only to be hit by the first 2 blows. Nasho. Yanshu. Hachasho, Jirokasho, Sanjunasho, Rokuju Yanshu Hake. Hinata finished her combination with a shout. Ah, damn, Naruto moaned, crashing onto his back and scrambling to his feet. Jiraiya considered the situation and concluded, that won't hold him. Doden. Yomi Numa. Naruto was in so much pain that he was oblivious to the fact that he was drowning in Jiraiya's swamp. Tsubaki-chan. The Sannin shouted, this is our only opportunity. Make use of your jutsu. But, I can't use it on Jin, the girl said, her eyes widening. Jiraiya said, believe me, it won't be enough to kill him, but if we don't get this done now, he'll bring out the big guns and we're done for. Tsubaki scowled and raised her right hand in the air, whispering, I'm sorry, Jin. Kyuubi, I'll need your power for that jutsu. All right, but I won't even be able to shield you in the future. You are aware of that. I do, but I'm at a loss for what to do. All right, it will be as you wish. 2 red hands immediately sprang out of Tsubaki's back and encircled her own. What is Jiraiya-sama doing? Kakashi inquired. At this, the recluse grinned and said, wait a minute. You'll be shocked by what you see. In the meantime, Naruto eventually bounced back from Hinata's assault and... Oh, what a waste. Are you aware of the price of these boots? Looking up, he saw Tsubaki and exclaimed, what the hell is that? Tsubaki grimly said, please pardon me, Jin. Futen. Rasen Shuriken. Kakashi's eyes went wide. She did that. She's better than sensei. Ha! With her technique aimed directly at her brother, Tsubaki screamed. Very well then, said the brother, closing his eyes. He can't possibly get away, Jiraiya said. In fact, he didn't. He simply lifted his hand, and the technique vanished just before he struck him. What? The Sannin exclaimed in disbelief, this is impossible. Tsubaki muttered, Jin, in wonder. I take it you wanted me to become serious? To everyone's surprise, he opened his eyes gradually. Congratulations, your wish is fulfilled. The blonde held up his right hand, saying, Bansho Tenin. Kaya. Hinata screamed as Jin abruptly drew her closer. Naruto stoically kicked Hinata through multiple trees and said, 1. That's not possible. Jiraiya cried out, Rinnegan. We have to, Kakashi. Reikiri. No, hold on. When Jiraiya attempted to yell, it was too late. Kakashi's sparking hand struck, but it only met Naruto's hand halfway. What? The Junin gazed in disbelief as Naruto swiftly absorbed his jutsu. The blonde grabbed Kakashi's arm and snapped it, saying, I've had enough of you. Ah! Kakashi! Naruto turned to Jiraiya and grunted, striking the back of Junin's head and tossing his unconscious body aside. Shut up! Now you! Run! Tsubaki! We wo! Tensai Shinra! With a shout, Naruto blasted Jiraiya nearly 100 meters away. Jiraiya-sensei! Tsubaki yelled, only to be pinned to her throat once more. GH! She hissed, defiantly looking directly into Naruto's eyes. As his eyes stabilized, Jin remarked, not a bad jutsu, but you have a long way to go. Cough, you know I won't give up, Jin. After a moment of staring into her eyes, Naruto sighed and let her go, saying, damn you're stubborn. The girl got to her feet and said, of course, it's still not too late for. Stop talking. Naruto snapped at her, pinning her back to the tree once again. Only this time it was by simply grabbing her shoulders. How can't you understand? She gave him a bewildered look and asked, what are you talking about? Why am I unable to comprehend? I knew you wouldn't take a hint, Jin hissed. TCH. In order for you to move on, I left. I sufficiently obscured my tracks for you to be unable to follow. I even killed those two so you wouldn't even consider pursuing me, shit. Tsubaki tilted her head. 2. Well yeah, that guy at the gates and that fatso. You didn't kill Choji, he survived. Oh, well, at least I tried. He shook his head. Doesn't matter. The important thing is that I joined Akatsuki to protect you. I revealed who I was, making me the target rather than you. And you have no idea what you're doing, running around hurling high-level jutsus. With wide eyes, Tsubaki said, you did it all for me? Sadistic, Naruto grinned. Who else? I had lost all of my goals with Itachi. But why? Why didn't you tell me? The girl yelled. I thought that's simple, he responded, so you wouldn't seek me out. Jin. Tsubaki's lips began to quiver. Where I'm heading, nothing is waiting for me. There will be no happy ending to my story. But you won't share my fate, Naruto said, leaning in closer. She also leaned in, but Naruto abruptly turned around and withdrew. You won't have to worry about me anymore once this is all over, he said, turning his head away from her. Wake up your team and go. Hold on, Tsubaki cried out. Please wait, never abandon me again. I waited for this day for 3 years. You can't just walk out like that. If nothing else, at least let me know where I can find you and when it will end. Smirking, Naruto said, you won't be able to reach there. No. The girl hurried over and gave him a back hug, saying, I won't let you, all. Jin answered, you'll make it. I know you will, I have faith in you. Then, in a flash of yellow, he vanished right in her arms. How? In order to make sure her barrier was still in place, the girl whispered. Yes, it was. She looked up and said, he could leave anytime, Jin. Naruto is back. Naruto cracked his neck and muttered, meh, girls sure love with their ears. So, how are our pals doing? What are your thoughts? Tayuya's response was brief. Dead. Exactly. Fantastic. How about Deidara, our dear friend? The girl paused and said, I've located his arm. Therefore, he either fled or was totally destroyed. Nah. Jin waved his hand, saying that if he was destroyed, his arm would also be lost. The idiot has not died. In any case, I'll just let someone else look after him. Orochimaru, our old friend, perhaps. Nice idea. How did things work out with that bitch? Oh, you'd like to know that, would you? Naruto grinned. Tayuya crossed her arms and said, yes. Well? Exactly the way I wanted. The girl cocked her head sideways. And specifics? Naruto grinned broadly and said, nah, not telling. The redhead spat, TCH, asshole. Now what should I do? Oh, I see. The blonde said, in the meantime, I have other business to attend to. You should move on with Hidan and Kakuzu. Don't tell me it's her again, Tayuya said, her eyes narrowing. Rolling his eyes, Naruto said, oh, hurry up. She just requested a favor from me. Yes, I have witnessed her favors. With a slight flush, Tayuya exclaimed. Even had the experience of them once. Then you should know why I can't refuse. Tayuya hissed as he stood up, saying, TCH, horny asshole. Be careful, Jin. You be careful. Jin responded, and if things go out of hand, you always have that. Sigh, fine, I guess I'll see you in a few weeks.